Hello, thanks for joining me. I'm USA Today bestselling author Jennifer Youngblood. I hope you enjoy The Stormy Warrior from my Navy SEAL romance series. This unique video book features original video footage. It has been made especially for YouTube and is only available to enjoy here on my channel. The Stormy Warrior is about a spunky personal chef and a brooding ex-Navy SEAL. Free-spirited Tess Eisenhart wasn't looking for love when she went to Hawaii for her sister's wedding. Everything changed the instant she met Caden O'Brien, her future brother-in-law's brother. A former Navy SEAL, Caden is a tough guy who seems oblivious to Tess's charms. When their paths keep crossing, Tess suspects that Caden may be more interested in her than he lets on. An unexpected tragedy throws Tess into the center of a dangerous game of deceit with a powerful, ruthless man who wants Tess for himself. Will Caden and Tess's newfound love be able to withstand the wounds of the past, or will everything they hold dear crumble in the face of misunderstanding and deception? Be sure and take a second to like the video and subscribe to my channel.
The Stormy Warrior, O'Brien Family Romance, Jennifer's Navy SEAL Romance, Book 3, written by Jennifer Youngblood, narrated by Autumn McNamara. Chapter 1. As Tess made her way to the gift shop at the Turtle Bay Resort, she tried to make sense of her conflicting feelings. In a few short hours, Riley was getting married. Tess was beyond happy that Riley had found such a great guy. From day one, Tess had been Chaz's biggest advocate. Riley was so happy she practically glowed. Why am I feeling so glum? Even as her mind voiced the question, the answer came like a sharp jab in the gut. She felt like she was losing her older sister. Riley was Tess's rock, her capable protector and mother figure all rolled into one. When their mother deserted the family, the sisters had banded together. The two of them against the universe. Now that Chaz was in the picture, Tess felt like the third wheel. Her stomach clutched. These feelings weren't making any sense. She wasn't losing Riley or Noah, but after today, things would be different. At the end of this trip, Tess would return home to Fort Worth to an empty house. Shortly after Riley got divorced from her first husband, Joey, Tess moved in with Riley and Noah. Tess spent so much time looking after her 8-year-old nephew that half the time she felt like he was her son. The house would be quiet without Noah, silent like the morgue. She shuddered. Maybe she should consider getting a roommate. No, that sounded dreadful. Tess didn't want to share the house with some stranger. She wanted to be free to lounge around and do things on her own terms. Riley and Noah were moving into Chaz's house while Tess remained in the old home place. Tess had always paid a portion of the mortgage, but there was no way she could afford to pay the entire payment. Riley assured Tess that she would help make up the difference. As generous as the offer was, Tess didn't want to be a burden on Riley. Chaz had a ton of money, but still, that didn't mean he was obliged to supplement Riley's family members. Tess let out a long sigh, pushing aside the despondent thoughts. One thing at a time. It would get easier living on her own. She'd done it before when Riley was married to Joey. She could get used to it again. And if not, she could get a roommate. She scrunched her nose. Not something she wanted to think about right now. Tess was Riley's assistant in her personal chef business. They ran the business out of their home. Riley planned to keep the office at the old home, meaning that Riley would spend a lot of time there. That was comforting. The gift shop was tucked in the back of the resort. Like many places in Hawaii, it was an open-air setting facing the pool. As Tess stepped into the shop, she caught a whiff of chlorine. She made a beeline over to the fruit bin where she grabbed 2 bananas and an orange. The breakfast she'd eaten this morning had long since worn off, leaving her famished. Riley often teased Tess, saying she had the appetite of an elephant. Well, at least she was eating something healthy. When she got up to the register, she grabbed a candy bar and a pack of bubble gum for Noah, and some breath mints for Riley. The wedding was in 2 hours. The family was eating lunch together, but that wouldn't happen until after the wedding. Tess would be passed out from hunger by then. She reached for another candy bar. This one was for her. Better safe than sorry. The package of Reese's cups looked good. It was the last one. She grabbed it and a bag of barbecue potato chips. It was good to have lots of options. When the sales clerk rattled off the total, Tess inserted her credit card into the reader. A man stepped up beside her. "Stalking up, I see." Her heart skipped a beat as she turned to face Caden O'Brien, Chaz's younger brother. Tess had jokingly asked Chaz if he had a younger brother he could fix her up with, never dreaming that the younger brother would be the hunky G.I. Joe standing in front of her. Caden was sporting a snug-fitting green t-shirt that showcased his rock-hard abs and defined chest. Her mouth went drier than sand as she swallowed. Caden had a strong resemblance to Chaz, except he was slightly shorter and more muscular. His copper-brown hair was cut in a short military style, making his lean jaw look razor-sharp. When Tess first met him, she'd thought his eyes were blue-green, but today they were greener, picking up the color of his shirt. It went through her mind that she should say something witty or intelligent, but she couldn't seem to make her tongue move. She just stood there, gaping at him. This wasn't her. She was the dating queen. Normally, she played the opposite sex like a fiddle. What in the freak was happening here? "You might want to remove that." "Huh?" He motioned to the card reader. "Oh, yeah." Her cheeks flamed as she pulled it out and placed it back into her wallet. From the minute Tess laid eyes on Caden, a truckload of fireworks had exploded inside her. She'd done what came most natural and turned on the charm, assuming she'd have Caden eating out of the palm of her hand. Not so. The more flirtatious she became, the more distant Caden grew. That's what had thrown Tess for a loop. She didn't know how to handle his disinterest, so she made a point of ignoring him. The crazy part was that everywhere she went, Caden was right there, almost as if he were following her. All right, that was a stretch. Wishful thinking, maybe. It was only natural that Caden would be nearby, considering they were in the same wedding party. She was baffled and irritated at the amusement that flashed over his face. "What?" she grumbled. "The clerk is asking if you'd like a bag." Tess looked at the clerk, who flicked her wrist impatiently, making a point of looking at the customers waiting in line behind Tess. Yes, please," she added with an apologetic smile. A second later, she reached for the bag and stepped away from the counter. Caden moved with her. A few awkward beats stretched between them. "Aren't you getting anything?" Tess asked, realizing his hands were empty. A hint of laughter sparkled in his eyes. "I was gonna get Reese's Cups, but some ravishing woman nabbed the last one." Her eyes flew open wide, a giggle rising in her throat. "I think you meant ravenous." He didn't even blink. "I know what I meant," he said softly. Pleasure rippled through her. Had the stone-cold soldier boy just given her a compliment? She forgot that she was supposed to be ignoring him as a smile curved her lips. "Well, there are two in a pack. I suppose I could be persuaded to share," she said coyly. "If you'll walk me back to the room." Maybe Caden was warming up to her. The distance between them shrank as blood pumped through her veins like a jet engine. She traced the outline of his wide shoulders, going down to his tapered waist and long, jean-clad legs. A tendril of hope sprouted in her chest as she awaited his answer. For a split second, he looked as if he might take her up on the offer. Then something shifted as he stepped back, a tight, impersonal smile fixing over his lips. "Thanks," he said offhandedly. "But I have a few things to take care of before the wedding." His rejection was a slap in the face. Was she so detestable that he couldn't even walk with her to the villa? One minute he was throwing around compliments, and the next he was turning her down. "Suit yourself," she harumphed as she turned on her heel and marched away. She vowed then and there that she was done with Caden O'Brien. She didn't care how handsome and magnetic the guy was. He was a jerk, plain and simple. "Good riddance," she muttered under her breath. The wedding was about to start. Riley and Chaz couldn't have picked a more perfect spot. It was on a grassy area called Kuyilima Point, overlooking the ocean. A slight breeze ruffled Tess's dress, and she caught the taste of salt in the balmy air. Tess felt like 1,000 tap dancers were pounding the inside of her stomach. "You've got this," she uttered to Riley, whose eyes were moist. Riley's hand went to her hair in a self-conscious gesture. "Do I look okay?" She grimaced. "I feel like my hair is a frizz pad." Tess chuckled darkly. "Tell me about it. I haven't been able to do a thing with my hair since we got here." She shook her head, realizing she was rambling. "You look exquisite, like a princess." Thank you, Riley chimed, rewarding Tess with a tender smile. It's true. Riley's snow-white dress glittered in the sunlight. Her blonde, shiny tresses were pulled into a chic updo. The crowning touch was a necklace made of dainty pearls, arranged in a lace pattern. She wore simple pearl earrings to match. Tears glistened in Tess's eyes. I'm so proud of you. Thank you, Riley said hoarsely. I love you. I love you too, sis. McKenna, the only daughter of the O'Brien clan, came up and gave Riley the once-over. You look beautiful, she beamed with a gargantuan smile. My first sister, she said warmly, touching Riley's arm. Tess scowled, then caught the grin on Riley's face. What? Riley only shook her head. Welcome to the family, McKenna said heartily. Thank you, Riley responded. Tess felt eyes on her. She glanced over to where Caden was standing with his brothers, Colin and Asher. The three of them were Chaz's groomsmen. Most people would quickly look away when caught staring at someone. Not Caden. He met her gaze full on. Electricity spiked through her, irritating the heck out of her. It was idiotic to be this attracted to someone who had no intention of entering into a relationship. Tess arched her eyebrow, giving Caden a questioning look. Seeing the exchange, McKenna grinned like a Cheshire cat. It looks like my twin brother is infatuated. I highly doubt that, Tess retorted. Oh, yes, he is. I can tell, McKenna stated confidently, her long red hair bobbing as she dipped her chin. Her light eyes danced with amusement. It makes sense. Caden has always had a thing for brunettes. Well, that was good to know. It restored Tess's confidence in her intuition. She'd felt like Caden was attracted to her from the get-go, but then second-guessed herself when he acted so wishy-washy. Riley tilted her head in surprise. You and Caden? I had no idea. When did this happen? Nothing is going on between me and Caden, Tess countered, her jaw tightening. She shot McKenna a dark look that said, mind your own business. Caden is a cold fish and has made it clear that he wants nothing to do with me, she snapped, feeling again the bitter sting of his rejection. Riley probed Tess with the wise owl eyes of an older sister who could see right through her. Tess knew with one look that Riley realized that she had a thing for Caden. Had she really just thought that? She had a thing for Caden? It wasn't a thing. She wasn't exactly sure what it was, but Caden was messing with her head. Asher called out to McKenna. Hey, Red, you got any gum on you? McKenna grunted out a laugh as she made a face. Sure, I'm carrying around a whole pack in the front of this dress. I knew you were stuffing the front of your dress with something, Asher taunted. Better gum than toilet tissue. McKenna's face turned as red as her hair. You're gonna get it for that, she threatened as she stalked towards Asher. Is something going on between you and Caden? Riley asked in a low tone when it was just the two of them. Of course not, Tess laughed. She patted Riley's shoulder. It's your wedding day, sis. You don't need to worry about me and Iceman over there. She shot Caden a frosty look. Riley's eyes widened. Oh my gosh, there is! You like him! That's ridiculous, Tess scoffed. The concern on Riley's face pricked her insides. Is there something wrong with Caden? No, Caden's a great guy. An unexpected wave of relief rushed over Tess. That's good to know. Riley wet her lips, her voice lowering to a whisper. I hope Chaz will forgive me for telling you this, because none of the rest of the family knows, but Caden has been through a rough time when it comes to relationships. He had some things to happen. She chewed on her lower lip. I'm not sure that he would be right for you, Tess. Nancy, the woman in charge of facilitating the flow of the wedding, rushed over in a bluster, her platinum cap of hair swinging with her every step. If anyone needs to make a last-minute run to the restroom, now would be a good time. She caught hold of Riley's arm, dragging her away. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we need to go over a few last-minute particulars. Not right for her? Why not? Tess was burning to get the scoop on Caden, but it was Riley's wedding day. Not the time to make demands. She forced herself to step back and take a chill pill. She stole another glance at Caden, who gave her a quirky grin. A ridiculous urge overtook her as she stuck out her tongue. He jerked, then laughed, shaking his head like she was an idiot. Tess stomped to the restroom, avoiding any further eye contact with him. When she returned, everyone was lined up to go out. Great! Now Tess would have to stand close to Caden. Her traitorous heart thrummed at the prospect. Nancy thrust a bridesmaid bouquet at Tess, then clapped her hands. "All right, everyone, it's time," she announced breathlessly. The music started. Tess felt Caden's probing gaze on her again and couldn't resist looking his direction. This time his eyes were round as saucers. "Enough of this," she muttered. She stepped up to him, her chin jutting out. "Have you got something to say to me?" "You've got a problem," he stammered, a wild look in his eyes. She barked out a hard laugh, her hand going to her hip. "Oh, yeah? What kind of problem do I have, soldier boy?" He blinked rapidly, motioning with his hand. "Your dress. You need to—" It took everything in Tess to keep from pummeling him over the head with her bouquet. "Really? My dress?" He started to say something else, but she cut him off short. "Save it," she barked, glancing at Chaz, who was standing tall beside the altar, his face radiating joy. Next, she looked at Riley, standing at the back of the wedding lineup. Riley looked nervous but elated. Their eyes connected for one brief moment as Tess gave Riley a thumbs-up signal. She turned back to Caden. "I don't have time for your games. It's my sister's wedding day." "Let's go," Nancy cooed, pushing everyone along. "Walk slowly and purposefully." The second before it was Tess's turn to stride across the grass, McKenna grabbed her arm. "The back of your dress is tucked into your panties," McKenna said, yanking out the fabric. Tess's face burned with humiliation. "Thank you." It would have been disastrous for her to walk out in Riley's wedding with her panties showing. Of all the moronic things to do, Tess had a knack for getting herself into the most ridiculous situations imaginable. Caden stepped up beside her and linked his arm through hers, sending a jolt of electricity through her. In their practice session, Asher had been her escort. Caden must have switched with him. Tess's heart did a wild spin as they walked forward. Caden was a pillar of strength and raw muscle beside her, moving in fluid strides. "Why didn't you just tell me my dress was tucked into my panties?" She stretched a plastic smile over her face for the guests. Caden let out a low, throaty chuckle that rumbled through her chest. "I was trying to, but you chopped me to bits." "You said I had a problem," she shot back. "You did. A big problem." He grinned like a teenager. "Not that the male guests would have minded." He scrunched his nose. "But your pink panties with red hearts were probably not the best attire for a wedding." "You're a jerk," she hissed. Tess happened to like panties with patterns on them. They made her feel young and daring in a harmless sort of way. Of course she would pick the heart panties on the day she was stupid enough to get the back of her dress caught up in them. Caden tightened his hold on her arm, giving her a sidelong glance. "If it's any consolation, you really do look ravishing. Red suits you." Warmth glowed through her. Riley's wedding colors were red and a dark evergreen. She'd chosen to wear red and McKenna green. Tess was confused by Caden's compliment. She was both frustrated and exhilarated by his closeness. Everything was brighter and more vivid with Caden by her side. Tess couldn't remember the last time her senses had been so heightened. When they took their spot, Caden was supposed to release her arm, but he held on to it a little longer. For a split second, she allowed herself to savor the feel of his arm linked through hers. Then her good sense took over as she arched an eyebrow. Talk about sending mixed signals. As chummy as Caden was being with her now, she knew that if she uttered one word about them going on a date, he'd run for the hills faster than a scared rabbit. Riley's words came rushing back, making her wonder what had happened to Caden. Hopefully Tess would get a moment to ask Riley about it before she left on her honeymoon. Tess's heart sank as a disheartening thought occurred to her. Maybe Caden was damaged beyond repair. No, that couldn't be the case. No one was damaged beyond repair. There was always hope, right? Riley said Caden was a good guy. The wedding march song began, sending a hush over the guests. All eyes turned to watch Riley glide down the aisle. There was a look of such pure joy on Riley's face that Tess had the feeling of witnessing perfection. Tears misted her eyes. Riley deserved all the happiness in the world. She found a great guy who loved her with all his heart. A pang shot through Tess. If only she could be so lucky. Too bad Caden wasn't more like his older brother, Chaz. Chaz had taken one look at Riley and was smitten. He was the one who pushed the relationship forward despite Riley's reservations. Caden was the epitome of Mr. Tough with his chiseled muscles and military bad boy aura, but he seemed scared to death about going on a date, much less having a relationship. As the preacher started the ceremony, Tess realized with a jolt that while everyone else had been watching Riley, Caden was watching her. His expression held the same longing that she'd felt when she first saw him, but it also held something else, a deep sadness that jolted her to the core. She got the feeling that Caden was fighting some inner battle with himself. Then came his forced polite smile that erected a barrier between them so high she could never scale it. Forget about him, her good sense cautioned. If only she would listen. But Tess had never been good at heeding the voice of reason, not when her emotions were in such a jumble. Caden O'Brien had gotten under her skin, and she got the feeling that she wouldn't be able to rest until she discovered the reason behind his reticence. This time, when he caught her eye, she didn't scowl. Instead, she gave him a smile sweeter than honey. It had the gratifying effect of causing his cheeks to slightly redden. Miracle of miracles, he smiled back, causing her entire body to flush with pleasure. Yep, she was enthralled with Caden O'Brien, more enthralled than she'd been with anyone in a very long time. She silenced the warning bells going off in her head and focused on the wedding. Today was a day for joy, and by golly, Tess was going to enjoy every minute of it. Chapter 2. Unfortunately, Tess didn't get a chance to talk to Riley about Caden. All questions she had about him must wait until after Riley and Chaz returned from their honeymoon. Riley had been so caught up in the events of her wedding that Tess didn't want to bring up the topic of Caden's past. Also, Riley was worried about being away from Noah for 2 weeks while she honeymooned. Tess was going to watch Noah. Riley had obsessed over every detail concerning his care. She made Tess promise to make him eat healthy and get him to bed at a reasonable hour. Riley meant well, but her adherence to a rigid schedule was exhausting. It wasn't like Tess hadn't looked after Noah plenty of times before. But they were in a new place, and Riley was projecting her nervousness over starting a new life onto Noah's well-being, so Tess couldn't blame her sister. Tess planned to stay in Hawaii an extra week with Noah. Chaz's entire family was staying the week too. Chaz's mother Effie and his grandmother Shannon had offered to help watch Noah some to give Tess a break. It was always good to have people around that she could count on. Also, Tess was more excited than she wanted to admit at the prospect of having Caden around for an entire week. She lay back on her beach towel and lifted her face to the sun. She and Noah were on the beach in the Bay Area of Turtle Bay Resort. Noah was beside her, building a sandcastle. She glanced at his shoulders, hoping she'd slathered enough sunblock on him. Noah had an olive complexion like his dad, Joey. Still, it was easy to get burned out here, with the wind and intense sun. Her phone buzzed. She sat up and retrieved it from her beach bag. Hello?
Tess, it's Julie Baldwin.
Hey! Julie was one of Tess and Riley's clients. Tess had met Julie at a hot yoga class. Julie was a health fanatic. When she learned about Riley's personal chef business, and that Tess was her assistant, Julie hired them to cook balanced meals for her family. Tess had been ecstatic about gaining a new client, especially since Julie's husband Reginald was a senator. It was always nice for business to take on influential clients. However, Julie and Reginald lived in a secluded area 45 minutes from Fort Worth. The commute was a bit of a pain with spotty cell service. The biggest negative, Julie was hard to work with. Not only was she needy, but she constantly tried to rope Tess into babysitting her 12-year-old daughter, Mia. Julie equated personal chef with personal assistant.
Where are you?
The accusation in Julie's tone caused Tess to bristle. Hawaii? Julie's voice rose an octave.
What? I thought you were coming over this afternoon. I was calling to see if you could pick up Mia from school on your way over.
Tess fought to keep her voice even. We talked about this, remember? My sister got married and I'm staying an extra week for vacation. Normally, Riley would have spent time at Julie's house too, preparing meals. However, since Julie was Tess's friend, Tess had taken the lead on this one.
We did? I don't remember.
Because you never listen, Tess wanted to say. She could tell when she told Julie about her trip that Julie's mind was already onto something else.
This puts me in a bind,
Julie said, her voice quivering with concern.
I'm stuck in a meeting and won't be able to pick Mia up on time.
Meeting? It was probably an exercise class. Julie was fanatical about attending as many classes as she could. Tess rubbed a hand across her forehead. Well, I don't know what to tell you, Julie. We went over this.
I know, I'm sorry.
Short pause.
I just wish there had been better communication.
Or better listening, Tess muttered.
Excuse me?
Julie flung back. Tess blew out a long breath.
Julie, we did talk about this,
she said firmly. I'm sorry that you don't remember. Also, my job is to prepare meals for your family. I help out with Mia when I can, but babysitting is not part of my job description. Silence came over the phone. Julie, are you there? Tess asked. She didn't want to lose Julie as a client, but she wasn't willing to be a doormat either. When Riley returned from her honeymoon, the plan was to make Tess a partner in the business. The two of them had operated as a partnership from the get-go, but now they were making it official. Tess knew that Riley would be disappointed if they lost Julie, but at this point there wasn't much Tess could do about it.
I'm here,
Julie exhaled loudly.
I'm sorry. This isn't your fault.
Dang right it's not, Tess's mind shouted.
I'm sure you did tell me. My mind has been so scattered lately with the campaign coming up.
Reginald's 6-year term as senator was ending, and he was up for re-election. Tess guessed that would be stressful. Still, Julie didn't work. Her only occupation seemed to be keeping herself in pristine physical shape and looking after Mia.
When are you getting back?
Julie's voice had a plaintive tone.
I guess I'll have to pick up dinner tonight. It's so hard to find something healthy,
she lamented. I'll be back Monday morning.
Oh, good. Can you come over Monday afternoon?
Tess and Noah were flying home from Hawaii on Sunday evening around 9 p.m. Tess didn't sleep well on planes. She was sure she'd be exhausted by the time she got back. She'd purposefully left Monday open so she could recoup. Sorry, but Monday won't work. I believe I can come on Tuesday, though. Hang on, let me check. She cradled the phone on her shoulder, reaching for her appointment book. She kept it with her, knowing she'd still have to book appointments while on vacation. She thumbed through her book, stopping on Tuesday's date. She had an appointment that morning, but nothing for that afternoon. That should work.
All right, I guess I'll have to make do with Tuesday,
Julie snipped.
Can you pick up Mia from school on your way?
Julie was grating on Tess's last nerve. Yes, I can do that. As a friend. Shoot. Tess would have Noah. She could ask Gemma to watch him. Gemma was an elderly woman who started out a client and was now a trusted friend. Gemma's grandkids lived out of town, so she always jumped at the chance to spend time with Noah. One perk was that Gemma lived next door to Chaz and soon would to Riley and Noah. Noah would enjoy going to his future house and spending time in his new bedroom. He was excited about the rocket wallpaper that Riley had installed. I'm keeping my nephew while my sister is on her honeymoon. I'll have to make sure I have a place for him to go.
Well, you can bring him with you,
Julie offered.
Mia would enjoy the company.
Okay, I may do that. Noah was so high energy that it was hard to watch him while she worked. Still, it was an option if Gemma couldn't keep him. Let's plan on Tuesday.
Sounds like a plan,
Julie chirped.
Ciao.
She ended the call. Ciao to you, too, Tess said sarcastically. Thanks for asking how I'm doing or how my sister's wedding went. When Tess first met Julie, they had an instant connection. Tess had loved Julie's bubbly personality and zest for life. The more she got to know her, however, the less impressed with her she became. She tossed her phone and schedule book into her bag. She turned her attention to Noah, who was scooping up sand in a pail. "How you doing, little man?"
Good. I'm building a fortress.
He went on to explain in great detail about the tunnels and other features he planned to build. The corners of Tess's mouth twitched. Noah was such a cutie. He'd taken the wedding in stride. Tess imagined the transition would be challenging for him, but he was resilient. Also, it helped that Noah loved Chaz. Chaz was the type of father figure that Noah had longed for in his own dad, but never found. Joey, Riley's ex, was a scumbag. The only time he came around was when he wanted something from Riley. More often than not, he used Noah as a bargaining chip. Tess was grateful that Riley and Noah had Chaz. Tess suppressed a yawn. Lying on the beach was making her lazy. "Do you want to get in the water?" Noah scrunched his nose.
No, not right now. Maybe later, after I finish the fortress?
All right, just let me know and I'll get in with you. The bay was calm. Noah would be fine going in by himself, especially wearing arm floats, but Riley made Tess promise that she wouldn't let Noah go into the ocean alone. She was about to recline on the beach towel when she caught sight of a familiar person out of the corner of her eye. Her heart flipped. Caden was coming towards her. Wow! He looked like he was right out of the movie Top Gun, sporting a pair of sunglasses and moving with a confident swagger. She willed her pulse to take it down several notches as she pasted on a disinterested expression. Trying to appear as though she wasn't staring, her mind catalogued his black swim trunks and matching black tank top. His ripped muscles moved fluidly under his toned skin with his every step. His legs were long and lean with just the right amount of hair. Caden stopped when he got about 5 feet from her. He spread out a towel and sat down, removing his sandals. Really? He was setting up camp this close, and yet he'd not come all the way over? What was the deal with this guy? She sat there, seething for what seemed like forever, even though it was probably only 5 minutes or so. Finally, she angled towards him. "I don't buy it," she said testily. He looked at her as if he'd just now noticed that she was there. Then he let out a hesitant laugh. "Oh, hey." She arched an eyebrow, knowing that he'd in fact seen her out here. "Hey, Caden," Noah said like a grown-up as he waved. "Hey, little man." Noah wrinkled his nose.
Little man? That's what Aunt Tess calls me. You two must be sharing the same brain."
Tess chortled out a surprised laugh as she pinned Caden with a look. "Is that what we're doing here?" She wished she could remove his sunglasses so she could see the expression in his eyes. He grinned slightly, but that was it. Tess was half tempted to jump up and move to another location, just to see if Caden would follow. He'd shown up at breakfast this morning, when she and Noah were eating at one of the restaurants in the hotel. He sat one table away from them. When she invited him to join them, he declined. When Caden removed his shirt, Tess's eyes popped. Hubba hubba. Talk about eye candy. His pecs and abs were so chiseled that they looked like a plastic mold on a mannequin. Caden exuded masculinity and toughness, like he could handle himself in any situation. Yet, he was understated, as if he wanted to keep his skills on the down low. He lay back on the towel. A grin tugged at her lips. Strangely, she was glad Caden was out here with her. She just wished he had enough intestinal fortitude to come right out and express his interest. Noah dusted off his hands on his swim shorts.
"I'm ready to go in the water now."
"Well, sounds great." She stood. "We're going into the water," she said loudly. "If anyone would care to join us, that would be great." Caden didn't move a muscle. "All righty then. I guess no takers," she snipped, irritation crawling up her neck. She wondered what Caden would do if she marched over and kicked sand on him. She chuckled at the thought. No, even she wasn't brazen enough to do that. "I'll join you." Tess jerked as a guy strutted towards her, coming from the opposite side of where Caden was lying. His chest was thrust out like a rooster, And he was so pumped full of steroids, his muscles so large, that his arms wouldn't go down flat beside his waist, but stuck out like the insides of his arms were wet, and he was holding them out to dry. He looked her up and down with open admiration that bordered on leering, his eyes lingering on her chest. My face is up here," she said tartly. He snapped out of his reverie, his eyes racing to her face. A toothy smile spilled over his lips. "Hey, babe, the name's Axel." He did a half-nod wave thing that was probably supposed to be cool, but it looked goofy, like he was trying to be a rapper. "Tess," she responded. Normally she would have told this overgrown Johnny Bravo to take a hike, but under the current circumstance, he could prove useful. She didn't have to look at Caden to know that he was listening in on the conversation. She could almost feel his angst radiating off him. A smile curved her lips. Axel assumed the gesture was meant for him, and grinned broadly. "Too bad we're in the bay. I could teach you a thing or two about surfing," Axel boasted. Tess tipped her head. "Oh, you surf?" Axel didn't look like he surfed. Tess doubted that he could tell the front end of a surfboard from the back. "Do I surf?" He chortled out a laugh. "Does a cat have climbing gear, babe?" She lifted her chin, eyeing him. "The name's Tess." Axel's upper body was covered in tattoos. "Tess," he corrected, then motioned at Noah. "Is this your kid?" "My nephew. The name's Noah." Noah did the nod-wave gesture, mimicking what Axel had just done. Tess bit back a laugh as she gave Noah an admiring look. The kid had torque. Axel cleared his throat in embarrassment, then motioned, "You ready to go in?" Tess didn't relish the idea of going anywhere with Axel, but she figured there was little harm in it out here in a public place. "Sure. I need to put Noah's floats on his arms." "I don't need floats," Noah said indignantly. "I'll let the boy go without them," Axel said. "The water's so calm." Tess shot Axel a death glare. "I'll decide what's best for my nephew." She homed in on Noah. "You will wear the floats or you won't go out." "Fine," he huffed, his shoulders deflating. Tess got him suited up, and then they walked towards the water. On the way, Axel spotted a couple of seagulls and chased after them, causing them to squawk as they flew into the air. Noah looked at Tess. "You picked a winner this time," he said dryly. She swiped his hair, laughing. "I didn't pick him. He just showed up." She made a face. "When did you become so grown up anyway?" He straightened to his full height. "I know these things. I've got eyes." "Yes, you do. And you're a good judge of character, too. Don't worry, I'll get rid of this joker ASAP." "Thank goodness," Noah said, rolling his eyes. Tess just shook her head, chuckling. "Noah, you're a man beyond your years." He scrunched his face. "Huh?" She ruffled his hair. "Never mind." By the time Tess and Noah got in the water, Axel was jumping around like a fish. He started splashing them. Noah clutched Tess's hands and closed his eyes, averting his face. Despite his bravado about not wanting to wear floats, Noah wasn't a great swimmer, which is why Riley was so adamant about not letting him go out into the ocean alone. "Hey," Tess growled, "cut it out." "It's just water," Axel countered. "Salt water that's stinging Noah's eyes." Axel moved to stand beside her. "Where are you from?" "Texas." "I thought I detected a southern accent," Axel said in an exaggerated drawl that made Tess cringe. "Well, how about you, Johnny Bravo? Where are you from?" Axel's face fell. "Are you talking about Johnny Bravo the cartoon? That bubblehead?" "Well, if the shoe fits," Tess chimed, looking over to where Caden was lying. Well, not lying anymore. He was sitting up. She couldn't tell for sure with his sunglasses, but it looked like Caden was watching. Good. That made putting up with Axel worth it. "I'm from St. Paul, Minnesota originally, but I travel around a lot with the military." "What branch of the military are you in?" She turned her attention to Noah. "You want to go a little deeper so you can float?" He nodded. She moved out so that the water was to her chest. "Don't worry, I'll keep hold of you." Noah stretched out and began kicking.
"I'm in the Navy. A SEAL," Axel said. "I'm here on leave. My last mission to Iraq was a doozy."
"And I'm Cleopatra." Tess fought the urge to laugh. If Caden could hear this, he'd blow a pipe.
"I would tell you about it, but then I'd have to kill you."
Noah's eyes widened with alarm. "He's joking," Tess assured him.
"It's top secret. You have to have government clearance,"
Axel said as he flexed his arm, presumably to give Tess a show of his biceps.
"How about you, doll? What do you do?"
"I'm a personal chef."
"Oh, cool. So is this your first time to Hawaii?"
"Yes." She looked back at Caden, longing to be on the beach with him. Why was he being such an imbecile? He obviously liked Tess, too. They were in Hawaii, one of the most romantic places on Earth. They could have so much fun together if only he wasn't so standoffish.
"If you want to do something rad, you should go out to Goat Island. I could take you there tomorrow. It will give you a thrill you won't soon forget."
It was all Tess could do not to laugh in the moron's face. She felt like she was in some parody about how not to pick up on chicks. "Thanks, but my schedule is booked for tomorrow," she said lightly.
"Too bad," Axel purred. "Goat Island is right off a main beach that's not far from here. You can walk from the beach to the island. The water is crystal clear with sparkling white sand. We might even be lucky enough to have the island to ourselves."
His gaze moved over her, stopping on her chest. "Seriously?" Tess crossed her arms over her chest to cover herself up. "Well, sounds interesting. No way would she go to a secluded island with this bozo." "All right, Noah," she said a few minutes later. "You ready to go back in?" "Yep. I have to finish my fortress." "Well, we're going back," Tess said breezily. "You're welcome to join us," she said to Axel. The only way she had a prayer of making Caden jealous was if he could hear the conversation with Axel. Otherwise, this was a waste of time. Noah looked at Tess like she'd lost her mind.
"Well, I'd love to, babe. Tess," Axel corrected quickly.
When they got back on the beach, Tess motioned for Axel to sit on her left so that he'd be in between her and Caden. "Tell me more about your military career. It must be amazing being a SEAL," she said dreamily like she was smitten. Axel bought into it 100%.
"Oh, it's fantastic. The greatest job on the planet. We get to go to exotic locations around the world with kick-butt weapons saving lives."
When Caden scoffed, Tess felt a ping of victory. Axel glanced at Caden like he wasn't sure if the scoff was meant for him. "So you just got back from Iraq? Too bad you can't tell me more about that." Tess was a master at turning on the charm when she wanted. She batted her eyelashes and flipped the ends of her hair. She caught a glimpse of Caden's hard expression. Yeah, she was a heel for using Axel to make Caden jealous. Axel had never done anything to her. Sure, he was an egomaniac who was a bane to all womankind. Still, it wasn't fair to manipulate him. Guilt churned in her gut.
"Yeah, too bad."
He winked, giving her a seductive grin.
"I'd like to talk about our plans."
"Plans?" This guy was clueless about how he came across to the opposite sex. His pretty boy muscles were useless. The kind that would turn to fat in a few years when he stopped taking steroids. "What do you have in mind?" Tess's heart sank when Caden stood and gathered his things. He gave her a withering look before stalking off. Everything in her wanted to chase after him. Axel trailed a finger over her arm, causing her flesh to crawl. She moved away from him, hugging her arms as she shot him an accusing look. "What was that?" Uncertainty crept over Axel's features.
"I thought we were getting along great. You know, that you were into me."
"Well, you thought wrong," she snapped. His crestfallen expression hit her like a dagger as she let out a long breath. "Look, it's not you, it's me. I'm sorry that I gave you the wrong impression." His expression turned sour.
"So that's how it's gonna be, huh?
He swore under his breath. "You're a tease." The hairs on the back of her neck stood. "I beg your pardon?" "I am not a tease," he grunted.
"Whatever you say, babe."
"Stop calling me that. You don't even know me."
An ugly sneer twisted over his face. "You know what? I don't need this. If you can't recognize a good thing when you see it, then you don't deserve me." A laugh tickled her throat as she swallowed it back down.
"Yeah, you're right," she wagged a finger. "I'd hate for you to waste all that on someone who doesn't appreciate you." She flashed a placating smile. "My loss."
"Indeed," he said hotly as he stood. "You're not all that anyway."
"Nope," she chimed. "I'm not. Save yourself, man. Get as far away from me as you can."
"Gladly." He strutted away.
Tess breathed a sigh of relief as she watched him go. Okay, not the smartest idea to try and make Caden jealous at someone else's expense. Lesson learned. She stared out unseeingly at the bay, her brain a jumble. She didn't know why this thing with Caden O'Brien was tying her into knots. It wasn't like she was at a loss for dates. She could have a date 7 nights of the week if she wanted. But not with a guy like Caden. Caden was in a league of his own. She sighed, wishing she could talk to Riley and find out what had happened to Caden. If Tess knew that, then she might be able to figure out a way to get through to him. "I'm hungry," Noah complained, clutching his stomach. "Okay, let's pack up, and we'll go to the grill and get something to eat."
"Can I go swimming in the pool?"
"Sure." It would be easier to watch Noah in the pool than in the ocean. With any luck, they might run into Caden. She could only hope. Chapter 3.
"I told you we shouldn't have come out here."
Noah thrust out his lower lip, glaring at Tess.
"We're gonna get stuck out here,"
he cried, tears gathering in his eyes. "Calm down. We're not going to get stuck out here." Tess looked at the darkening clouds, churning like a mixer in the dark sky. They were going to get stuck out here. The wind picked up, bringing rain with it. Crap! What had she done? Noah hugged his arms, his teeth chattering.
"It's freezing out here."
They were at Goat Island, the place Axel had told her about. Tess could only take so much of lying on the beach, wondering if Caden would grace her with his presence. She needed an adventure. After all, this was her vacation. Mind you, she was watching Noah, but still, it wasn't every day that a girl got the chance to go to Hawaii. Tess scouted out Goat Island the night before online. It was a bird sanctuary, located a stone's throw away from a state beach park. She and Noah hopped in the rental car and drove here shortly after breakfast. It had seemed harmless when they waded over. It was a short walk, about the length of a football field, and the turquoise water was placid. They'd spent a couple hours exploring the island, which they had completely to themselves. Like Axel said, the water was crystal clear and the beach pristine. It felt like they were on a deserted island, on their very own piece of heaven. Tess felt invigorated. For the first time since she'd arrived in Hawaii, it truly felt like she was on vacation. Then, just like that, the weather shifted as ominous clouds moved in. Tess gathered up their things for them to walk back across to the main beach. To her horror, the ocean was now choppy with white-capped waves. The tide was high. No way could they walk across that. She sucked in a calming breath, trying not to panic. What were they going to do? She offered up a silent prayer for help. It had been foolish to venture to an unfamiliar place that some Neanderthal told her about without doing more research. Riley would flip when she learned that Tess had put Noah in a precarious situation. Think, Tess. There has to be a way out of this. Noah's lower lip trembled, tears welling in his eyes.
"I'm so cold."
He ducked his chin into his chest, hugging his arms. "It'll be okay." She tried to sound authoritative and in control. Tess was cold too, the rain pelting down like ice darts. "Here, put on your t-shirt." After Noah had done so, she pulled him close, rubbing his arms to warm him up. "We'll just sit down near the bushes to shield the wind and wait it out."
How long will that take?
His expression mirrored the alarm that was chilling her blood and turning it to sludge.
I'm not sure,
she admitted. Please let the storm pass quickly. Even if the storm passed, they had no guarantee the tide would go down. She thought about her phone in her bag. She'd held the bag high over her head as they waded across the reef. She could call someone, but who? It seemed too drastic to call 911, but she might resort to that measure if their situation didn't improve shortly. An image of Caden flashed through her mind. She didn't know his number. She could call Riley and get it. No, then Riley would panic. Better not do that. Here, let's sit down. They huddled together, their backs resting against the stalks of the bushes.
Hey, look!
Noah said eagerly, pointing. Her heart leapt when she saw a kayak coming their direction. Her eyes rounded like pancakes when she saw who was in it. Caden! She blinked, wondering if she was seeing things. Then it registered in her mind that Noah had just pointed Caden out. She and Noah rose to their feet.
Over here!
Noah shouted jubilantly, waving his arms as he trotted towards the shore. Tess grabbed her bag, the beach towels, and Noah's snorkeling mask before hurrying after him. She reached the shore at the same time as Caden. The wind picked up, slapping her hair against her face and into her eyes. She blinked a few times to clear the stinging. "Would you like a ride?" Caden shouted over the wind. She giggled incredulously at the absurdity of the situation and how Caden was acting like this was everyday business. "If it's not too much trouble," Tess responded, then winced. Not too much trouble. Really? They were desperate for Caden's help. She tried to process what was happening. Had he followed them here to Goat Island? Yes, she was almost positive he had. Had he rented a kayak when he realized they wouldn't be able to get back across? The rain was coming down harder, making Tess feel like a drowned rat. She never would have thought it possible to be this cold in Hawaii. She clamped her mouth shut to keep her teeth from chattering. Caden looked every bit the conquering hero as he nimbly hopped out of the kayak and pushed it up onto the sand. His black t-shirt was plastered to his torso, giving Tess a splendid view of his incredible muscles. The rain pressed his hair flat on his head, making his facial features look even more chiseled. Her blood ran faster, warding off some of the chill. This was like the scene out of Sense and Sensibility, where Mary Ann tripped and fell in the rain, and John Willoughby rode up on a white horse and rescued her. Her heart skittered in her chest. With this one act, Caden had redeemed himself. "I'll have to take you across one at a time," Caden said in a no-nonsense tone. "Let's take you first, big man." He reached for Noah's hand, helping him get seated in the front of the kayak. Uncertainty clutched Tess's stomach as she looked across the water at the deserted beach. "Will Noah be all right by himself?" "We'll be able to see him the entire time," Caden assured her. "He'll be fine." She bit her lower lip, wanting to protest, but knowing there was no other alternative. She'd been such a nitwit to get them into this situation. She nodded. "All right." Caden gave her a reassuring smile. "I promise I'll take good care of him." "Thank you," she uttered, pushing back the grateful tears. Her chest warmed like the sun had taken up residence in the center of her heart. She knew in some instinctual way that she could trust Caden to keep Noah safe. Not because he was a retired Navy SEAL used to eating danger for breakfast, but because she and Caden had some invisible bond that pulled them together despite his reticence in keeping his distance. He'd been drawn to her today, and it had saved her bacon. The kayak ride taking Noah to the beach, and then Caden returning to get her were some of the longest moments of Tess's life. Her eyes remained fixed on Noah standing on the beach, hugging his arms. Tess hoped Noah wouldn't catch a cold, or worse. She shuddered at the thought. Thankfully, the rain had stopped, but the wind was blowing with a vengeance. Shivers rippled through her body. When Caden pulled the kayak up, she hopped into the cocoon-like seat as quickly as possible, depositing her bag and other items at her feet. Her bag was wet. Hopefully her phone would be okay. Tess couldn't worry about that right now. She just wanted to get across the water and back to Noah. She wished there was more than one paddle so she could help. Caden shoved the kayak into the water and got in behind her. The kayak tilted with his movements, moving Tess's body with it. Finally, they were in the water. The current was strong, threatening to pull them out to sea, but it was no match for Caden's strength as he sliced the paddle through the water in smooth, rhythmic strokes. Tess didn't realize she'd been holding her breath until they reached the sandy shore of the beach. She exhaled in relief as she got out of the kayak, surprised to learn that her legs were shaky. Caden pushed the kayak onto the sand as she grabbed her things. She looked at Noah. "Are you okay?" He nodded, but he was shaking all over, his lips blue. "We'll be warm in the car soon." She turned to Caden. "Thank you so much. I don't know what we would have done if you hadn't come."
I'm glad I could help.
"What will you do with the kayak?" A boyish grin tinged with adventure overtook his features.
I'll kayak up the shoreline to the place where I rented it.
Tess suppressed a shudder as her eyes swept over the choppy water. "In that?"
I've been in much worse,"
he said with a casual shrug. A smile tugged at her lips. "Well, I guess you really are Superman. Or Aquaman." Caden ducked his head slightly, a faint blush coming over his cheeks.
Nah, just a former frogman. It was nothing.
"Everyday business for a superhero," she teased. She'd never seen a man look cuter or more irresistible. "Let's go," Noah said impatiently. "In a minute," Tess countered. Her attention focused on Caden, who was standing a mere foot away. She caught a look of longing in his eyes, letting her know that he was drawn to her as she was to him. It called to her, making her feel reckless. She knew if she didn't act now, she might never get a chance like this again. Before the rational side of Tess could put up an argument, she stepped up to him and touched his cheek. He didn't move away. His arresting eyes burned with an inner fire, letting her know it was okay to continue. Taking a plunge, she pressed her lips to his, electricity jolting through her veins. Panic trickled through her when Caden's lips went stiff. Still, she moved her mouth against his, softly, coaxingly, infusing him with all the sweetness she had to offer. Her fingers slipped around his neck and up through his hair as she pulled him closer. Victory surged through her when he responded. His lips were firm and controlled, like he was trying to keep his passion reined in. Still, the kiss was rapturous. "Gross!" Noah shrieked. With a jerk, Caden backed away, his expression mortified. Tess chuckled, shooting Noah a sidelong glance. "Oh, hush. It's not like you haven't seen kissing before. You've watched plenty of Disney shows. They always kiss at the end." Noah made a gagging motion. "I'm never gonna kiss," he said with a look of pure disgust. "I know, and you're never gonna grow up." Tess grabbed Noah and ruffled his hair. "Stop!" he protested, but she only laughed and let him slip out of her arms. Tess feared that Noah's outburst might push Caden away, but it seemed to do just the opposite. He exchanged an intimate look with her that sent a glow over her entire body. She could tell that Caden was trying hard not to laugh. A giggle bubbled in her throat. She gave way to the laughter, feeling deliriously happy. "Kids," she murmured, shaking her head. She searched Caden's face. "What happens now?" Her breath caught in her throat as she waited for him to answer. She couldn't bear the thought of them going back to being strangers. He tilted his head, looking thoughtful.
"Well, you seem to have a talent for finding trouble."
She laughed. "Well, I've never heard it referred to as a talent before, but you do make a good point." His eyes sparkled with adventure.
"I suppose it would be easier for me to keep you out of trouble if we hung out together."
His words sparked a garden of hope in her breast. She wanted to jump up and shout hallelujah. It took all the energy she could muster to keep her expression neutral. "Yeah, I might consider that under one condition." Amusement flickered his blue-green eyes.
"Oh, yeah?"
"Next time, bring 2 paddles, so I can help." She scrunched her nose. "I can't stand to just sit on the sidelines and not be a part of things." Warm, rich laughter flowed out of his throat.
"Duly noted."
He gave her an appraising look.
One of the things I like about you.
One of the things, meaning he liked other things about her. She was tempted to ask him what things he liked, but didn't want to push the envelope. So, when should we meet up for our next adventure? She wanted to pin him down so he couldn't weasel out of his offer.
How about we meet at your villa 3 hours from now? It'll give me time to return the kayak and get a shower.
Sounds great, she chimed. A gust of wind cut through her as she shivered. Noah vigorously rubbed his arms. Let's go, he pleaded, jumping up and down to stay warm. All right. She tipped a wispy smile at Caden. See you in a few. He responded with a lopsided grin.
Sounds like a plan.
Even though she knew they needed to get warm, Tess hated to walk away for fear that Caden might change his mind. Then again, she'd put Noah through enough already. Surely Caden would follow through on his word. She motioned with her head. Let's go, sport. That's all the encouragement Noah needed. Immediately, he trotted up the beach to get to the stairs leading to the grassy area beside the parking lot. Tess got a few steps away before glancing back. She was surprised and pleased to find Caden watching her. He gave her a farewell salute as he turned to push the kayak back into the water. Her heart did a few flips. Caden was an Adonis, the man of her dreams. Riley's words came rushing back. I'm not sure if Caden is right for you. A sense of foreboding trembled through Tess. She'd dated a lot of guys, more than enough to know if a guy would be right for her. Caden certainly felt right. More right than anyone had felt in a very long time. She squared her jaw. Tess didn't know what had happened to Caden, but deep in her bones, Tess knew that Riley was wrong. Caden was right for Tess, and she was going to prove it. Chapter 4. Caden looked through the double glass doors of his condo at his twin McKenna, who was padding across the grass wearing sunglasses and a swimsuit cover-up, carrying a large bag over her shoulder.
Finally.
He needed to talk to Graham, but feared McKenna would never leave. McKenna and Graham were sharing a villa. Caden wanted to ask Graham for help, but not with McKenna around. If McKenna knew what he was planning, she'd tease him mercilessly. Caden wanted to spend time with Tess, but he didn't want to broadcast it to his family. The challenging part about having lots of siblings was keeping them out of his business. He pulled his phone from his pocket and looked at the time. He had less than an hour before he was supposed to meet Tess. He rushed out the door and across the path leading to Graham's villa. He knocked once before entering. Graham was sitting on the couch watching TV. She looked up as he entered, a smile lightening her face. Hello! Hey! He strode in and plopped down in the love seat that formed an L shape with the couch. Graham reached for the remote and turned down the volume on the TV as she angled towards Caden. To what do I owe this honor? She began warmly. Briefly he thought about beating around the bush, but figured Graham would see right through that. He cleared his throat. I was wondering if you might be willing to do me a favor? For you? Anything, she said blithely, her light eyes twinkling beneath her glasses. Graham was a fireball, basically an older version of McKenna, with her fire engine red hair and thick brogue. His grandmother was Irish through and through. Caden scooted forward, clasping his hands. He could feel his face reddening. Would you mind watching Noah for a few hours? Graham blinked in surprise. Then a coy smile stole over her lips. She held up a finger, bent and wrinkled with age. I thought I saw you glad-eyeing Tess. Huh? He asked dubiously. Glad-eye? He had no idea what that meant. A crush, Graham explained. Tess is a beauty, and spunky too. I like her, she proclaimed with gusto. She studied him with a frank expression. I was wondering when you were going to muster up the courage to ask her out. Caden rolled his eyes. My reserve has nothing to do with courage, he mumbled. No one except Chaz knew about the tragedy that had occurred a year ago. When it happened, Caden shut off his heart completely, vowing to never subject himself to that kind of hurt again. Maybe he was a fool for opening himself up. He'd certainly not planned on it. From the moment he saw Tess, she'd consumed his thoughts. He was sure she thought he was a stalker, lurking around in the shadows. He told himself that it would be better to stay away from her. Yet he couldn't seem to make himself comply with reason. This morning when she left the resort, he'd followed Tess. He watched in part admiration for her grit and part concern for her recklessness as she and Noah waded across the water to the island. Then, when the weather changed, he'd furiously search the web to find a kayak rental place nearby. He'd planned to simply get them to safety and then leave. But then she kissed him. The memory of her soft, supple lips still lingered on his mouth, making him want more. He craved spending time with Tess like he'd craved a good night's sleep during the infamous Hell Week in Bud's training. The smart thing would be to make up some excuse as to why he couldn't keep the appointment, but all he could think about was seeing her again. Caden realized Graham was staring at him with laser-focused eyes, like she had a front-row seat to the stage of his soul. "I'll be happy to watch Noah. It beats sitting here like a bump on a log watching TV," she said with a wry smile. Caden couldn't stop the goofy grin from spilling over his mouth. "Thanks." He shifted, moistening his lips. "Hey, if you don't mind keeping this on the down low, might appreciate it." She laughed. "Don't worry. I won't blab your business to the family." Her eyes sparkled. "You just go and have a wonderful time. I will hold down the fort here. Noah and I will get along just fine." "Thanks, Graham. You're the best." Tenderness rose in his chest. Even though Caden often complained that his family was always in his business, deep down, he was grateful for his big, boisterous family, especially Graham, who'd been a fixture in his life since birth. While Caden knew that Graham wasn't getting any younger and wouldn't be around forever, he couldn't imagine not having her here. Even though she was getting up in years, she exuded vitality. "I'm going to meet Tess at her villa, and then we'll drop Noah off here."
Sounds good. We'll get some ice cream at the hotel cafe. How long do you think you'll be gone?"
She waved a hand before he could answer.
It doesn't matter. Take your time. You're only young once." She winked. "Don't do anything I wouldn't do."
Caden laughed, shaking his head as he half stood, leaned over, and kissed Graham on the cheek. "I don't think I need that much latitude." He imagined Graham had been a force to be reckoned with in her youth. Heck yeah, she was. Same as McKenna. McKenna had been ornery as a goat since the wedding. Caden suspected her dark mood had something to do with the fact that Chaz's football buddy Tate Campbell had left so suddenly. Then again, in all fairness, Caden hadn't exactly been the easiest person to be around. His emotions were muddled because of Tess. Now, however, the storm clouds had cleared. He stood, feeling lighter than air. He had no idea where he hoped this thing with Tess would go, only that he was tired of fighting the attraction. "See you in a few," he quipped over his shoulder as he hurried out the door with a springy step.
"How hard can it be to find something decent to wear?"
Tess growled as she peeled off her clothes and tossed them on the bed, adding them to the growing heap. She'd gone through nearly everything she'd packed in her suitcase and still couldn't find anything that popped. Part of the problem was that in her excitement over the prospect of spending time with Caden, she'd forgotten to ask what they were doing. They'd have Noah with them, so it wouldn't be anything too fancy. She wanted to wear something casual so she wouldn't come across as trying too hard. But it needed to be flattering. Her emotions swung back and forth like a pendulum. She was so excited she could hardly stand it, and yet she feared that Caden might stand her up. She felt like she'd won some great prize by getting him to simply agree to hang out with her. Jeez, the guy was tying her in knots. It wasn't like she was desperate. Just, since she'd returned to the villa, she'd received 2 text messages from different guys asking her out. Her phone buzzed. She retrieved it from the dresser. "Hello?" she said a little breathlessly. Of all the times for Riley to call when Tess was running late.
"Hey,"
Riley began.
"how's everything going?"
"Great," Tess responded in a lively tone. She cradled the phone on her shoulder and reached for a white pair of shorts, holding them up to her waist. There was a pink ketchup stain near the right pocket caused by her late-night craving of French fries that she'd ordered through room service. She wet her thumb with saliva and rubbed it, but the stain didn't budge. She'd have to use hot water and soap. Other than the stain, the shorts were relatively clean. She could pair them with her cornflower blue button-up shirt that tied at the waist. She would have liked to have ironed the clothes, but there was no time. Caden was due to arrive in less than 10 minutes. At least her hair and makeup were already done.
What have you been up to today?
Tess's eyes rounded, thinking of her earlier debacle. If Caden hadn't come to their rescue, she and Noah might still be huddled beside the bushes. She laughed lightly. Oh, you know, just normal beach stuff. Tess had bribed Noah with a truckload of promised candy, but there was no guarantee that the stinker wouldn't blab everything to his mom.
How's the honeymoon?
Fabulous, Riley said dreamily.
Jazz and I went hiking this morning and lounged around on the beach all afternoon. We're getting dressed to go out for dinner. I thought I'd call y'all right quick while I had a minute. Can I speak to Noah?
Sure. Tess walked into the other room and held out the phone to Noah, who was camped out in front of the TV munching on a bowl of popcorn. It's your mom. Eagerly he reached for the phone, sitting up.
Hey, Mom,
he chimed. Tess figured Riley was peppering him with questions because he nodded vigorously. Tess chewed on her fingernail, hoping against hope that Noah wouldn't spill the beans. She looked down, realizing that she was still holding the clothes. No, not holding, but crumpling them into a tiny wad. She smoothed out the wrinkles the best she could, lightly folding the clothes.
Tess and I went to the beach.
Noah's dark, lively eyes sparkled as he spoke, his hair flopping with every bounce of his head.
Uh-huh,
he said excitedly.
I built a sandcastle. I had chicken nuggets and fries for lunch and ice cream.
His eyes widened as he looked guiltily at Tess.
Mom says I need to be eating more fruit.
Tell her you ate some apples and pineapple, she prompted, rolling her eyes. Her sister could be so neurotic about some things. Noah was a kid. That was the perk of being young. You could eat whatever you wanted and still be perfectly healthy.
Oh, yeah, I ate apples and pineapple,
Noah repeated dutifully as if he were reading from a script. Excitement sounded in his voice.
We got a kayak ride from Caden.
A streak of mischief trickled into his eyes as he glanced at Tess. The stinker was tiptoeing around the topic of the island to make her nervous. Tess gave Noah a warning look, silently willing him to keep her confidence. A part of her felt like a louse for trying to keep her folly a secret. Eventually, she'd have to come clean to Riley, but she didn't want to do it now while Riley was on her honeymoon. Riley was keyed up enough about leaving Noah, no sense in adding fuel to the fire.
I love you too, Mom,
Noah said, handing the phone back to Tess.
Don't worry, I didn't say anything,
he whispered, rolling his eyes. Tess hoped that Riley hadn't heard him.
Caden took you riding in a kayak?
Suspicion rang loud and clear in Riley's tone.
That's interesting.
Yeah, Tess said casually. He's a nice guy. Riley's voice went a notch higher.
Tess, did you hear anything I said to you before I left? Caden's a great guy, but he's been through the ringer. You don't need to get involved with him. Considering his profession and the things he's been through, well, I don't think he's in the right frame of mind to have a relationship right now. You would be setting yourself up for a whole lot of heartache.
Quickly, Tess walked into the bedroom, lowering her voice. What happened to Caden? A knock sounded at the door. Crap, Caden was here. The explanation would have to wait. This was becoming a reoccurring theme, waiting on pins and needles for the rest of the story. Maybe she could persuade Caden to tell her about himself. Well, someone's at the door. I've got to go.
Okay,
Riley said reluctantly, like she wasn't ready to get off the phone.
I love you.
Love you too. Tess ended the call, looking disdainfully at her shapeless t-shirt and shorts. So much for making a good first impression. She laughed at herself. It was too late for a first impression, but she would like to make a good impression on Caden right now. Sadly, she wasn't going to do that in the sacks she was wearing. She let out a breath, knowing she couldn't leave him standing outside waiting while she got dressed. Caden knocked again more insistently.
Somebody's here,
Noah yelled. I'm coming. Riley had taught Noah not to answer the door for safety reasons. Normally that was a good thing. Today, however, Tess would have appreciated a few extra minutes to remove the stain from the shorts and get dressed. Oh well, not going to happen. Tess paused, her hand on the door handle as she tried to compose herself. She opened the door, a poised smile forming over her lips. Hey! Her breath caught as she did a little hiccup laugh. Caden looked fantastic, in linen pants and a black button-down shirt. He'd dressed up. Wow! Impressive. She wondered if the outfit she'd selected was too casual. Caden scoped her up and down, a faint crease forming between his eyes. Sorry, I'm not dressed yet. She stepped back and waved. Come in, I'll be ready in a jiffy. Hey, Caden, Noah said in a bored tone, his eyes remaining glued to the TV. An amused grin quivered at the corners of Caden's lips. That must be some TV show. I'm not even sure what he's watching, Tess admitted. SpongeBob SquarePants, Noah supplied in a tone reminiscent of a teacher, enlightening dim-witted pupils. Caden's smile widened. My favorite cartoon. Noah scrunched his nose, assessing Caden with a keen eye to see if he was sincere. Really? You bet. Noah's face brightened as he looked at Caden through new eyes. Tess laughed. All right, I'll leave you two with it while I change. Don't change. We love you the way you are, Noah sang, flashing a deviant grin. Those were Tess's words that she always said to Noah. Uh-huh, funny boy, she said dryly. Caden pulled a face. I don't get it. I'll let Noah explain it to you, Tess said, drifting out of the room. She couldn't believe Caden was actually here. Talk about hitting the jackpot. The goal was to not come on too strong so she wouldn't scare Caden away. Again, she wondered what happened to make him so reluctant to have a relationship. Riley's words hissed around her like a sinister snake, stripping away her confidence. Was Tess making a huge mistake? She didn't want to put herself in a bad situation. The last thing she needed was heartache. She knew through Riley that Caden worked for a top-secret security group, and that he was a former Navy SEAL. Caden's profession was reason enough to guard her heart. She pushed the distressing thoughts aside with a forceful breath. She wasn't planning on marrying the dude. She only wanted to hang out with him, share a few laughs. You keep telling yourself that, the smart-aleck voice in her head chirped. It felt like it took Tess forever to scrub the stain out of her shorts and dry it with her blow-dryer. When she was dressed, she fluffed her hair and added a fresh coat of lip gloss. Her long, wavy hair was curlier here in Hawaii, and the tipped ends had grown lighter in the sun. She rather liked the effect. Large, hopeful, golden eyes fringed with thick lashes stared back at her. You're such a sucker for a good-looking guy, she said nastily to her reflection. She could no more divert her attention away from Caden than a moth could ignore the lure of a flame. The big question was, would she end up getting zinged by the flame and crumble to dust? Or would Caden turn out to be the very thing the innermost part of her heart had been yearning for? Chapter 5. Tess dressed up her outfit by adding a chunky necklace and dangly earrings. Also, she put on heeled sandals. Even though she was only 5 feet 5 inches tall, it was crazy the number of guys she towered over when she wore heels. She tried to be cognizant of that on dates, especially when going on blind dates with guys she met online. Men often fudged their height on profile pages, much like women did their weight. With Caden, however, the height thing wasn't a problem. Right at 6 feet tall, Caden was perfect. Well, at least his height was anyway. His looks were a 10 and then some. His inner qualities were yet to be determined, but he did get brownie points for the kayak rescue. Although, Tess needed to get to the bottom of the following her around thing. She assumed that in Caden's profession he did lots of surveillance. He probably didn't think twice about applying that to his personal life, but it was a bit unusual. Interesting how the term stalking correlated to the degree that she liked Caden. Had another guy followed her around the way Caden had, Tess might have found it creepy. But with Caden, she found it flattering. Caden's intent seemed to be to keep her safe. Also, he was Chaz's brother, and an O'Brien. The O'Briens were an impressive family. Tess loved the association with them. She picked up on bits of the conversation as she entered the main room.
"Who's your favorite character?"
Noah asked Caden. "Squidward," Caden said with a straight face. Tess laughed, realizing he was joking. No one's favorite character was Squidward. Noah's jaw dropped to the floor.
"Ew, how could you like him? He's a lame-o."
A pleased grin stretched over Caden's face. "Aw, come on now. Don't be too hard on old Squidward. He can't help it if he's a dud."
"What's a dud?"
Noah asked. "A lame-o," Tess piped in when she saw Caden's perplexed expression and could tell he was trying to figure out how to respond. Caden obviously wasn't up to speed on the 101 for 8-year-old communication. There was no end to the amount of questions Noah would ask. It was his favorite way to get attention. Caden stood, eyes widening with such appreciation when he saw her that it sent a bubble of satisfaction over Tess. "You look fantastic." "Thanks," she said demurely, batting her eyelashes and then lowering them so that they brushed against her cheekbones. The gesture had a 99% success rate of having the opposite sex eating out of the palm of her hand. Caden gave her a funny look. "Are you okay?" She tensed in surprise. "Yes, why?" "It looked like you had something in your eye." Heat crawled up her neck as she clutched her throat. Obviously, Caden fell in that 1% range of guys immune to her charms. Figures. No, I'm okay," she stammered, then caught his flicker of amusement. Her eyes narrowed the second before a laugh rumbled in her throat. Caden was a lot more perceptive than she gave him credit for. He seemed to be able to read her like a book. Tess didn't know if that was good or bad. "All right, kiddo," she said to Noah. "Time to go." Noah groaned when she reached for the remote and turned off the TV.
"Can't we just watch the end?"
Noah asked, giving Tess a pleading look.
"Please?"
"Hey, I've got an idea," Caden said. Noah gave him a suspicious look.
"What?"
"How about we go to my grandmother's villa and you can watch the rest of it there?" Disappointment sat like bricks on Tess's chest. They were hanging out with Caden's grandmother? Tess liked Shannon, but the idea of spending the rest of the day with her was not what Tess had in mind. Her feelings must have been broadcast over her face like the evening news because Caden gave her a crooked grin. "Graham has agreed to watch Noah while we go out." "Oh," she laughed in relief. Her heart did a dance when the words sank in. She and Caden were going out on a date. She had to fight the urge to squeal. "Well, that's very kind of Shannon to watch Noah."
"Let's go already,"
Noah huffed,
"or the show will be over before we get there."
Tess pinned him with a look. "Be nice," she warned. Noah sighed heavily, his shoulders deflating.
"Okay,"
he said in a sing-song voice of acceptance. "Graham has taken you to get some ice cream," Caden said.
"I'm tired of ice cream,"
Noah complained. He cocked his head like he'd just had an ingenious idea.
"Hey, maybe Graham can take me to get a toy like Gemma does."
"Gemma is Chaz's next-door neighbor," Tess explained. "I'm afraid she spoiled Noah rotten." She cut her eyes at Noah to make a point. He stuck his tongue out at her. Caden chuckled. "I see the apple doesn't fall far from the tree." Tess wrinkled her forehead. "Excuse me?" Ribbons of laughter swirled in Caden's arresting eyes. "I seem to remember someone else sticking her tongue out recently." She grunted in response, moving into action. "All right, Noah, let's get you to Graham's villa."
"And get a toy?"
he asked, giving Tess a hopeful look. "No toy," she said firmly. "You need to be grateful that Graham is getting you ice cream."
"But I don't want ice cream,"
he grumbled, folding his arms. He set his jaw in a hard line like he was digging in for an argument. "Every minute we stand here is a minute you're missing your show," Tess said. She didn't want to have a power struggle in front of Caden.
Fine. Noah blew out a long, labored breath. Tess could tell Caden was trying not to laugh. She shook her head in exasperation. Kids, she muttered. The problem with Noah was that he considered Tess to be on his level rather than the adult. Proof that Tess had indulged Noah far too often. Normally it was no big deal because she could cater to his whims and then hand him back to Riley. Now that Tess was the guardian for the week, she was learning she had to be tougher. Sheesh. She was starting to understand why Riley was such a stickler for following the rules. After Tess and Caden got Noah settled with Graham, the two of them walked side by side through the resort. Every neuron in Tess's body hummed with anticipation at being alone with Caden. She cast him a glance, trying not to sound too enthusiastic. Where to? I thought we'd head farther up the North Shore and check out a few of the beaches. There's supposed to be a beach where we can see turtles.
Well, that would be cool.
She cringed inwardly at how cheesy that sounded, like something a teenager would say. The reality was, Tess didn't care what they did as long as they were together. When they got out to the parking lot, Caden led her to a black Jeep.
Nice ride.
He winked. A rental car special. She laughed. No, my sedan is a rental car special. Yours is the upgrade. It's nice, but I should have considered the cloth top. Caden moved to the passenger door. Tess thought he was going to open the door for her, which was super impressive. However, he leaned against the door instead. She tipped her head, wondering why he was hesitating. What do you mean? Well, a soft top is easier to break into, and Hawaii is a high theft area. Her eyebrows shot up. Really? I had no idea. She'd not thought twice about anything getting stolen. Not even at the isolated parking lot of the beach park where she'd parked this morning to go to Goat Island. It was fascinating to get a peek into how Caden's mind worked. She made a mental note to ask him about his job, but she'd do it later in casual conversation after Caden was more comfortable around her. A couple of beats stretched between them, making Tess wonder about Caden's unusual behavior. Her heart picked up its pace when she saw the smoky smolder that deepened his eyes to pools of jade with the slightest tinge of blue. He caught hold of her hand and pulled her into his arms. He probed her with an intense gaze that imprinted the essence of him into her soul. "You're so beautiful," he uttered. Her breath hitched when his hand caressed her hair, then moved to her cheek. His thumb running the length of her jawbone. She didn't dare move a muscle for fear of breaking the spell. He seemed to be memorizing every facet of her face. Finally, she couldn't handle it any longer. She parted her lips expectantly, leaning closer. A burst of brilliance exploded inside her as his lips came down on hers. His lips were tender and exquisite, causing every part of her body to quiver. Instinctively, her hands went to his chest, her fingers moving appreciatively over his hard muscles. Like earlier today, she could feel him holding back, making her yearn for more. She coaxed him with her lips to let go. Something in him seemed to release as he deepened the kiss, his lips becoming hard and demanding. Tess responded with an eager passion, reveling in how her heart whirled and skittered in a rapturous tumble. Whether the kiss went on for minutes or a lifetime seemed to be irrelevant. In all her vast experience of dating, Tess had never been kissed like this before, so thoroughly and completely that she felt like her very bones would melt from the experience. When Caden pulled back, a pleased laugh rumbled in her throat. He gave her a quizzical look, keeping his strong arms firmly fixed around her waist. "What?" "For the past hour, I've been telling myself to take things slow so I wouldn't scare you off. And then you pull this." A smile tugged at his lips. "Turnabout is fair play. You kissed me earlier." "I see how it is," she drawled. "You're an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth type of guy." He laughed, the rich throaty sound pulling at her heartstrings. "Something like that." She searched his handsome face. "So, tough guy, what happens next?" "Let's go up the North Shore and take it from there. How does that sound?"
The tiniest part of her was disappointed that he evaded her question. Then again, what did she expect? For him to proclaim his love on the spot and get down on one knee? The absurd thought made her want to giggle. This was all brand new. There were so many things up in the air. She still didn't know what skeletons were in Caden's closet and how concerned she needed to be about those skeletons. Riley was concerned. Then again, Riley was a worrywart, always waiting for the other shoe to drop. Not Tess. Tess believed in living fully in the moment, holding nothing back. It was obvious that Caden was battling demons, but that kiss could erase a whole multitude of flaws. Jeepers, creepers, Caden was extraordinary. No other guy had gotten to her the way he had. She jerked slightly, realizing that she'd not yet responded to him. He was waiting patiently, his perceptive eyes studying her. She wished she could read his mind, discover what made him tick. "On to the North Shore," she sang like she was leading a battalion. He seemed relieved that she wasn't pressing him for more than he could give. "Let's do it." A cavalier smile played on his lips, causing Tess to swoon. Yep, she had it bad for this one. Chapter 6. Whenever Caden completed a successful mission or assignment, as they were now called, he felt like he was on top of the world. The sky was bluer, the air cleaner. The world was an untouched bowl of his favorite food, spaghetti, that he could dig into and feast on for days. That's what being with Tess was like. She was zany and fun, not to mention drop-dead gorgeous in a natural golden girl way. Tess was the patch of clear blue sky in an otherwise bleak landscape. If only he could hold on to these magical moments before the stink of the past seeped in like rotting meat and tainted everything. Kissing Tess had been a spontaneous gesture, one that arose out of the space inside him that he thought was closed off forever. An image of Becca flashed through his mind, bringing the familiar despair. Over the past year, the bitter pain over her death had dulled to a sterile, tombstone-cold ache that settled into his bones for the long haul. This was rolled in with stinging regret, bringing the same nagging questions. Could he have prevented Becca's death? Why hadn't he tried harder to make her see reason? Tess's quick movement jerked him back to the present as he tightened his hold on the steering wheel. Caden realized that Tess had turned on the radio. She switched stations until she found one she liked and started singing along. Caden marveled at how free-spirited and unencumbered she was. He felt himself smile as she sang louder. Then, in a flash, she turned off the radio. He glanced at her before turning his eyes back to the road. Tess was so unpredictable. In the wake of the music, the silence was oppressive. He rummaged through his brain, searching for something to say. Nothing came to mind. She chuckled dryly. "What?" He looked at her again. Her expression was musing as she angled to face him. "If you ask me, the silent, brooding persona is way overrated." A surprised laugh burst out of him. What? He'd certainly not expected that. In movies and books, everyone goes on about how sexy it is for guys to be aloof and mysterious. I don't agree. A grin stole over his lips. His interest piqued. "All right, I'll play along. Why don't you agree?" "Take us, for example." "Us?" He kind of liked the sound of us. Was it possible to hold on to that patch of blue? 1 minute we're kissing like there's no tomorrow, and the next, you're staring at the road like a condemned prisoner about to walk the Green Mile to your execution. He tensed, not sure if he should be irritated or impressed that she'd assessed him so accurately. Before Becca's death, he'd been satisfied with his life and career, never thinking that he would ever wish to be dead. However, when he lost Becca, life as he knew it came to a screeching halt. Caden experienced such dark feelings of despair that he wondered if they would consume him. While he was ashamed to ever admit this to anyone, he had at his very lowest wished for death. He didn't know how much of his feelings stemmed from the love he lost, and how much was plain old guilt knowing that he might have saved her. Tess nudged his arm. "There you go again, back down the rabbit hole. Her voice was teasing, but he caught the faint undercurrent of reproof beneath. He offered an apologetic smile. I'm sorry. I guess I'm not the greatest company. Do I dare ask what morbid thoughts were swirling around in your head? Tess had asked the question in a teasing manner, but she couldn't have guessed how close she came to the mark. Morbid was an appropriate description. He shuddered, grateful that Tess couldn't read his thoughts. Otherwise, she'd realize how broken he was and get as far away from him as she could. Had he been a better man, Caden would have held strong and kept his distance from Tess, knowing that he couldn't promise her any kind of future. He didn't believe in dating for the sport of it. His motto had always been to never waste time on anything that didn't have the possibility to yield fruit. Then why was he here now with Tess? Because he was weak, that's why. He was wildly attracted to her and didn't have the strength to keep turning her down. This isn't going to work. His heart sank as he spoke the words, even though he knew it would be unfair to string Tess along. Why was it so dang hard to do the right thing? He half expected her to sulk or get angry, but her delicate laughter caught him completely by surprise. He gave her a miffed look. Why are you laughing? She shook her head. I'm not asking for a kidney or even a ring. I just want to go up to the North Shore and see the turtles, maybe grab some dinner. It's certainly nothing to freak out over. Was he freaking out? No, he was just being realistic, calling things as they were. Look, Tess began. You seem like a great guy, but you're really not my type. He flinched, taken off guard by how much her comment stung. What do you mean, I'm not your type? Their kisses had been incredible. Caden assumed Tess had felt the same things he had, but he obviously was mistaken. Well, for starters, you're much too serious for me. What's wrong with being serious? Nothing, sometimes. But you're so serious. She frowned, adopting a self-important expression. I'll have no time for fun because I'm too busy saving the world, she said in a deep voice. He chuckled begrudgingly. That sounds nothing like me. McKenna often accused him of being too tightly wound. Maybe he was. It was hard not to be. His job involved numerous life and death situations. If a normal person had an off day, it was no big deal. But if he messed up, the consequences could be catastrophic. It's okay, soldier boy. We all come wired differently. Caden didn't like the mocking tone Tess used when calling him soldier boy. He was about to call her on the carpet, but she spoke before he could get the words out. Look, it doesn't take a genius to see that you've been hurt. She had no idea. I'm sorry for whatever happened. Her words sounded trite and empty, like someone was trying to use a Band-Aid to treat a gunshot wound. She twirled her hand, her voice gathering enthusiasm. But look around you, Caden. Have you ever seen a more beautiful place? He looked to the right at the white-capped waves diving into the shore like baseball players going for home plate. The sky was an endless expanse of azure blue with a few tufts of puffy clouds. It's nice. Nice? She grunted out a laugh. That's like someone being handed a new Ferrari and saying, it'll do. It's incredible, and you know it. A lopsided grin lifted a corner of his lips. Tess's enthusiasm was infectious. All right, it's great. Great? She exclaimed, throwing up her hands. It's incredible! She rolled down the window and unbuckled her seatbelt. A trickle of alarm ran through him. What are you doing? She stuck her head out the window. This place is glorious! She yelled. Paradise! She sat back down and buckled her seatbelt, then pushed her fingers through her hair, which was all over the place. He laughed. You know, you really should have your head examined. She clucked her tongue. Yeah, that's what all the bores tell me. Hey, he protested. I'm not a bore. He glanced her direction. Her hazel eyes sparkled with daring. Prove it. What? He laughed hesitantly, feeling somewhat offended. I don't have to prove anything to you. He shifted, tightening his hold on the steering wheel.
chicken," she taunted. He coughed as laughter rose in his throat. "No one's called me chicken since the 5th grade." "Bark, bark," she flapped her arms like wings. He felt an overwhelming desire to rise to her challenge. "All right, prove it how." "Take a vacation from your problems." He swallowed, his heart thudding dully in his chest. "Huh?" "You heard me," she said tartly. "Take a vacation from your problems. Have you ever seen the movie What About Bob with Bill Murray?"
"Yes,"
he said warily. "Remember when Doc Leo Marvin gives Bob the prescription to take a vacation from his problems?" "Bob was a head case," he shot back. "Yes, but the advice is still sound." Slight pause. "What's it gonna hurt to put your problems on hold for a few days?" She chuckled dryly. "I'm sure you'll find them right where you left them at the end of this trip." He considered her advice. She made a good point. What happens after the trip? Between us? That was the crux. What to do after this trip?
"Well, that's the beauty of it,"
Tess answered smoothly.
"There is no us, remember?"
He tried to discern if she was sincere, but her expression was guarded, making it impossible to tell. He spoke his next words, thinking out loud. "So, we spend the next few days together, and then we go our separate ways, no harm, no foul."
"If that's what you choose to do."
He couldn't be sure, but thought he detected a note of irony in her voice. Or maybe he imagined it. He wished he wasn't driving so that he could give her his full attention. Tess touched his arm, sending an electric spark through him.
"Let's just take it one day at a time, shall we?"
Her voice was soft and persuasive, the same tone Caden used to talk jumpers down from the ledge. He laughed inwardly at the reversal of roles. He was the jumper, and Tess was talking him down. Kudos to her. She made it sound so simple with no strings attached. Life was never simple. Caden had learned that the hard and painful way.
"I look at it like this,"
Tess said in a practical tone.
"If we don't agree to spend time together, then you're just going to follow me around anyway. At least this way, I can have some company."
Her comment stung, but he couldn't argue with her. He had been following her. "I'm sorry," he said stiffly. "I didn't mean to come across as a stalker. I'm not that kind of guy."
An airy laugh floated from her lips. "Like I said earlier, prove it."
He scrunched his face, a thought occurring to him. "Why do you want to spend time with me, anyway? I'm sure you're not at a loss for dates." Tess was the complete package. Beautiful, smart, spunky, confident.
"Nope, I'm not,"
she said, her voice neutral as if stating a fact.
"I have men coming out my ears, if you want the truth."
A pang of jealousy stabbed through him. He didn't like picturing Tess with anyone else. Her lips were meant for him and only him. He jerked. His thoughts made zero sense. One minute he was telling her he couldn't commit, and then the next he was thinking of her as his. He fought to keep his voice conversational. "All right, why me?" His jaw muscles grew rigid as he waited for her to respond. Silence. He looked at her. She was twirling the end of her hair around her finger, her expression thoughtful.
"That's a good question,"
she finally said. "Well, aside from the fact that you're not bad looking." His eyes widened. "Is that right?"
"Well, you're not as handsome as Chaz, if that's what you're asking."
"Well, maybe you should be going out with Chaz," he fired back, peeved that she was dissing on him. She didn't skip a beat.
"I would, but he's already taken."
Was she serious? Talk about a low blow. He was tempted to turn the Jeep around and take her straight back to her villa. Then he saw the wicked grin curling her lips. She was good at verbal sparring. He'd have to sharpen his skills to keep up.
"Besides," she continued, "I'm not into famous football players."
She was yanking his chain. "Oh?" he asked, like he couldn't care less.
"Nah, I prefer moody ex-SEALs. You know, tough guys who step on people's necks and make things happen."
"I don't step on people's necks." He was surprised at how annoyed she was making him. She trilled out a sultry laugh like she was getting great pleasure out of needling him. He pegged her with a look. Don't think you're going to tap dance your way out of this without answering my question.
What question?
She asked innocently, batting her eyelashes. She'd looked so dang cute when she did that earlier, which is why he had to tease her about it, to douse the fire that she'd ignited in him. At the risk of being redundant, why me? He gave her a sharp look. Don't give me that drivel about football players and seals. She thrust out her lower lip in a pout, showcasing her full red lips, making him want to kiss her again.
I'm not evading the question, she snipped. It's just that I don't have an answer for you yet.
He grunted. That's a cop-out.
It's the truth, she countered. Give me a few days and I'll come up with something.
Tess was witty and enthralling. Really? That's the best you can do?
Yep, that's it, she sang. My absolute best,
she added in mock seriousness.
He lifted an eyebrow, the edges of his lips giving way to amusement.
All right. We'll play this your way.
Good, she said with a large, satisfied smile. In that case, I get to pick the restaurant.
He groaned. Am I going to regret this?
Yep. Her face creased into a wicked grin. Better get ready, moneybags, 'cause I'm going to order the biggest, juiciest steak they have. Oh, and a side of lobster to go with that.
A girl with an appetite. I can dig that.
I knew I liked you, she winked. As they drove to their destination, Caden wondered what had just happened. He tried to put an end to whatever this thing was, but Tess had maneuvered around it so skillfully that he couldn't help but be impressed, and a little worried. A few minutes later, he found himself smiling. Tess was something. He rather liked the challenge. One thing was for sure. The next few days would be interesting. Chapter 7. Tess's stomach stretched in protest as she finished off the last bite of the tender filet mignon and washed it down with a sip of Dr. Pepper. She should have stopped eating 10 minutes ago, but it was so good she didn't want to stop. The meal had been outstanding, and the company even better. She couldn't remember the last time, if ever, she was so thrilled about a date. She and Caden had gone to Turtle Beach, which technically had a Hawaiian name that Tess couldn't pronounce. They'd been fortunate enough to see not one but 2 ginormous turtles sunning themselves on the sand. They, along with a couple dozen other tourists, crowded around the turtles, as close as the wildlife volunteer would allow. Then they went farther up the North Shore and stopped at a couple more beaches before ending up in the quaint historic town of Haleiwa, where they browsed the shops and got some shave ice at a tourist-packed shop. They took their shave ice to a nearby beach park, where they watched the pink and fiery orange sunset. Next, they went to a trendy open-air restaurant for dinner where Tess made good on her promise and ordered a large filet mignon with a loaded baked potato and salad, and a side of lobster. Now that her stomach was full, a warm mellowness settled over Tess. Thank you. That was delicious. The flickering flame from the candle in the center of the table emphasized the hard planes of Caden's rugged features. He was 100% American male, with his closely cropped, deep auburn hair and light dusting of freckles over his nose. Caden's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. It's hard to believe that a woman your size can put away so much food. Hey, she protested, her lips forming a petulant pout. No fair. You shouldn't judge a woman for what she eats on a date.
I'm not judging you, he said quickly. It was a compliment.
Really? Warmth spread like a ray of sunshine through her as she grinned.
Absolutely. I love how you don't feel the need to impress anyone. You're just yourself. She chuckled.
That I am. For better or worse. A charge of electricity raced through her veins as her eyes locked with his. In the dim light, they were deep circles of mossy green. Tess thought about how it felt to kiss Caden earlier. How his lips had taken hers with a fierce passion, like he was claiming her as his. Anticipation thrummed a wild beat against her ribs as she thought about the goodbye kiss he was sure to give her tonight. Would it happen on the beach under the silver light of the moon? Caden was the most thrilling man Tess had ever been around. Being with him was like getting a taste of the perfect apple, crisp and sweet, with just the right amount of tartness. The problem was that after this trip, she'd have to go home to reality and try to be content with the deluge of mealy, tasteless apples that came her direction faster than she could turn them away. "Tell me," he implored, "who is Tess Eisenhart?" The husky timbre of his voice juiced up her cells, sending shivers of delight through her. Caden seemed genuinely interested in her. She tipped her head, collecting her thoughts. "I'm a huge movie buff." A crooked grin tugged at one corner of his mouth. "I figured as much when you dropped the what about Bob analogy." He reached for his soda and took a long swig. Tess looked at his long, strong fingers curled around his glass. Even his forearms were muscled and manly. Those arms had held her earlier, and she'd felt the strength of them. "What are some of your favorite movies?" She scrunched her nose. "How could I possibly pick just a few?" She pursed her lips thoughtfully. "Well, An Affair to Remember would have to be right up there at the top." "I've never seen that one." Her jaw went slack. "What?" She flung back, her voice rising. "It's the greatest movie ever." It boggled her mind to think that Caden had never seen it. "Where have you been, under a rock?" she joked. "Something like that," he responded dryly as a brief shadow crossed his features, making her wonder what atrocities he'd seen. She longed to know everything about him, even his demons that he seemed so determined to keep hidden under his tough exterior. "Who stars in it?" "Deborah Kerr and Cary Grant." "So it's an older movie?" "Yeah, but it's been colorized. It's amazing. You should really see it." He sat back in his seat, his hand absently fiddling with his napkin. "All right, but only because you recommended it." "Maybe we could see it together sometime," she said casually, her expression belying her interest. "I'd like that." She flinched a smidgen at the doubt in her voice. "You would?" A slow smile stole over his lips, nearly taking her breath away. "Is it so hard to believe that I enjoy spending time with you?" She blinked rapidly, feeling like a giddy 16-year-old who'd just been asked to the prom by the star quarterback. It took all the effort she could muster to compose herself and squelch the giggle rising in her throat. Sheesh, she was better than this. For all her dating prowess, she was falling to pieces at the slightest bit of attention from G.I. Joe. Tess did the only thing she could think to do, change the subject. "What about you? What are your favorite movies?" His brow creased slightly as he picked up his drink and circled his straw through the ice. "I like The Italian Job." "Well, that's a great one," she agreed. "And Rambo?" Tess's eyes rounded as she giggled. "Really?" It was so cliché, the tough military guy and Rambo. Then she saw his teasing expression. "Let me guess, you're also a Jean-Claude Van Damme fan." "Especially the one where he does the splits between the semi-trucks." She chortled out a laugh. "Yes, that one. I didn't know whether to be impressed by that stunt or mortified." "Me either," he admitted, grinning. "I kept waiting for one of the trucks to speed up and cause him to fall." "Or spread too far apart and split him in half." An easy laugh escaped his throat, making Tess feel like she'd scored a huge victory. They were connecting. Not just physically, but intellectually and emotionally. Caden cast her a shrewd look. "So," he mused, "you date a lot?" "Yes," she answered warily, wondering where this was going. "I'm a social person. I enjoy going out on dates." Her voice took on an edge. "Is that a crime?" He spread his hands. "I suppose not." She arched an eyebrow. "You suppose not? What does that mean? You don't date?" "No, I've never cared for the mechanics of dating." "I see." She crossed her arms over her chest, her fingers drumming against her skin. "You're above dating, is that it?" "I didn't say that."
"But that's what you meant."
He shrugged. "I guess I'm more straightforward." He paused, giving her a meaningful look. "I see something I want, and I go after it." Her blood ran hotter as she caught the meaning of his words. She leaned in, decreasing the distance between them. "What do you want?" she asked quietly as she held her breath, waiting for him to answer. He quirked a grin as he reached across the table for her hand. When their skin connected, it was electric. Lightly, he traced circles over the top of her hand with his thumb. "What happened to us going out a few times while we're here and then parting ways? No harm, no foul. You're kind of giving me mixed messages, soldier boy." He gave her a pained smile. "Yeah, about that." He rested his hand over hers, his voice going hoarse. "There are some things that have happened." He paused, swallowing. "It's hard to talk about." It hurt to see Caden struggling. "We don't have to talk about it right now while we're in the restaurant. You can tell me later, when you're ready." Had she really just given him an out? He smiled in relief, nodding as he glanced around. "Yeah, I'll save it for later." He squeezed her hand before releasing it. "Tell me about your job," he prompted. "You work for Riley?" "Yes, it started out that way. But she's making me a full partner when she gets back from her honeymoon." Tess didn't know why she felt the need to explain that, but it made her feel better about herself and her career. Normally, she didn't give a flying flip what people thought of her, but she did care what Caden thought. Interesting. That's awesome. Have you always been into cooking? She barked out a laugh. "Actually, no. I hated cooking when I was growing up. It was always Riley's thing." He gave her an incredulous look. "Really? Then why do it now?" She shrugged. "I fell into it. I started out with the intent to help Riley, and then realized that I enjoy it more than I ever thought I would." "Well, that's good." He paused, and she could see the wheels turning in his head. He was fascinating to watch, all intensity and fire, determined to sift through the pleasantries at record speed to get to the root of who she was. "What else do you like to do?" "Paint." Interest lit his eyes. "Paint?" "Yes, watercolors and some acrylics." "Do you paint people or landscapes?" "Yes," she said enthusiastically, a smile spreading over her lips. "Both." His eyes appraised her. "That's impressive." "Thank you," she murmured, contentment humming over her. "I'd like to see your work." Her heart picked up its beat. "I'd like that, but I don't have any pictures of it on my phone." She paused significantly. "You'll have to come to my house and see them." She tensed when the lines around his eyes and mouth tightened. He seemed to be wrestling with himself, trying to reach some definite conclusion. For a second, she feared he was pulling away from her. She mentally kicked herself for pressing too hard. Then, before she could blink, his expression cleared. "All right," he said resolutely. "I'll come." She coughed. "You will?" She still had no idea what had happened to Caden. Whatever the event, it was enough to concern Riley. Tess really did need to start thinking before she leapt. A teasing smile overtook Caden's lips as he leaned forward, causing everything else to fade into the background. How could she possibly turn him down? The die had been cast from the moment she saw him. She knew instinctively that whatever his problems were, she'd face them head on. "What's wrong, Tess?" he taunted playfully. "Afraid of a little commitment?" His eyes radiated adventure, sparking the reckless part of her. She leaned closer, her pulse beating faster. "Not in the slightest." Heaven help her, she was going for it. "It's settled then. We're doing this." Her heart leapt at the prospect, a smile stretching over her lips. "What exactly are we doing?" He reached for her hands. "Well, for starters, let's get our check, and then we'll find a quiet beach where we can talk." His gaze moved to her lips, his voice going husky. "Amongst other things." Tantalizing tingles circled down her spine, her cells swirling in a mad rush of attraction. "Sounds good to me." Chapter 8. After Caden paid the check, he and Tess were leaving the restaurant when Caden received a call. He pulled his phone from his pocket, the corners of his lips turning down in an apology. "I'd better take this. It's from my boss." "No worries," she said breezily. "I'll just meet you in the Jeep." He flashed a grateful smile as he tossed her the keys.
I won't be long.
He turned his back to her.
Hey, Sutton,
he said briskly. Tess strolled to the car, her feet barely touching the ground. She couldn't believe how quickly things were moving with Caden. If someone had told her before she got to Hawaii that she would be starting up a serious relationship with the guy she'd just met, she would have laughed. She assumed she'd play the field for a few more years, and then eventually settle down. Her thoughts halted in their tracks. Was this thing with Caden serious? She replayed his words in her head. Yes, it certainly sounded that way. Caden wasn't the type to play around. Was she ready for a serious relationship? No sooner had the question entered her mind than the answer came. Yes, she was ready. It was amazing how quickly she'd come to that conclusion when the right guy came along. It had happened the same with Riley and Chaz. Once they met, there was no turning back. She smiled, thinking how the only direction she wanted to go with Caden was forward. She'd just hit the clicker to unlock the Jeep and was about to open the door when she realized someone was behind her. She turned around, assuming it was Caden. "That was fast," she said with a breathless smile, then jerked. It was Axel, the pompous peacock from the beach at Turtle Bay Resort. Axel was only a few inches from her, his hulking frame looming like a sinister shadow. It raced through her mind that it was now dark outside with only the lights from the restaurant illuminating the parking lot. A sneer twisted his mouth.
Well, well, if it isn't Miss High and Mighty.
Tess's heart dropped to her stomach when two other guys stepped up beside Axel. She guessed from their GI haircuts and overly muscled bodies that they were military. The predatory look in Axel's eyes caused her blood to chill. Tess backed closer to the Jeep, holding out the clicker like it was a sword. "What are you doing here?" she demanded in a voice more forceful than she felt. Axel laughed.
"Is that any way to greet a friend?"
She lifted her chin, eyes shooting daggers through him.
"You're no friend of mine."
He stepped even closer. She caught the stench of alcohol on his hot, rancid breath. The other men also moved in. Axel looked her up and down, undressing her with nervy eyes. Tess's gut churned. She felt like a piece of meat dangling between cutthroat wolves. Where was Caden when she needed him? Fear lodged so thick in her throat that she could hardly swallow. She offered up a silent prayer for help. Axel touched her hair. She jerked back like he'd scorched her with a hot poker.
"Leave me alone,"
she seethed, hoping her anger would dissuade him. But he only laughed, a cobra encircling its prey.
"Caden, help!"
Tess screamed, then pressed the panic button, causing the alarm to go off. Axel wrenched the clicker out of her hand and turned off the alarm.
"Nice try,"
he growled.
"What you say we spend some time with me and my boys, Tess?"
A vindictive smile curled his lips.
"I'll show you just how thorough Navy SEALs can be."
In a quick movement, his hand went around her neck and up the base of her head where he grabbed a handful of hair and yanked it viciously. Tess yelped in pain. Axel released her hair and was about to force his lips on hers when a white-hot anger blistered through her. She ground the heel of her sandal into his foot. Axel yelped in surprise.
"You'll pay dearly for that." "I don't think so,"
a loud voice said from behind. Tess went weak in the knees.
"Caden!"
she cried, never so glad to see someone in her life. Axel's cronies went for Caden, but he methodically put them down on the ground. Axel straightened to his full height and dropped the clicker before rushing at Caden like a clumsy rhinoceros attacking a skilled panther. Axel drew back his fist to strike, but Caden neatly sidestepped the blow. In 2 seconds flat, he had Axel on the ground, his arm pinned behind his back. Tess felt like she was watching an action flick. Awe tingled through her. She thought of Liam Neeson and his famous warning in the movie Taken. "I have a particular set of skills that make me a nightmare for people like you."
"Now apologize,"
Caden demanded, his voice cracking through the night air like a whip. Axel let out a raucous laugh.
"It'll take more than you to make me apologize to this worthless piece of trash."
He flashed Tess a contemptuous look, his voice going friendly.
"Why don't you let me go, buddy? We'll save some of her for you two. We share everything in the SEALs."
Caden's features hardened to flint as he yanked on Axel's arm. There was a sickening crack. Tears rose in Axel's eyes.
I think you broke my arm,
he whined, taking on the crazed look of a caught animal.
I'll break more than that if you don't apologize, Caden warned in a voice so calm and controlled it was eerie.
Axel looked back at his cronies.
Are you gonna do something?
He yelled in desperation. One of the guys looked like he was going to stand.
I'd stay down if I were you,
Caden commanded. The guy nodded, his sense of self-preservation outweighing any loyalty to Axel. Axel's face crumpled as he began to cry.
My arm!
He let loose a string of vile words. Caden tightened his grip.
Only one way out of this, man. Say it. I'm sorry,
Axel stuttered.
Yes, you are,
Tess hurled through clenched teeth. She wanted to rush forward and punch Axel. All thoughts of retribution fled as Tess and Caden exchanged looks. The raw fury in Caden's eyes chilled Tess to the bone. He wasn't so much looking at her as through her. She had the disheartening realization that his demons had been unleashed. For a split second, she feared Caden might do some real harm to Axel, something that would bring severe consequences. Desperation clawed at her. Don't, Caden. Let him go. Her voice trembled. Please. Several painful seconds ticked by before Caden snapped out of the daze, his eyes refocusing on Tess. Let him go, Tess repeated calmly. She didn't know how it was that she could be so in tune with Caden, to feel his pain and know instinctively that the darkness of his past was threatening to consume him. Lucidity returned to Caden's eyes as he released Axel's arm and shoved him, sending him sprawling face first into the asphalt. Axel hit with a grunt, and then rolled over on his back, clutching his arm.
If you ever come near this woman again, I won't be as lenient.
The warning in Caden's voice was deadly enough to strike fear into the hardest of criminals. Tess felt a mixture of awe and trepidation at Caden standing erect and tall, a magnificent Greek god radiating wrath at his vanquished foes.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Axel nodded, averting his gaze.
Word to the wise, Caden continued in disgust. Stop trying to pass yourself off as a seal. It's the highest insult to those of us who have actually served.
Axel's eyes filled with such fright that he reminded Tess of a trembling rat.
Now get out of here, Caden growled, before I change my mind and finish what I started.
Crawl back underneath the rock you came from, Tess added as the coward scuttled away. Caden leaned over and picked up the clicker with a clean swipe. It was then that Tess realized she was shaking all over.
Are you all right?
Caden asked with such tenderness that it caused tears to well in Tess's eyes. Caden was a complicated man. The hardened warrior who could rip men to shreds without breaking a sweat, and the kind, solicitous man concerned for her welfare. Yes, she croaked. Caden opened the passenger door.
Let's get you inside and away from here.
Numbly, she nodded, climbing into the Jeep. With fumbling hands, she buckled her seatbelt and clasped her hands tightly in her lap. Caden got in and started the engine. As he drove out of the parking lot, he gave her a concerned look. She forced a rubbery smile, trying to hold back the tears. She was glad it was dark, so Caden couldn't see her expression. She didn't want to think about what would have happened if Caden hadn't come to her rescue. And she certainly didn't want to think about what Caden would have done to Axel if she hadn't talked him down. They drove in silence for a good 15 minutes before Tess could trust herself to speak without breaking down. Thank you, she said quietly. Even in the near darkness, she saw a marble form at the corner of his jaw.
Nothing gets my blood boiling like bottom dwellers who prey on the innocent.
She gurgled out a laugh, clutching her neck. I don't know if I exactly qualify as innocent. The words cut coming out of her mouth. Still, her conscience wouldn't allow her to remain quiet. Caden gave her a quizzical look that bordered on irritation.
What do you mean?
She clenched her hand so tight that her fingernails dug into the palm of her hand. If I hadn't... Her throat closed as she swallowed and tried again. She moistened her lips, shifting in her seat. If I hadn't shown Axel some interest at Turtle Bay Resort and then turned him down flat, he wouldn't have come on to me tonight.
He grunted. Is that what you call his behavior? He practically mauled you.
His voice hardened.
Nothing you could have possibly done justified that animal's actions.
The only reason I even gave Axel the time of day was to make you jealous, she said miserably, her face flaming.
Long pause.
I know,
he said matter-of-factly. She thought she saw a ghost of a smile cross his lips, but couldn't be sure. Tess wasn't the least bit surprised that Caden had seen right through her charade. He glanced at her.
If it's any consolation, it worked.
A pleased smile stretched over her lips. Good. He grunted out a surprised laugh. It dispelled some of the tension. Tess looked unseeingly at the dark, curvy road before angling towards Caden. She had to say something about his fury. Did you break Axel's arm? He tightened his grip on the steering wheel.
I suspect I just popped it.
Her shoulders relaxed a fraction. She ran her tongue over her bottom lip, which felt drier than a lizard's skin. She tried to figure out a way to navigate this delicately.
For a second, there was a certain look in your eyes.
She shuddered, hugging her arms.
You had me worried. What happened to you?
She blurted. A thick silence filled the space between them. Even though they were in the same vehicle, Tess felt like Caden had slipped beyond her reach. Her heart hurt for him, and her. Maybe Riley was right. Caden wasn't ready for a relationship. Maybe he'd never be ready. A cold, hard fist squeezed her heart, making her feel such a bitter disappointment that it brought tears to her eyes.
I owe you an explanation,
Caden said so quietly that she wondered if she'd only imagined that he'd spoken.
Let's go back to the resort and I'll tell you everything.
His voice was flat and devoid of emotion. Sounds good, she said somberly. The evening had started out so well, like nothing bad could touch them. Tess had been excited about their budding relationship. Now, everything felt tainted. Who was she kidding? Whatever happened to Caden had happened long before this date. The demons were already there. The skirmish with Axel had merely brought it to the surface. It was good to get things out in the open, so Tess would know what she was dealing with. Riley had tried to warn her about Caden, but as usual, Tess hadn't listened. Stony silence descended between them as they headed to the resort. Tess knew she needed to learn about Caden's past, but she dreaded it. Part of her wanted to tell him to just keep the ugliness to himself. That way they could simply enjoy the rest of the trip. No, that would be foolish. She couldn't fall for a guy who was injured without knowing the extent of the damage. Would she be willing to stick by Caden when she heard everything? Earlier tonight, she would have answered with a resounding yes. Now she wasn't sure. The rage she'd seen in Caden's eyes had jolted her to the core. Caden was devastatingly handsome with a tough guy edge that was both charming and thrilling. Was he also dangerous? That was what she needed to find out before this went any further. Heaven help her. She needed to find the strength to walk away if that's what the situation warranted. She uttered another silent prayer in her mind. This time, she asked for discernment. The goal was to keep her head in control and not let her emotions or this wild attraction get in the way of good sense. Surely she could find it in herself to be sensible for once. Yes, she could do it. She hoped. Caden gave her a sidelong glance, flashing an encouraging smile. She smiled back, some of her unease trickling away. Caden was a good guy. She'd felt that. He came from a solid family, was her sister's brother-in-law, and he'd saved her from Axel's evil intentions. He was a hero, not a villain. Caden turned into Turtle Bay Resort.
So, what's the verdict?
She blinked. Huh?
Can you trust me?
Heat crawled up her neck. What do you mean? She asked innocently, shocked that he could read her so accurately. They pulled into a parking space as Caden turned off the engine. Tess's thoughts were a jumble. Trust you with what?
With everything,
he uttered, his fierce eyes cutting into hers. I don't know, she finally said. His mouth pressed into a tight line as he nodded. Fair enough. He motioned with his head.
Let's go for a walk on the beach.
She was about to open the door.
Don't.
She gave him a questioning look.
I'll get the door, he said as he got out and came around. For all his faults, Caden was a gentleman. That counted for something, didn't it? Chapter 9. Caden nearly lost it in the parking lot of the restaurant. He didn't blame Tess for being leery of him. Heck, he was leery of himself. His line of work had hardened him, making him a misfit in polite society. Add to that Becca's tragic loss and it was a toxic combination. He looked at Tess out of the corner of his eye, cringing at her pensive expression. Their despondent moods were a stark contrast to the picture-perfect evening. Caden looked up at the creamy moon casting silver threads over the water. He would have thought the steady roar of crashing waves would help soothe his raw nerves. But it didn't. When he heard Tess's cry, followed by the shrill hiss of the Jeep alarm, he felt intensely worried for Tess, needing to rush to her side and save her at all costs. Then when that scumbag breathed those vile insults, Caden's anger magnified with vengeance, crowding out everything else. All he could think about was exacting justice. Chances are he would have done something stupid had Tess not talked him off the ledge. When Caden lost Becca, he thought he'd never be able to look at a woman again, much less fall for someone. Then he met Tess. He couldn't count the number of times he'd jokingly asked Riley if she could fix him up with her sister, never imagining that it would become something real. It was a bad idea to get involved with Tess, but he couldn't seem to help himself. He felt a strong, undeniable connection with her. Kissing her lit him up like a fistful of firecrackers. Now, with the prospect of losing her looming over him, he realized with a jolt that he needed her in his life. They made their way past the villas and up the secluded beach. Caden longed to pull her into his arms and claim her lips again, but that wouldn't happen. Not until after they'd had a hard discussion. Even afterwards, Tess might not understand. He stopped and turned to face her, his pulse thrashing against his temples. "Do you mind if we sit down?" "Sure." Caden led Tess to a spot on the sand where they both sat. The tender curve of Tess's fine jawline was highlighted by the soft moonlight, her lustrous hair flowing over her slender shoulders. She was so feminine, yet possessed an inherent strength and such spunk. It was a night for romance, for starting something new, not for dredging up the past. If only he could have kept his temper in check, this scene would be playing out much differently. Tess's deep gold-green eyes studied him with apprehension. His throat felt impossibly dry. He swallowed hard, collecting his thoughts. "How much do you know about my profession?" "Yes, better to start there and then work his way into the more painful stuff." Tess tipped her head thoughtfully. "You were once a Navy SEAL." A slight smile touched her lips. "As evidenced by your frustration over Axel and his buddy's pretense." He pushed a hand through his hair. "Yeah, that burns me up." Some of his residual anger came rushing back as he offered a rueful smile. He felt a fraction of relief when she smiled back. Maybe all was not lost after all. Realizing he was getting sidetracked, he jumped back to the heart of what he needed to convey. "After retiring from the SEALs, I went to work for a security group based out of San Diego. I purchased a condo there." He hesitated, the painful memories cutting sharp ribbons through him. "One night I was sitting on my back deck relaxing, when the sound of sobbing drifted over from the place next door. That's when Becca first came on my radar." The all-too-familiar guilt cloaked him like a hot blanket. It was so hard to talk about this. He was telling Tess things he'd not told anyone. She placed a hand over his, giving him a reassuring squeeze. The warmth of her seeped into him like a comforting balm. "You loved her," she said softly, her voice holding a hint of wistfulness. "Yes," he admitted. The word was as elusive as a feather captured by the wind as it lifted and floated away in the night breeze. He searched Tess's face, feeling the need to reassure her that the past was the past. He'd not realized it until tonight, but he was finally ready to take the plunge and move on with his life. With Tess, Becca and I were only friends, but I loved her very much. She started to confide in me. His voice cracked. Her husband had a drinking problem. He beat her.
Futile indignation burned through his veins. Here I was, part of an elite security group whose aim is to keep people safe. And my next-door neighbor was getting knocked around by her husband, and I was unable to stop it. I tried to persuade Becca to leave him. He drew in a halting breath. The best way to get through this was to just push it out. Becca had finally gotten the nerve to end the marriage when she found out she was pregnant. Tess shook her head, compassion radiating from her hazel eyes. Becca decided to try and save her marriage. Caden swallowed the acid boiling in his throat. She cut off all ties from me. A month later, her husband Brad was driving drunk. He hit a car head-on. Both Brad and Becca were killed instantly, as was the man driving the other vehicle.
I'm so sorry.
Tess's hand went to her mouth, her eyes wide with horror. Caden's gut tightened. It's probably a good thing that Brad died in the accident. His voice went hoarse, white-hot anger coursing like poison through his veins. Otherwise, I would have killed him. There it was. He'd said it out loud. Now Tess would realize the depth of his rage. She'd look at him like he was a monster, and that would be that. He'd go back to his stale, empty life, trying to take solace in the fact that he helped people through his job. Tears shimmered in Tess's eyes. "I'm so sorry," she uttered. A regretful smile touched his lips. "Now you know why I was reluctant to pursue you." Caden felt a clutch of fear when shadows clouded her features. Tess was sitting beside him, and yet she was as untouchable as the moon. She was so incredibly beautiful that it almost hurt to look at her. "Say something," he prompted, unable to handle the silence any longer. "Do you still love her?" He flinched. Not what he'd expected to hear. If you'd asked me that before I came to Hawaii, I would have told you, yes. He soaked her in, committing every facet of Tess to memory. The faint laugh lines around her eyes and mouth, the dainty curve of her thick eyelashes, her sun-kissed strands of wavy hair, full rose-petal lips just right for kissing. And now, the future hung in the balance awaiting his next words. "I love the memory of Becca," he finally said. "But with that love comes guilt and the same question. Could I have prevented her death?" He was so weary of carrying the guilt. It bled over into everything he'd done for the past year. He felt like he was a walking shadow, never fully coming into the sunlight. Caden was surprised to see sparks shooting from Tess's eyes. "Stop it," she snapped. He rocked back. "Stop what?" "Becca was a grown woman. She made a commitment to her husband long before she met you. She chose to stay with him. There was nothing you could do." He grunted out a hard laugh. "Yes, that's what my head tells me. But my heart?" She touched his cheek, igniting his skin with tingles. Her eyes held his with such intensity that he felt he could melt into her. "You're a good man. But contrary to what you think, you don't have the power to save the world." A partially amused grin tugged at his lips. "I don't?" She laughed. "That privilege is held by Superman in a comic book." She shook her head, her expression going prim. "And the last I checked, Superman is not Irish, so that excludes you." He pushed out a short laugh. "Ha, that sounds discriminatory to me." "Nope," she retorted. "Just stating a fact." Caden couldn't believe how blessed he was to have such a magnificent woman in front of him. He'd revealed the darkest part of his soul, and she was still here. Fear resurged. "Does it bother you that I wanted vengeance for Becca's death?" She squared her jaw. "No, I can totally understand how you felt, especially in your line of work. You take the bull by the horns." Her eyes lit with teasing. "You step on people's necks and make things happen. Don't try and deny it," she inserted before he could protest. "I witnessed it firsthand." He touched her hair, his fingers trailing lightly down the length of her locks. "Where does that leave us?" The conflicting emotions battling in her eyes made him tense. She gave him a censuring look. "I'd be lying if I said it didn't freak me out a little when you went Rambo earlier." A startled laugh rose in his throat.
Rambo?
Yeah, I thought you were going to do something worse to Axel. She shuddered. That would have been disastrous. He wanted to deny it, but how could he? She was telling the truth. He had lost it for a few seconds. She rolled her eyes. Of course, similar thoughts ran through my mind, but I don't have the skill set to do anything except scratch and claw. He chuckled, loving her grit. But, she continued, you didn't do anything disastrous. When push came to shove, you stepped down. That's what's important. Because of you. A pleased expression overtook her features. True. She cocked her head, a smile ruffling her lips. See, that means you need me. You have no idea, he murmured, relishing the blush that crept into her high cheekbones, visible even in the moonlight. Tess bit her lower lip. I look at it this way. Everyone has something they're battling. That's why they say life is a 4-letter word, she added dryly. She gave him an assessing look. If you're willing to give us a go, then so am I. Victory surged through Caden as he smiled broadly. I say we go for it. A velvety laugh rumbled in Tess's throat. You're my kind of man. Leap first and look later. On the contrary, I always plan ahead. She arched an eyebrow, amusement sparkling in her mesmerizing eyes. Is that so? He grinned sheepishly. Well, usually I do. I guess you're the exception. Exceptions are good, right? She whispered, drawing closer. His pulse revved up several notches. Right, he said decisively. Tess wrinkled her nose, drawing back a fraction. Of course, Riley will say I'm a complete idiot for making such a rash decision. He tensed, afraid of losing Tess just when he thought he had her. You think she disapproves of me? It hurt to think that Riley thought so little of him. No, I'm sure she'll be fine with you. She won't like how quickly our relationship has progressed. One minute we're talking about hanging out together for the week, and the next, we're making a commitment, he finished, wincing. When you put it like that, it does sound a bit rushed. Why had he said that out loud? The last thing he wanted to do was discourage Tess. She leaned closer. Not chickening out on me, are you, soldier boy? She taunted. The reckless look in her golden eyes called to some part of Caden that he didn't know existed. He was a planner from the word go, never leaving anything to chance. Being with Tess made him want to rethink everything. Right now, what he wanted more than anything was to kiss her again. Come here, he said as he slid his hand around her neck and pulled her close, burying his fingers in her glorious hair. You're amazing, he murmured, his breath coming faster. Right back at you, she uttered. When their lips connected, an explosion rippled through him. She slid her arms around his neck and melted into him, each of them responding with a heady eagerness, as though they only had this moment. No, Caden couldn't think that way. A moment would never be enough. He wanted this night to go on forever. It marked the time when Caden was reborn, his life beginning again. This time, he vowed to hold on to Tess with everything he possessed, never letting her go. Chapter 10. The next few days were so glorious that Tess had to pinch herself to make sure she was awake. She and Caden spent every second they could together. Some of the time was spent with Noah exploring beaches and building sandcastles. Graham was kind enough to watch Noah a few more times so Caden and Tess could have some alone time. Tess was amazed at how much freer and light-hearted Caden was since their heart-to-heart on the beach. He loved to tease her, and she enjoyed rising to the bait. Like Tess, Caden enjoyed supping the marrow out of each day. On their last full day, the two of them booked a kayak and snorkeling tour at Kaneohe Bay. At first, they signed up to go with the group, but after talking to the tour organizer and getting the lay of the land, Caden suggested they strike out on their own. They kayaked out to the sandbars and snorkeled around them. For Tess, it was a little intimidating to snorkel in 60-plus feet of water. But for Caden, With his seal background, it was a walk in the park. A lump formed in Tess's chest as she placed the last item in her suitcase and closed the lid. She'd packed Noah's things before starting on hers. They were flying back home in a few short hours. It was a little after 12 noon. They needed to be at the airport by 3 for their flight leaving at 5. Caden wasn't flying back to San Diego until tomorrow morning. He offered to go with Tess to the airport, but she didn't want to put him through the extra hassle. She had to turn in her rental car, which would leave Caden trying to find a way back to the North Shore. Tess wasn't looking forward to a long-distance relationship, nor did she want to contemplate what life would be like without Caden. They hadn't talked about the logistics of the future, only that they wanted to make things work. Tess heaved the suitcase off the bed and wheeled it into the living room. A knock sounded at the door.
"It's probably Caden,"
Noah said, his eyes glued to a cartoon on TV. "Yep, you're probably right," Tess answered, her pulse picking up its beat. "Hey," she said with a large smile as she opened the door. Caden looked like $1,000,000 in a form-fitting white t-shirt and charcoal shorts. "Hey," he uttered, embracing her in a tight hug. She inhaled his clean, masculine scent, blinking rapidly to hold back the tears. How was she going to say goodbye to him? He pulled back, scoping her with astute eyes. "You okay?" She offered a strained smile. "Yeah, I just hate to say goodbye." His lips vanished into a tight line. "Me too." He paused, turning his attention to Noah. Tess thought it might be his way of deflecting his emotion. "Hey, sport." "Hi," Noah mumbled, his eyes never leaving the TV. The one comfort in this was that Caden seemed as distraught as her over their impending separation. Caden took her hand and led her over to the sofa where they sat down next to each other. Caden gathered her hands in his. "We need to talk," he said brusquely. Tess nodded. There seemed to be no holding back the wretched tears. The corners of his jaw twitched. "The other night as we left the restaurant, my boss called." "Yes, I remember." He hesitated. "I have to go away on an assignment." Tess's stomach hardened to weak old clay. "How long will it take?" She hated how desperate and pathetic she sounded. It was amazing how much difference a week could make. She'd been footloose and fancy-free before, dating whomever she'd pleased. Now she couldn't stand the thought of spending a day away from Caden, much less an extended period. "I'm guessing a month." Her breath hitched like she had been slugged in the gut. He gave her a pained look. "I'm sorry, it goes with the territory." "I understand," she said tersely. The thought that flitted through her mind nearly stole her breath away. Caden's job was dangerous. Would he be okay? "We should be able to talk on the phone, and even video chat," he reassured her. She blew out a long breath, offering a brave smile. "I guess that's what I get for falling for a soldier boy," she teased. But the joke fell flat, even in her own ears. "As soon as the assignment is over, I'll come and visit for a few days." "Okay," she said, feeling a little better about the situation. Something inside her demanded that she speak her next words. "Do you think we're going to be able to make this work?" A fierce light came into his eyes as he tightened his hold on her hands. "We have to. It's the only thing that makes sense. I won't lose you." She wished she could bottle up his confidence and carry it with her, something to hold on to when she was back home, alone. Her heart was on a renegade, sadistic roller coaster, 1 minute rising to the sky, and the next plummeting to the ground. "You asked what it was about you that I found so appealing?" "Yeah." A crooked grin tugged at his lips, making him look so boyishly adorable that it cracked her heart. Tess fought to keep her voice even. "You're fun and adventurous." She winced inwardly, thinking how it sounded like she was writing copy for a travel brochure. How was she supposed to put in words how she felt about Caden? Not to mention the fact that you're easy on the eyes. She tried to push out a laugh, but it got caught in her throat as tears filled her eyes. "The main thing I appreciate about you is how you make me feel." Tears rolled down her cheeks. "I like us," she croaked. Gently he wiped her tears with his thumb, cupping her face. "This isn't the end. Only the beginning." Oh, how Tess wanted to believe him. But she had an unreasonable fear that the fairy tale would come to a calamitous end the minute she left this magical island and went back to real life. She slid her arms around his neck, pulling him closer, trying to absorb every bit of him she could. His chiseled arms were strong and protective around her. If only they could stay this way forever.
"Get a room," Noah grunted in disgust. Tess and Caden laughed as they reluctantly pulled away from each other. "Your mother would freak if she heard you say that," Tess said, shooting Noah a warning look. He made a face.
Yeah, I know.
He made a point of exhaling loudly.
She already did.
Tess's eyes rounded. "And yet you're saying it anyway, you little stinker." Noah rolled his eyes in exasperation.
Yeah, because I can't stand to watch you bawling like a little baby.
A giggle bubbled in Tess's throat. "I guess I am pretty pathetic," she lamented. She was grateful to Noah for lightening the mood. Caden laughed, looking at Noah. "Things will look a lot different in a few years when you have a girlfriend."
Yuck!
Noah stuck his finger in his throat, gagging.
That'll never happen to me.
He scoffed with self-righteous indignation. "Sure it won't," Tess responded dryly. She motioned with her eyes to the patio. "Should we continue this conversation in private?" She would not leave here without getting a few long, shivery kisses beforehand. Caden stood and pulled her to her feet. He linked his fingers through hers, leading her towards the patio. "We'll be right outside," Tess said to Noah. Noah nodded, his attention going back to the TV. Tess traced the outline of Caden's broad shoulders, committing them to memory. Being with him had been heaven. Now she was being thrust back down to dismal earth. Emotion lodged thick in her throat, but she swallowed it back down, refusing to give in to it. She needed to be strong and put on a good face. There would be plenty of time later when she was alone to fall apart. Right now she needed emotions of steel. She wanted to savor her remaining time with Caden, not spoil it by blubbering like a child. Besides, if she allowed herself to cry right now, she might never stop. Tess took in a deep breath, praying for strength. When she and Caden sat down on the outdoor sofa, she managed to give him a genuine smile. She figured he could see right through her, that he knew her emotions were a mess. But what could either of them do? They had grown-up responsibilities in the real world. Responsibilities that would keep them apart for a good month, maybe more. She wanted to ask Caden what would happen after the month was over. She couldn't fathom the thought of leaving Fort Worth. Riley and Noah were her world. Also, there was the business. Tess was excited about becoming a full partner. Would Caden be willing to relocate? So many questions. But now was not the time. "You're so beautiful," Caden uttered, stroking her face. When his lips claimed hers, fire licked through her veins, pushing away the questions. She got lost in the feel of his demanding lips pouring everything into the kiss. She didn't want to think about the future and what might happen, but only about the here and now. In this moment, she was experiencing exquisite perfection. The trick was to lengthen out these final moments as long as they possibly could. Chapter 11. Tess glanced up from her computer screen as Riley strolled into the room and plopped down in her chair in front of her computer. True to her word, a week after returning from her honeymoon, Riley made Tess a full partner. Tess had taken on several new responsibilities, which was good because it gave her something to do other than brooding over how desperately she missed Caden. Riley removed her purse from her shoulder and dropped it on the floor beside her, suppressing a yawn.
Good morning.
"Good morning," Tess replied in a chipper tone. She took a brief assessment of her older sister. Normally Riley was all put together, but this morning, her blonde hair was pulled back in a simple ponytail, and she was wearing jeans and a t-shirt. Faint, sunken circles lingered beneath her eyes. "You don't look like you slept a wink last night." "It's the newlywed phase, isn't it?" A coy smile played on Tess's lips. "I know it's hard for you and Chaz to keep your hands off each other, but you really should try to get a little sleep." It was fun to watch Riley's face flame cherry red as she rolled her eyes.
Did you really have to go there?
Riley scoffed, her hand brushing against her jeans.
Tess could tell from Riley's prim reaction that there was an element of truth to her statement. "I'm glad you're happy, sis," she said, tenderness rising in her chest. "You deserve it." Riley smiled, a contented glow flowing over her face. "Thank you." Her eyes took on a dreamy expression, and Tess could tell she was thinking about Chaz. Tess chuckled inwardly, turning her attention back to her computer. A second later, she felt Riley's eyes on her. "What?"
"Look at you, all dressed up. What's the occasion?"
"Work, of course." Tess rolled her eyes. "What else? It's not like she didn't dress up. Sometimes." Riley raised an eyebrow.
"It wouldn't have anything to do with the fact that a certain O'Brien is video chatting with you tonight?"
Tess couldn't stop a smile from spreading over her lips. "Nope, it has absolutely nothing to do with that."
"Uh-huh,"
Riley drawled with a laugh.
"Is Caden still coming into town next week?"
"Yep, that's the plan." Tess had hardly been able to contain her excitement. Next Tuesday would make 4 weeks since she'd left Hawaii. 4 long, agonizing weeks without Caden. He'd left Hawaii and gone to the Cayman Islands for 2 weeks doing some sort of security work. Then he took an impromptu trip to Alabama to help his twin sister McKenna with one of her cases. Tess had hoped that he might come here to Fort Worth, but Caden was in the middle of something critical and couldn't pull away. Tess wasn't sure where Caden was now. He told her it was somewhere in the U.S., but he couldn't say where. All she knew was that he was coming next Tuesday for a week-long visit, and that he was video chatting with her tonight to finalize the plans. Riley probed her with those wise older sister eyes that had the power to unearth her deepest, darkest secrets.
"How are things going with you and Caden?"
Tess let out a long sigh. "As good as it can be, long distance." At this point, Tess was going through the motions of work, living for the 2 or 3 times a week when she and Caden spoke on the phone. Riley nodded, her lips forming a taut line. Tess could feel her disapproval. "What?" she asked irritably.
"Are you sure this thing with you and Caden is a good idea?"
The concerned, gentle tone in Riley's voice made the question even worse. Tess's heart clutched. "Do you know something about Caden that I don't?" she harumphed. "Did Chaz say something?" When Riley returned from her honeymoon, Tess had questioned her in depth about Caden. Riley's narrative of what happened to Caden was almost word for word what Caden told her.
"No, Chaz didn't say anything. He dearly loves his brother and thinks he's the greatest thing on the planet."
Tess's shoulders sagged in relief.
"I just hate to see you pining away for Caden."
Her expression brightened.
"Hey, here's an idea. You and Caden could continue your relationship, but you could keep it more casual so you can still go on a few dates."
"I have no desire to go on dates with other men," Tess replied through gritted teeth. She forced a smile. "I'm perfectly fine." She could tell from the doubt written all over Riley's face that she didn't believe her. She let out a long breath. "Look, I know I've been grumpy lately, but I assure you I'm dealing with it." Riley gave Tess a searching look.
"Have you and Caden spoken about the future?"
"No," Tess admitted. "I'm hoping that we'll get a chance to discuss it next week." Riley shifted, her features tightening, letting Tess know there was more she wanted to say. "What?" she demanded.
"Caden's profession is so dangerous and unpredictable. Chaz says he goes all over the world, sometimes at a moment's notice. I'm just not sure how that would work with a family."
Tess's first impulse was to lash out at Riley in defense of Caden, but she knew Riley only had her best interest at heart. And Riley did have a good point. Tess folded her arms tightly over her chest. "Look, I'm not sure how this will all work. I never meant to fall for Caden." She pushed forward to mask the tremble in her voice.
"It just happened."
Her eyes pled with Riley's. "You, of all people, know what that's like." Riley offered an understanding smile, her eyes softening.
"The O'Brien brothers are hard to top."
"Yes, they are," Tess agreed, barking out a short laugh.
"I just don't want to see you get hurt,"
Riley continued. Tess's lips quivered with amusement. "You're just freaking out because this is the first time you've seen me go gaga over a guy."
"That's true,"
Riley acknowledged. She shook her head.
You could never do anything the easy way, she lamented. A laugh gurgled in Tess's throat, breaking up some of the tension. Sadly, that's true. I seem to have a knack for doing things the hard way, she shrugged. Oh well, it is what it is, right? Her tone was flippant, belying the turmoil within. Right. Riley sat up straight and shifted into business mode. What's on the agenda for today? I'm going to Sue Wilkinson's house at 10. Do we have all the supplies for her? Yes, I picked everything up last night, for her and Gemma's job. Good, I'll go to Sue's, and then head over to Gemma's after I pick up Noah from school. You've got 3 jobs on your docket today, is that correct? Yes, the Bennett's at 9, and the Crownovers at 1. After that, I'm going to the Baldwins at 4. Riley made a face. I hate that you have to go there so late. It's such a long drive back, and the cell service is so patchy. I always worry about you on that long deserted road by yourself. You won't get home until after 8. No worries, Tess said lightly. Truthfully, she was glad that she had a way to fill her time. She and Caden were set to video chat around 9 p.m. Tess needed to stay busy or else she'd go nuts with anticipation. How are the Baldwins doing? Is Julie still on her fitness kick? Oh, yeah. More so than ever. Tess shook her head. I don't understand women like her. Julie has a handsome husband who dotes on her. She rumbled out a dry laugh. He's a senator, for crying out loud. Julie lives in a freaking mansion and has an amazing daughter. And yet all she cares about is her body and which fitness class she'll take next. $10 says that Julie calls and asks me to pick up Mia on my way out to her place. Irritation trickled down her spine. Did I tell you that Julie called me when we were in Hawaii? Tess charged on before Riley could reply. She had the nerve to ask where I was and to tell me that I'd put her in a bind because I couldn't pick up Mia. Riley's eyes widened as her head swung back and forth. You told me about that. I don't understand that woman either. Do you think we should stop working for her? Tess waved a hand. No, it's fine. I'm just venting. Our association with the Baldwins is good for business. She squared her jaw. But you better believe in the very near future I'm going to make Julie give us a testimonial for our website. That's the least she can do for all of the trouble she causes. Good idea. Are you still taking the hot yoga class with her? She pulled a face. I'm still signed up for the class, but I haven't gone since getting back from Hawaii. You should go. It'll help keep your mind occupied. Tess's eyebrows shot up. And give me something to do other than pining away for Caden? Is that what you're getting at? Riley lifted her chin. Well, if you want to put it bluntly, then yes. You need to continue with your regular activities in case... She bit her lower lip like she regretted saying the words. Tess's stomach tightened as she glared at Riley. In case Caden and I don't work out? Her voice took on an edge. Is that what you're saying? I don't want to fight about this, Riley countered in an even tone. It was crazy how fast the hot anger flared. Tess felt like she was roasting from the inside out. You need to let it go about Caden, she warned. You've stated your point loud and clear. Tess, Riley began in a placating tone, I didn't mean to upset you. I only have your best interest at heart. They'd been tiptoeing around the subject for the past several weeks and were finally getting it out in the open. That was fine by Tess. Her chest heaved up and down, the words shooting like bullets from her mouth. I stood by you 100% when you fell for Chaz. I was your biggest cheerleader. She shot Riley an accusing look. Is it too much to ask you to do the same for me? Tess, Riley said, her expression plaintive. Chaz and Caden may be brothers, but they're not the same person. Caden's profession alone is cause for concern. Add to that his tragic past. Her words dribbled to silence, a stricken look on her face. Of course I'm worried. You're my baby sister. Her expression took on the fiery look of a she-bear. It's my job to worry about you. Some of the anger drained away as Tess nodded curtly, trying to dissect why she'd gotten so angry. The next thoughts that rushed through her mind nearly stole her breath away. Maybe she was ultra-sensitive to what Riley was saying because deep down she feared Riley was right. Maybe she and Caden wouldn't work out. She clenched her fist. No, she had to think positively.
Tess had to hold on to the wonderful memories of their time together. No guy had ever made her feel the way Caden did. What they had was real as the confines of time and space. They'd chat tonight, and he'd come next week. Riley would see. All would be well. Tess was sure there were plenty of other guys in Caden's line of work who had families. Caden could do it too.
I know you care about Caden.
Riley sighed heavily.
I should have just kept my mouth shut.
Time seemed to slow to a snail's pace as they eyed one another. Finally, Tess forced a smile, her words coming out unconvincingly flat. I know, I appreciate it. She was done with this conversation. For the first time in more days than Tess could count, she'd woken up excited about the day. Now, thanks to Riley, all her fears and insecurities had returned with a vengeance. She turned her focus to the computer screen. I need to get this spreadsheet done before I head out, she mumbled. Riley looked like she might say more, but only nodded. A glum silence settled over the room as they both began typing on their keyboards. 20 minutes later, Tess stood. I need to scoot so I can get to my first appointment in time. Hey, Riley said before she could exit the room. Tess glanced back over her shoulder. Huh?
I love you.
The sincerity in Riley's voice soothed away Tess's remaining anger as she offered a truce smile. I love you too. Whether they agreed or disagreed, they were still sisters, business partners, and best friends. Tess knew that Riley had her best interest at heart. If the situation were reversed and Chaz had all the baggage Caden had, Tess might be worried too. There was only one solution. She'd just have to make things work with Caden and prove Riley wrong. Chapter 12.
What's the difference between an adverb and an adjective?
Mia raised up and grabbed a handful of popcorn from the bowl in the center of the island, and then sat back down on the bar stool, tucking her leg underneath her. Lanky, with long brown hair and dark eyes, filled with an insatiable curiosity, Mia bore a striking resemblance to her dad, as opposed to Julie, a petite blonde. Tess routinely came to the Baldwins once, if not twice a week. Every time she was home, Mia stayed right up underneath Tess, probably because she was desperate for attention. Tess didn't mind. She enjoyed having some company while she worked. She put down the chopping knife and wiped her hands on her apron, also reaching for some popcorn as she tried to figure out the best way to answer the question. It had been a gazillion years since Tess was in school, and even then, Tess was way more interested in boys than her studies. Luckily, she had a decent grasp on grammar. If Mia had asked her a math question, Tess would be clueless. An adverb describes a verb, and an adjective describes a noun or pronoun.
Thanks,
Mia said with a quick grin that showcased her dimples as she reached for her pencil and leaned over her worksheet, scribbling the answer. You're welcome, Tess smiled, a feeling of warmth bubbling in her chest. She wished she could scoop Mia up in her arms and in one fell swoop infuse her with all the love and tenderness that her parents seemed unwilling or incapable of giving. Tess reached for the carrots and began chopping them for the salad. Lasagna was baking in the oven, the spicy smell of tomato sauce drifting through the kitchen, tingling Tess's senses. Next, she'd put together a chicken pot pie, which could be popped in the oven tomorrow. The chicken was already cooked. Tess had made enough for the pie and a pan of chicken enchiladas to be baked later in the week. She glanced at the clock on the microwave. 6:15 and still no sign of either Julie or Reginald. So much for Julie getting home 30 minutes after Tess and Mia arrived at 4 p.m. Tess planned to leave the Baldwin house no later than 7:15, so she'd have time to stop by a restaurant and grab something to eat before she went home. She couldn't exactly leave Mia here alone. Mia was 11 going on 20. Still. The sound of the garage door opening filtered into the kitchen.
What's a conjunction?
Mia asked, her forehead crinkling. A word that joins clauses or sentences. Tess breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness one of the adult Baldwins was home. She could finish up and then leave without worrying about leaving Mia by herself. It was astounding how absentee the Baldwins were. No doubt Reginald had a demanding career as a senator. But Julie? From where Tess was standing, there seemed to be no excuse for Julie's disinterest in her daughter and husband. Tessa's gaze took in the spectacular kitchen that opened to a large family room. The place was a freaking showroom. Julie had everything, and yet she didn't seem to appreciate it one iota.
"Something smells great,"
Reginald said as he strolled into the kitchen holding his briefcase. He loosened his tie with his free hand. Tall and slim, with dark wavy hair that had a faint touch of silver on the temples, Reginald was handsome in a JFK Jr. way, the Quicksilver senator who fit the bill with his tailored charcoal suit and shiny black wingtip dress shoes.
Daddy!
Mia squealed as she leapt from her seat and flung her arms around him, giving him a fierce hug.
"Hey, princess,"
Reginald said affectionately, ruffling her hair. "How was your day?"
Good.
Mia's shoulders deflated.
Except for the stupid homework.
She thrust out her lower lip in a pout, her expression going sour like she'd sucked down a jar of pickles. He laughed good-naturedly.
"Sadly, that doesn't change much when you get to be an adult."
"I heard that," Tess added dryly. Her eyes widened, thinking she might have spoken out of turn, but Reginald laughed appreciatively as he held up his briefcase.
"I've got a mountain of work to get caught up on tonight."
I thought we were gonna watch a movie together,
Mia said with a crestfallen expression.
"We can,"
Reginald assured her.
"I just have to focus on my work first."
He gave her a gentle nudge.
"Go get your homework done so we'll have time for the movie."
Okay,
Mia said, skipping back to the bar stool. Reginald flashed a dazzling smile at Tess. She imagined that he used that same smile on his constituents.
"Dinner smells amazing."
Tess acknowledged the compliment with a nod. "Thanks."
it's lasagna.
Mia added with an eager look. "Yep, I'm just about to make the garlic bread. I wanted to wait until you or Julie got home before putting it in the oven," Tess explained. Reginald frowned.
"Julie's not home yet?"
He looked at Mia.
"I thought she was picking you up from school today."
Nope, Tess picked me up.
Mia said. Reginald's features tightened, anger flashing in his dark eyes. Tess suppressed a shiver, feeling a smidgen of sympathy for Julie. While Reginald was controlled and polite, she suspected that it wouldn't be pleasant to be on the receiving end of his wrath. A man like him didn't get where he was by being a pushover. Reginald seemed to remember that Tess was there. His expression smoothed so quickly that Tess got the mental image of a wrinkled shirt being pressed flat by a hot iron.
"We're very lucky to have you here to hold down the fort,"
Reginald said in a charming demeanor that spoke of class and money. "I'm glad I could help." Tess turned her attention back to the salad, assuming Reginald would go to his study. She about came out of her skin when she looked up and realized that he was standing right beside her. She jerked, her hand going to her chest as a surprised laugh escaped her throat. "I didn't realize you were there." He touched her arm, his bold eyes penetrating hers.
"Truly,"
he said in a meaningful tone.
"You are a godsend."
Tess felt the burn of his fingertips on her flesh and had to fight the urge to jerk her arm out of his grasp. "You're welcome," she mumbled, her stomach twisting. Surely Reginald wasn't hitting on her. Up till now, she'd had nothing but the utmost respect for Reginald. She'd felt sorry for him because of Julie's ambivalence, thinking how a man like him deserved so much better. Now she wasn't sure what to think. He released her arm and stepped out of her personal space.
"Dinner smells as amazing as you look,"
he said softly, his gaze flickering over her appreciatively before turning his attention to Mia.
"I'll be in the study."
He turned on his heel and strode a few paces out, and then stopped and looked back over his shoulder.
"Will you be joining us for dinner?"
Tess went cold all over. "No, I need to get home."
"Too bad,"
he said, giving her a wistful smile.
"Mia would have enjoyed the extra company."
He turned and left the room.
My dad's a great guy, isn't he?
Mia beamed with a large smile.
He's always thinking about me,
she chirped. Yes, Tess replied automatically, running the events back through her mind. Had Reginald just come on to her? It was so subtle, yet the intent had been clear. Or was she making it out to be more than it was? Was Reginald so lonely that he was desperate for female companionship? Or was he a womanizer? For the first time, it entered Tess's mind that maybe there was a reason why Julie wasn't coming home.
Dad likes you,
Mia said happily. Horror and revulsion streaked through Tess. Then she realized that Mia was an innocent child. Thankfully, Mia hadn't picked up on the nuance of what had just happened. Heck, Tess wasn't even sure she fully understood what had just happened. Tess wanted nothing more than to finish up for the day and get the heck out of Dodge. Tess had been willing to put up with Julie's antics because the Baldwins were high profile and prominent, which boded well for the business. Also, she had such a soft spot for Mia. However, Tess wasn't about to put herself in a compromising position with Reginald. If this continued, she'd have to bow out of this job.
I've got to go to the bathroom,
Mia said as she hopped from her seat and left the room. A second later, the doorbell rang. Assuming Reginald would answer it, Tess continued working. It rang again.
Are you kidding me?
She muttered under her breath. First I'm the babysitter, and now the butler. The Baldwins were tromping on her last nerve. She marched down the hall and into the foyer, opening the door. May I help you? She asked politely but coolly, her eyes taking a quick assessment of the man in front of her. He looked to be in his mid-20s. He was medium height and bald with a goatee and glasses. I'm here to see Mr. Baldwin, he said with an air of authority. Tess would have pegged the guy as more of a blue-collar worker rather than a high-powered corporate guru, although it was hard to tell for sure. The guy wore a white short-sleeve golf shirt and khaki pants. Pretty average. A guy who'd blend in well in a crowd. Tess stepped back and motioned. Come in. I'll let him know you're here. What's your name? He'll know who I am, he said so crisply that it bordered on rudeness. The hairs on the back of Tess's neck bristled as she glared at him. All right, wait here. She left the man standing in the foyer and went to Reginald's office. She knocked, but no one answered, so she knocked again. She heard Reginald's voice and guessed him to be on the phone. Hesitantly, she pushed open the door. He was sitting in his chair, back facing her, hunched over, cradling his forehead in his hand. Julie, your behavior is unacceptable, Reginald seethed. His voice rose. Do you care so little for our daughter, our family, that you would pull a stunt like this? I'm sorry to bother you, Tess interrupted, hot prickles covering her. Talk about an awkward situation. Sheesh. Reginald whirled around so quickly that Tess jumped. He pulled the phone away from his mouth, placing his hand over the receiver. His face was a deep purple red, the veins in his neck pronounced. Then, before Tess could take her next breath, a cool mask of professionalism slipped over his features. What do you need? His tone was impersonal and coated with irritation over having been interrupted. Tess got the impression of being one of Reginald's secretaries that he assumed was at his beck and call. Irritation crawled over her. A secretary she was not. She was about 2 seconds away from telling Reginald Baldwin to go jump in a lake. She straightened to her full height, lifting her chin as she leveled a glare. You have a visitor. His eyebrow lifted. Oh? Who is it? He wouldn't tell me his name, she said tartly, but he's bald with glasses and a goatee, if that helps. Reginald blinked in surprise. Tess wasn't sure if it was because of her forthrightness or because of her description of the visitor. I'm gonna have to let you go, he said into the phone. We'll discuss this further when you get home. There was an unmistakable warning in his tone. He ended the call and stood, forcing a smile. Thanks, Tess. You got more than you bargained for today with the Baldwin family, I'm afraid. He gave her a look of chagrin. At least Reginald had the decency to acknowledge that. Yep, I'm afraid so. She looked him in the eye, her words coming out clipped and precise. Normally, babysitting and secretarial duties aren't part of my job description. But because of my friendship with Julie and my respect for your family, I made an exception today. She emphasized today so he'd know this would not continue. An awkward silence passed. Having said her piece, she felt a little more at ease. At least now he knew that she wasn't a doormat. I'll just finish up and get out of your hair. She moved to leave. Tess. She stopped and turned. Yes? Thanks for everything you've done. He flashed an apologetic smile.
I'm sorry if I was a bit forward earlier. I meant no disrespect.
He raked a hand through his hair.
With the impending Senate race and the problems with Julie,
He spread his hands.
well, I'm afraid I may have given you the wrong impression. I'm sorry.
Relief swelled over her. No worries. It's forgotten. Maybe all was not lost for this account. As long as Reginald kept a respectful distance, she'd be fine. Tess had brought up the babysitting to make a point. However, she didn't mind looking after Mia, especially considering how much Mia needed her right now with all the turmoil going on in her own family. The minute Tess got in her car to leave, she pushed aside all thoughts of the Baldwins. Whatever problems they had were just that, their problems, not hers. Her stomach rumbled. What did she want for dinner? She decided on a deli sandwich and soup. She'd pick it up at the deli drive-thru on her way home. Anticipation swirled through her. She had a very important video chat to get to. Chapter 13. Everything was set up for the video chat. Tess's heart was pounding against her chest so hard that she felt like she might faint. She clenched her hands, which were perspiring. It was so ridiculous to get this worked up over a video chat. She went hot all over, and then cold. What if the spark was no longer there? What if she and Caden didn't click? Tonight would be the first time she'd seen him since Hawaii. Yes, they'd had a magical connection on a remote island. But could that hold up in the real world? Maybe she'd built Caden up to be something larger than life while lying in bed replaying the long, breathless kisses they'd shared. Her throat tightened to the size of a straw when her computer speaker rang, signaling Caden's call. Breathe, she commanded herself. She had to appear composed, despite how her knees were knocking together. Caden's handsome face appeared on the screen. Hey, he said, smiling so large that it crinkled the edges of his eyes. Hey, Tess replied, her eyes going moist. Caden looked even better than she remembered with his rugged features and piercing blue-green eyes that picked up the green in his shirt. Desire simmered through her. She'd kissed those lips, been held by those strong, muscular arms. Even on the screen, Caden's presence was all-consuming. You're a sight for sore eyes, Caden said in a low, husky tone. So are you, she said with a deep conviction that spread warmth from her chest to her entire body. The longing on Caden's expression evoked the same feeling in Tess, making her laugh inwardly at herself for fearing there would no longer be a spark between them. This wasn't just a spark, but a raging inferno. Seeing Caden, even on screen, made her realize that if anything, she'd downplayed Caden in her memory. How are things going? Caden asked. She shrugged slightly. Good. Congratulations on Riley making you a partner. Thank you. Another wide smile stretched over her lips. She couldn't seem to stop smiling. Her heart felt lighter than it had in weeks. One thing she appreciated about Caden was his sincere interest in everything she had going on. It's been nice but busy. The job I worked at today is way out in the country, so it took a while to get back home. So, that's your office? Caden looked past her, and she could tell he was scoping out her surroundings. Yes. She moved the computer screen so that the camera view would span the room. The office is in my house. Technically, the house belongs to Riley, but I live here. She was babbling the way she always did when she got nervous. In this case, she needed to release some of the energy that she'd built up prior to the call. It looks like you have a good setup. We do. She studied his surroundings. He appeared to be in a bedroom. Where are you? She wished Caden could tell her more about what he was doing. It was hard enough to not see him on a regular basis. When you factored in the secrecy of his job, it added a complex layer to the relationship. When he didn't answer right away, Tess wondered if he would be able to tell her where he was. I'm in the bedroom of a safe house, he finally said, lowering his voice. Oh, is everything going okay? He rubbed his forehead. So far, so good. Are you guarding someone? Yes. Several beats passed between them. You can't talk about it, can you? The edge in her voice was so subtle that she hoped Caden hadn't caught it. It was loud and clear in her own ears. No, sorry. He gave her an apologetic smile. The misgivings returned. Would Caden ever be more transparent when it came to his job? Tess didn't want there to be secrets between them. Are you safe? A shiver ran down her spine. Caden was tougher than rawhide, and Tess was sure he was good at what he did. Still, she couldn't help but worry. I'm fine, he said offhandedly, like he didn't want to waste time talking about himself. Thoughts of next week keep me going. Me too. Her mind raced ahead to all the fun activities she had planned. Have you ever been to a rodeo? He chuckled. Once when I was 10. Well then, mister, you're in for a real treat. I'm taking you to the Fort Worth stockyards. We'll go and see a rodeo there. Not pausing long enough to take a breath, she rattled off several more things she had planned. Amusement lit his eyes. You're something. She quirked a grin. What do you mean? As long as we're together, I don't care what we do. His words seeped into her thirsty heart. She laughed, unable to stop her eyes from misting. I miss you, Caden. I miss you too. She blinked a few times to push back the emotion, hoping Caden hadn't noticed. No way could she fall apart right now. She had to put on a brave face. So, you're staying at Riley and Chaz's house? Yeah, I figured that will be the proper thing to do. His eyes sparkled with teasing. Keep us both honest. Heat climbed up her neck. Good idea. Tess had always prided herself on keeping her attraction for the opposite sex in check. With Caden, that was immensely more difficult. Merely being around him heightened her senses to a point where she felt like she'd explode if she couldn't kiss him. Anything more than kissing was reserved until after marriage, even though they hadn't discussed it. Tess got the feeling that Caden held to the same standard. Having Caden stay at her place would be far too tempting for both of them. Silence stretched between them, with Tess's brain frantically searching for something intelligent or witty to say. She couldn't ask Caden about his work, and she didn't want to bore him to tears by blabbing about hers. Caden gave her a probing look. I know the long-distance thing has been the pits. His brow crinkled. My work schedule has made it worse. He ran a hand through his hair. We should have done a video chat sooner. Yes, she agreed. It would help if we could do this more often. Are you okay? She forced a smile. Sure, she responded quickly. His penetrating eyes found hers, and she got the feeling he was staring into the darkest corner of her heart. With us? She flinched. I'm surviving, she said hoarsely, unable to stop a tear from dribbling down her cheek. His lips formed a tight line. I'm sorry. Things will get better. Will they? Her words came out sounding accusing. That wasn't her intent. She'd been looking so forward to this chat and wanted it to remain positive. She'd known the situation before she began a relationship with Caden. They lived in separate states. He had a dangerous job that required secrecy. While she understood all those things with her head, her heart was having a difficult time coming to terms with them. He offered a reassuring smile. Yes, he answered with such absolute conviction that it helped dissipate some of her worries. I don't know what I expected, but I didn't realize it was going to be this hard, she admitted. He let out a long breath, his lips forming a grim line. Are you having second thoughts? No, she flung back. She gave him a probing look. Are you? A fist twisted her gut as she awaited his answer. Caden had been open with her about his past. Tess knew he was scarred. She firmly believed that, given time, her love could help heal him. She blinked, realizing that she just labeled their relationship as love. A beautiful, brilliant smile curved his lips. Not for 1 second. Relief bubbled out of her in a half laugh. That's good. A glow of pleasure ran through her. Tess heard knocking as Caden turned away from the screen to face the door behind him. It opened as a woman stuck her head in. She looked to be in her early 60s. I'm sorry to interrupt, the woman said, looking at the screen. No worries, Caden replied. But Tess could tell the interruption rattled him a little. It seemed she was already skilled at picking up the subtleties of his feelings. "Wes is grilling burgers. Would you like one?" "Sure, that would be great," Caden answered quickly. Tess figured that he would probably answer affirmatively to whatever the woman asked so he could rush her out the door. The woman's eyes lit with interest as she looked at the computer screen, a playful smile lifting the corners of her lips. "Is that the famous Tess whom I've heard so much about?" "Hello," Tess said loudly. It was cute to see Caden's face turn the color of his deep auburn hair. Caden had been talking about her to his coworker, or whomever this woman was. That was good to know. The woman stepped into the room. "I'm Rita," she said, pointing to her chest. "I thought you'd like to know that your boyfriend has been doing an excellent job of keeping me safe." She gave Caden a look of such gratitude that it bordered on hero worship. "Just doing my job," Caden said gruffly, like he was uncomfortable with the praise. Rita patted Caden's arm, an expression of tenderness softening her lined face as she smiled at Caden. "This one here is great." She looked at Tess. "From all that Caden has told me, you sound great too." Tess's eyes widened as she looked at Caden. "Are you sure he's been talking about the right woman?" she teased. "Oh, I'm sure," Rita said. "What exactly have you been saying about me?" Tess joked, zeroing in on Caden, who looked like he wanted to crawl under the carpet. Caden shot Rita a miffed look. "You weren't supposed to tell Tess that I've been yapping about her." "Oops," Rita said, laughing lightly. "When you're stuck in a small cabin for days on end, you can't help but swap stories." "That's true," Caden said. Tess was surprised at the dart of jealousy that went through her. She would love being stuck in a cabin with Caden and sharing stories. "It was nice meeting you, Tess," Rita said. Tess offered a warm smile. "Nice meeting you, too. Maybe we'll get to meet in person sometime." Rita's features tightened. "After all this madness is over." "I hope it will end soon," Caden said somberly. Immediately, Tess felt guilty for being jealous of this poor woman. There was no telling what horrors she was going through, and Tess was feeling pretty jealous that Rita was spending time with Caden. Rita turned to Caden. "I'll let you get back to it." "Bye," she said with a quick wave as she left the room and closed the door. "So," Tess mused, "you've been talking about me." Caden's face reddened again as he let out a low chuckle. "Busted," he uttered in a low tone. "I'm glad." "You are?" he asked in surprise. "Yeah." She shifted in her seat, trying to decide how forthright she wanted to be. Riley would admonish her to hold back, keep the upper hand, but Tess was more of a lay-it-all-on-the-line personality. "I was beginning to worry that maybe our relationship was a one-way street, that you were having regrets." He looked at her like she'd just sprouted another head. "Huh?" She held up a hand. "Please don't take this the wrong way, but your work has consumed you the past few weeks. We've talked on the phone when we could, but only for short amounts of time." He exhaled in regret. "I know, I'm sorry. Work has been crazy. I was glad to get the stint in the Cayman Islands over with." "Did everything go okay?" Tess knew she shouldn't pry, but she wanted to know everything about Caden, including the details of his work. The air seemed to hold its breath as Tess waited for Caden to answer. She was tempted to press him more, but wanted to give him space to see how much he would divulge. "Yes, I was over the protection detail for a diplomat and his family." "Oh, wow." For a second, she could only sit there in silence. Caden's work was important, hinging on life and death, whereas Tess prepared balanced meals. Caden wasn't bragging about his work, only stating the facts. Still, his work was super impressive and daunting. "Is Rita going to be okay?" Caden's jaw hardened, a fierce determination coming into his eyes. "Yes, if I have anything to do with it, she'll be fine." "Can you tell me anything about what's going on?" Tess's voice sounded small in her own ears. Even as she voiced the question, she sensed that she'd gone too far. He gave her a regretful smile. "After it's all over, I might be able to tell you some of it." He paused. "Rita's a good woman, a grandmother to 7 grandkids. Her husband died of cancer a few years back. His eyes lit with an inner fire, giving Tess a glimpse of his warrior side. "Rita's a brave woman." He looked like he might say more, but stopped. "She'll be okay," he said with such a die-hard expression that trembles of awe ran through Tess. Caden thrilled her to the core. She wanted to reach through the screen, fling her arms around him, and give in to her aching need for him that was swelling inside. Next week couldn't come soon enough. "I want to see some of your art," Caden said. "You can when you get here." A smile played on his lips. "I see how it is, making me wait for it, huh?" The husky tone in his voice purred through her chest. "Something like that." "You're so beautiful." His compliment sent ripples of pleasure through her. "Thank you," she said softly. Time slowed to something memorable and lasting as their eyes locked. "Those days we spent together in Hawaii were some of the best I've ever had." Caden's voice was a caress that wrapped her in a snug, warm blanket. "Me too. I can't wait to see you again. I miss you," she said again. "I miss you too." A crooked smile tugged at his lips. "I'm falling hard for you, Tess Eisenhart." Victory swelled in her chest. "I'm falling hard for you too." They spoke for another 15 or so minutes, mostly chit-chatting. When Caden said he needed to go, Tess's heartstrings tugged. She didn't want to end the chat, but knew it was inevitable. "I'm looking forward to next week." "Me too," Tess said. "Sleep tight." "You too." "Bye." Caden gave her such a pure, radiant smile that she wanted to capture it so she'd have something to carry her through until next week. "Bye," Tess said, tears coming to her eyes as she ended the call. Then she laughed at herself for being such a sap. The video chat had been amazing, but now the room was suffocatingly quiet. She wished that Riley and Noah still lived here. No, that was selfish. Tess was happy for Riley and Noah with their new life. She arose from her computer. She'd go into her bedroom and watch a movie before going to sleep. With any luck, she'd dream of Caden. The bleak prospect of spending the next few days without Caden stretched before her like a long black road of monotony. She sighed wistfully, an image of him flashing before her eyes. Riley's words about Tess needing to get out more rushed back. Tess was becoming a dull person. She needed to rediscover the vibrant person she'd once been pre-Caden. After all, Caden would swoop into town for a week, and then he'd be off on another work adventure while she remained here, pining away for him. A while later, as her eyes closed and Tess drifted off to sleep, she decided that she'd go to her hot yoga class tomorrow morning. A bit of exercise would do her good. Chapter 14. Talking to Tess had been great, but Caden missed her even more. He could tell their separation was especially hard on Tess. She was a social creature, used to constant companionship. While Caden couldn't stand the thought of her going out with other guys, he felt guilty for clipping her wings. Next week they'd have to do some serious talking about the future. Caden wasn't sure what the future held for him and Tess, but being apart from her was torture. He'd freaked out a little when Rita stuck her head in the door, but it had turned out well. It gave him a small window to tell Tess what he was doing without divulging any critical details, which could potentially put Rita at risk. Caden trusted Tess implicitly. Still, the less she knew about his work, the safer Tess would be. Rita was the former secretary of an influential Chicago businessman with suspected ties to the Ferrari crime family. Rita came into work on a Saturday to get caught up on filing and stumbled upon Frankie Moretti as he executed his own first cousin with a bullet to the head. Rita fled to the police, who immediately put her in protective custody. An investigation was open, but Frankie had deep connections on the police force. The safe house was attacked. An officer managed to get Rita to safety. Unfortunately, the officer was shot saving Rita and later died of the wound. The police chief, a longtime friend of Sutton's, contacted Sutton and asked if he could keep Rita safe. Caden and Wes Hamilton, a newcomer to Sutton's security team, were assigned protective duty. Sutton arranged for Rita to be put in a remote cabin in Colorado as the investigation was turned over to the FBI. Frankie Moretti had since been arrested. Bail was denied, so Frankie was in jail awaiting trial. Rumors had been flying about Frankie cutting a deal with the DA, getting a reduced sentence in exchange for dirt on the Ferraris. Everything hinged on Rita's testimony, making her a target for Frankie Moretti and the Ferrari family. Even after the trial, there was a chance of Rita being in danger of retribution. She would most likely be put in the witness protection program, which meant being separated from her children and grandchildren. The weeks leading up to the trial marked the most dangerous time for Rita. Sutton put Caden in charge of Rita's protection detail because he was the most seasoned of the pair. A former Army Ranger, Wes possessed all the necessary skills of protection duty 100 times over. Wes seemed like a good guy, but Sutton was leery of new employees, having been betrayed by one of his team members in the past. Sutton wasn't happy about the timing of Caden's trip next week, but he understood. Before getting on the video chat with Tess, Caden considered putting his trip off until after the trial. Then he realized how excited Tess was about seeing him and didn't have the heart to postpone it. Sutton could bring in a temporary replacement for him. There were many capable men on Sutton's team. Caden needed to go to Fort Worth. He needed to see Tess as much as she needed to see him. He smiled, thinking of the pleased look Tess had on her face when Rita announced that Caden had been talking about her. Not only had Caden been talking about Tess, but dreaming about her. The memory of her soft, luscious lips was burned into him. He kept thinking about her saucy grin and the lively spark in her golden eyes. Tess had managed to do in the short span of a week something that Caden hadn't thought possible. She'd taken away the sting of Becca's death and given Caden a new lease on life. For the past year, Caden had poured every ounce of himself into work as therapy to deal with Becca's loss. He'd been Sutton's go-to guy, jumping the minute Sutton said go. Caden could tell Sutton was shocked when Caden told him he would need to take a week off during the height of Rita's conflict. A sudden fear seized Caden. Would Rita be okay while he was gone? Maybe he should stay here and see this through. No, he couldn't do that to Tess or himself. Caden got the feeling that next week's visit to Fort Worth would be crucial to his and Tess's relationship. He squared his jaw, eyes narrowing. It was time to shift his priorities. Time to put someone else before work. Rita would understand. She'd been a big advocate of Caden pursuing his relationship with Tess. There was more to life than work. Caden would have to trust that other members of Sutton's security team could handle things while he was away. It would only be a few short days, and then he could resume his post. As he went into the living room, he heard the murmur of the television and found Rita on the sofa, her legs crossed, a ball of yarn in her lap. She looked up, smiling. "I'm knitting a blanket for my youngest granddaughter," she explained, working her long silver needles through the yarn. He frowned. "Where's Wes?" "Outside, grilling burgers." Caden didn't like that Wes had left Rita alone in the cabin. He should have clued in that it would happen when Rita mentioned Wes was grilling burgers, but Caden had been too caught up in the conversation with Tess to connect the dots. He glanced at the front door, satisfied that the deadbolt was locked before going through the kitchen. He opened the back door and peered outside at the back stoop where Wes was grilling. The aromatic smell of cooking meat filled the air. "Burgers are almost done," Wes said, his voice punching with a sense of accomplishment. "About 10 more minutes and they'll be perfect. You should have come to get me before you went outside. I don't like leaving Rita alone." Caden didn't want to be a jerk, but he was the guy in charge, and Rita's safety fell on his shoulders. Wes's face went slack. "I'm sorry, man. We've been out here for days and nothing has happened. We have to be on guard 24/7. All it takes for disaster to occur is for one of us to get lackadaisical for a split second. The threat against Rita is real. We can't let our guard down. Ever," he finished pointedly. Wes's shoulders fell. "You're right. It won't happen again." He smiled contritely. "Sorry, man." Caden nodded. "It's all right. No harm done. I'll see you inside," he said brusquely as he stepped back and closed the door. Wes was still wet behind the ears. Caden made a mental note to mention to Sutton the necessity of sending someone tenured to take his place next week. He returned to the living room and sat down in the recliner near the couch. "How did your conversation go with Tess?" Rita asked, her light eyes glimmering with interest beneath her glasses. "Really well." Rita reminded Caden of a more docile and grandmotherly version of Graham. "She seems like a nice girl," Rita said with a matronly smile. "She is." "You miss her a lot, don't you?" "Yes," he admitted. "It's good that you're going to visit her next week." Rita turned her attention back to her ball of yarn, her needles clicking with deft movements. Caden frowned. "I'm excited to see her." "But?" Rita prompted, looking up from her work. "But I hate the thought of leaving you, especially before the trial." Caden's stomach tightened. He wished he could be in both places at once. He couldn't remember the last time he'd felt this torn over a decision. Rita made a psh sound. "I'll be fine. It's only a few days." "I'll make sure that Sutton sends one of his best men to replace me." He squared his jaw. "You have my word on that." "Thank you, Caden." Her eyes went soft around the edges. "I really appreciate you going the extra mile." A shadow crossed her features. "I'll just be glad when this ordeal is over." Caden's heart clutched as he looked at the beginnings of the pink and white blanket spread over Rita's lap. Rita's children and grandchildren were her life. What would happen to her when she could no longer see them? Caden couldn't imagine never being able to see his family again. Sure, he and his siblings often fought like cats and dogs, but Caden loved them dearly. Even his oldest brother Colin, who was a royal pain. An image of Tess flashed through Caden's mind, and he realized with a jolt that she was fast becoming a focal point in his world. Visiting her next week was the only thing that made sense. Every inch of him longed to see Tess again, to pull her into his arms and crush his lips to hers. He missed her feistiness and how she challenged him at every turn. Tess was someone that Caden could build a life with. He blinked, unable to believe his own thoughts, but there it was. "Everything will be fine," Rita assured him. "You'll see." Caden smiled. Rita's tone reminded Caden of a mother comforting her child on the first day of school. "Yes, I believe you're right. Thank you for being so understanding." Normally, Caden made a point of keeping his distance from clients, but Rita was different. He considered her a friend, especially after all the time they'd spent together cooped up in this cabin. "It's a shame I can't just stuff you in my suitcase and take you with me to Fort Worth," he joked. Rita laughed. "Don't tempt me." She exhaled a heavy sigh. "I'm getting tired of staring at the same four walls." Caden pulled a face. "I feel your pain. How about a game of checkers after dinner?" Rita peered at him over her glasses, her eyes twinkling with amusement. "Are you sure you're ready for another round?" Rita had won 3 out of every 4 games she and Caden played. "I suppose I'm just a sucker for punishment," he said, shaking his head. She gave him an astute look. "No, you're a sweetheart who's too much of a gentleman to beat an old woman at checkers." Caden rocked back, surprised that Rita could see right through him. He'd worked hard at throwing the games and didn't realize Rita was onto him. "You're too smart for your own good," he said, wagging a finger. She chuckled wisely. "When you get to my age, you start to figure out how things work." Something in the way Rita spoke the words made Caden suspect that she knew exactly how this would all play out. She was too smart not to know that she'd have to go into witness protection after the trial. Rita had to know that meant she wouldn't be able to see her kids and grandkids. He marveled at her strength and bravery to be willing to testify against Frankie Moretti, despite the risk and sacrifice. Rita admitted that for several years she suspected that Frankie was up to no good, as she described it. But her job was comfortable, and Frankie paid her well. Caden could tell that Rita felt guilty for not going to the police until her hand was forced. Maybe testifying against Frankie was Rita's way of atoning for that guilt. Caden knew all too well how guilt could eat a person from the inside out. "You're a good woman, Rita Reiner. I feel honored to know you." Caden said, surprised at the surge of emotion that went through him. She smiled appreciatively. Thank you, Caden. I feel the same way about you. I'm excited for your future with Tess. Just remember that you can't ever go wrong choosing love. Her eyes misted. I miss my Michael every day. She cleared her throat and grinned. You and Tess deserve to let your hair down and have a fun week together. Thank you, Caden said with an appreciative smile. It was settled. He'd go next week and be with Tess. They would carve out their future. He should be walking on air right now. Why did he have a pit in his gut? Why did he feel like this was the calm before the storm? Was it because of what happened to Becca? Maybe Caden feared happiness the way some people feared success. He needed to push aside the uneasy feelings and count his blessings. Burgers are ready, Wes announced in a booming voice. Rita placed her knitting aside and stood, her knees cracking with age. Good, because I'm starving. Me too, Caden said, his stomach rumbling. After dinner, Caden and I are having a checkers rematch, Rita said, looking at Wes. Care to play the winner? You bet, Wes said, giving Caden a wicked grin. Which means I'll be playing Rita. Rita rolled her eyes. I wouldn't be so sure about that. She gave Caden a steely look. This time Caden is giving it his all, aren't you? Yes, ma'am. Caden was giving it his all. Not just for an inconsequential checkers game, but for Tess and the future. It was time to stop being afraid, time to embrace all the good that life had to offer. He loved Tess's zest for life. She made him want to be a better man. Pulling away from this job and spending a week with Tess in Fort Worth was a small price to pay. He smiled at the thought, feeling better about the situation. All would be well. It had to be. Chapter 15. Dragging herself out of bed took a superhuman effort, but now that Tess was here, she was glad she'd come. The familiar smell of the gym was a combination of dust, lemon cleaner, and the faint odor of sweat. Beverly, the receptionist, wore such a chipper smile that it bordered on sickening. Good morning, Tess. Tess was glad to be here, but Beverly's enthusiasm was over the top. Tess rolled her eyes. I don't know how you can be so dang pleasant at 6 a.m. It's not even light outside yet. Beverly laughed as she reached for a mug and held it up. You can thank my morning espresso. Sunshine in a cup. A begrudging smile overtook Tess's lips. I should have downed a few cups myself this morning. Beverly's eyes rounded. No, you shouldn't have. You'd have to pee 50 times during the class. That would be miserable. Yeah, you're right, Tess said with a laugh. Typically, it was wise to hydrate the day before practicing hot yoga. But since Tess decided to come on the spur of the moment, she was totally unprepared. She had downed a couple of glasses of water this morning and was sure it would catch up with her in the middle of class. Oh well. At least she was here, and she'd made sure to bring a water bottle to sip on. Long time no see. There was a touch of reprimand in Beverly's voice. Yeah, work has been crazy. Tess shifted her mat and gym bag to her left arm as she leaned over and signed in. Beverly's eyes danced with some hidden meaning, which Tess discerned immediately when she heard Beverly's next words. You picked a heck of a day to make your comeback. Stephen Anderson is teaching. Tess groaned. The yoga Nazi? Seriously? Is it too late to turn around and go back to bed? Beverly giggled wickedly as she waved a hand. You're in great shape. You'll be fine. I don't know about that, Tess said dourly. I'm certainly no Julie Baldwin. No one is. Beverly shook her head. I've never seen anyone as dedicated to fitness as Julie. She practically lives here. Yes, she does. To the exclusion of her husband and child, Tess added mentally. Is Julie here this morning? Yep, she arrived shortly after the doors opened. She said she wanted to get a weight workout in before the hot yoga class. Good, it'll be nice to catch up with her. It's been a while since I've seen her. Beverly grew puzzled. I thought she was one of your clients.
She is, but our schedules haven't synced lately. Tess shrugged, fighting the urge to roll her eyes. Like you said, Julie's always here. That kind of dedication to fitness is commendable, Beverly said, her lips pressing together in a taut line as she reached for her espresso. Tess looked up as a flock of women entered the front door. Well, it was good to catch up. Take care.
You too,
Beverly said, turning her attention to the women. A half-hour later, Tess thought she was going to die. Her muscles felt like they would snap like rubber bands any minute as she tried to hold the poses. Sweat dripped from her in buckets, and her bladder felt like it was holding a 10-pound weight. The 2 glasses of water were a bad idea. The heat was suffocating. A wave of dizziness overtook Tess as she drew in a deep breath, trying to relax her muscles. It was crazy how fast the body got out of shape. Well, having a Nazi-like instructor didn't help. Stephen prided himself on pushing the class to the brink of exhaustion. Tess was surprised Julie wasn't in the yoga class. Maybe her weight workout took longer than anticipated. Tess was scheduled to go to the Baldwins tomorrow. The more Tess thought about it, the more uneasy she felt about Reginald's behavior. Yes, he apologized, but Tess didn't like the idea of being there with only him and Mia. She'd hoped to see Julie today so she could make sure that Julie would be there tomorrow. She'd have to call her. 10 minutes later, Tess's bladder felt like it would burst. Finally, she couldn't handle it any longer. She got up from her mat. Stars circled around her head as she tried to get her bearings. Stephen shot her an irritated look. One of his pet peeves was people leaving class to make a bathroom run. Well, he'd just have to get over it. She stared him down until he looked away. Lifting her chin, she strolled out of the room. The air in the hall felt like an Arctic blast in comparison to the stifling room. Goosebumps rose over her flesh as she hugged her arms. She was soaked. Her teeth clattered like a washing machine off balance as she practically ran to the restroom trying to keep her blood flowing to stay warm. As Tess left the restroom, she heard laughter from the open door of the nearby office belonging to Miguel Reyes, owner of the gym. She stopped, cocking her ears. More female laughter. It sounded like Julie. If Tess caught her now, she could tell her in person that she needed to be there tomorrow. She popped her head in the door and gaped at what she saw. Julie was sitting in Miguel's lap, her slender arms slung around his beefy shoulders. Julie's back was to the door, but Miguel saw Tess. He jumped guiltily. His reaction prompted Julie to turn around. Julie's eyes about popped out of her head.
Tess,
she said, her hand clutching her neck as she got off Miguel's lap. Tess's feet were frozen to the floor, her eyes wider than saucers. Then the disgust took hold. Now Tess knew why Julie spent so much time at the gym. Why she was hardly ever home. "We need to talk about your job," Tess said, her jaw tightening. Julie glanced back at Miguel as an exchange passed between them. Tess was surprised to see compassion and concern on Miguel's face. A little over 6 feet tall, Miguel was classically handsome, an Antonio Banderas type with olive skin, dark eyes, thick blue-black curls, and a perfectly sculpted body. All the women at the gym swooned over him, but he was totally disinterested in their attentions, to a point where it became a running joke. It seemed that Miguel had set his cap on a prize jewel, a senator's wife.
Miguel, would you mind giving us a minute?
Julie asked in a squeaky voice. Miguel stood and went to Julie's side. He placed a protective hand on her arm. "Are you okay?" He threw Tess a dark look like she was in the wrong. The insinuation lifted the hairs on Tess's neck. Her hand flew to her hip, and she met Miguel's gaze full on. "I'm not the one having an affair." Miguel's face turned a shade darker. Julie hiccuped a startled, high-pitched laugh. Her face drained to the color of chalk, making her look like she might pass out. She forced a smile.
"It's okay, I've got this."
Miguel's jaw worked, and he seemed to be weighing the validity of her statement. Finally, he nodded, leaving the room, but not before shooting Tess another scathing look. Panic simmered in Julie's light eyes.
"You're not going to tell Reg about this, are you?" Please, he won't take it well.
An incredulous laugh gurgled in Tess's throat. Most men wouldn't take this kind of news well. She was disappointed in Julie, and she felt pity for her. A shiver ran down Tess's spine. Her skin was cold and clammy. She was freezing.
I didn't mean to fall for
Miguel, Julie said with a wild look in her eyes.
It just happened. He gets me.
It was all Tess could do not to laugh in Julie's face. She couldn't believe Julie had played the he gets me card. Tess held up a hand. Look, this is none of my business. Whatever's going on between you and your husband doesn't concern me. I just don't like being put in the middle of it. Julie began wringing her hands.
I know. I'm so sorry. You've been such a big help to me with Mia and the meals.
Yeah, about that. Under the circumstance, I don't think it's a good idea for me to continue working for you. Julie's face caved into itself.
Please don't say that. I need you now more than ever.
Tears rushed to Julie's eyes, her breath coming faster.
Mia would be devastated if you didn't come back. Having you there to make meals has helped me keep my sanity.
Mia is a great girl, but she's your daughter.
I know.
Julie shifted from side to side, biting her lower lip.
I'll double your pay.
It's not about the pay, Tess responded. Double? That would certainly help the business. No, it wouldn't be right to exploit the situation. Tess felt like Julie was putting her in a hard position, playing on her sympathy.
I'm in love with Miguel.
She straightened her shoulders, a resigned expression coming over her.
I'm leaving Reg for him. I plan to tell Reg everything. I've just been waiting for the right time.
Is there ever a good time to tell your husband that you've been having an affair? Julie blinked rapidly.
I know how awful this looks.
Her voice quivered. She opened her hand and Tess saw crescent indentations in Julie's palms from her nails.
Reg and I haven't had a real relationship in years.
Her eyes hardened.
Reg only cares about his precious career and how a divorce will affect his re-election.
Tess didn't know what to say. Julie gave her a pleading look.
Please stick with me a little longer. It'll be hard enough for Mia when Reg and I split. She'll need you there as an anchor. Mia doesn't have many friends. She talks about you nonstop.
Tess made a face. Really? She'd done nothing extraordinary with Mia. Only spent time with her. Showed interest in the things Mia liked. That was the problem. The poor girl was starved for attention because her parents were looking after their own selfish pursuits. I'm a personal chef, not a caregiver or counselor, Tess argued.
Give me a few more weeks, until the end of April.
Her voice faltered.
There are things.
She looked at the door, then back at Tess.
I can't go into it right now.
Something flickered in Julie's eyes. Fear? Apprehension? Regret? Tess couldn't pinpoint the emotion. She had the impression that Julie was a drowning person trying to clutch onto her to save herself. My boyfriend is coming into town next week. I'll be taking the entire week off. Shock registered on Julie's features.
An entire week?
Yes, Tess said firmly, holding her ground. Julie nodded glumly, giving Tess a beseeching look.
After that?
Tess let out a labored breath. The woman was impossible. Okay, I'll give you until the end of April.
Thank you.
Julie breathed in relief. She reached for Tess's hands and squeezed them.
You can't know what this means.
Julie's hands were frigid, making Tess even colder.
Can I count on your discretion?
Tess hated being put in this position. She felt slimy. I won't say a word to anyone. Like I said earlier, this is between you and your husband. It doesn't concern me. Julie flashed a grateful smile.
Thank you. You're a good friend. You're coming tomorrow afternoon, right?
Yes, that's the plan, Tess said dryly. She held up a finger. I do have one stipulation. Julie's eyes widened.
Yes?
I want you to be there.
But I haven't been staying at the house. I told Reg I needed space.
That must have been what Reg was referring to over the phone when he spoke of the stunt Julie was pulling. Either you're home when I'm there, or our deal is off, Tess said firmly.
Why is it so important for me to be there?
Julie asked, looking puzzled. Crap. Tess didn't want to go into Reginald coming on to her. She refused to get dragged into the middle of the Baldwins' drama. You're the one who hired me. I expect you to be there. It's the least you can do.
Sure, I'll be there,
Julie said offhandedly, like her mind was already off on something else. Good. I'll be there at 4 p.m. tomorrow. I'll meet you at your house.
Yes.
Tess got the impression of talking to an empty shell, like Julie was agreeing to anything just to keep her on the hook. I won't be able to pick up Mia tomorrow from school. You'll have to make other arrangements.
Okay.
Julie gave her a grateful look.
Thank you for everything.
Tess nodded, ready to end the conversation. I better get back to the yoga class. See you tomorrow, 4 o'clock at your house, she said, hammering in the commitment before hurrying back to class. Tess went through the motions of doing yoga while her mind replayed the conversation with Julie. Miguel Reyes was the complete opposite of Reginald. Maybe that's why Julie was drawn to him, because he was the newest flavor. It was hard to have any respect for a woman who would toss aside her husband, claiming she'd fallen in love with someone else. Tess wished she'd never met Julie or agreed to take her job. She'd do as she promised and continue working for the Baldwins until the end of April. After that, she would cut ties. Her thoughts went to Caden and their video chat. Tess had enjoyed dating lots of guys. However, unlike Julie, Tess was a firm believer in making a commitment and then holding to that commitment. She smiled, thinking of how she wouldn't mind making a long-term commitment to Caden. He seemed to feel the same way about her. She couldn't wait until next week to broach the topic. By the end of the yoga class, Tess had pushed aside all thoughts of Julie and Reginald. She felt relaxed and calm, ready to face the day. As she walked out to her car, her skin prickled with the sensation of being watched. She scoped the parking lot and spotted a man sitting in a beige sedan. Was that who'd been watching? The man was too far away to get a clear view. But there was something familiar about him. When the guy realized Tess had spotted him, he turned away. She quickened her pace to get to her car, letting out a sigh of relief when she was safely locked inside. What was it that was familiar about the man? She ran the snapshot image she'd captured through her brain. Was the guy a member of the gym? Maybe Tess happened to catch his eye as he came out, or she could have been in his frame of vision. It wasn't until she got home that something clicked in her brain. The guy had visited Reginald Baldwin the day before. The bald man with glasses and a goatee. She drew her brows together. Could that be right? Yes, she was almost positive it was the same man. Tess couldn't imagine why the man would be interested in her. She jerked as something else occurred to her. Maybe the man was watching Julie. Chapter 16. Hello, Mia, Tess said as she set down the bag full of groceries on the island. She glanced around. Where's your mom? Mia stepped up beside Tess and peered into the grocery bag.
What you making for dinner?
She asked eagerly. A chicken pastry puff, sautéed veggies, and a mandarin salad.
Sounds good. Guess what?
Mia said. What? Her eyes lit up like twin stars.
I'm gonna be in the spelling bee. We had to try out, and I made the cut.
Congratulations. That's fantastic.
Will you come and watch me?
When is it?
Next Wednesday at 10 a.m.
Tess wrinkled her nose. I'm sorry, but I can't. I have a friend coming in from out of town, and we already have plans. The dejected look on Mia's face shot an arrow through Tess's heart. She felt so sorry for Mia, and how lonely she must be. I can't wait to hear all about it, Tess said, trying to lighten things up. Maybe you can get your mom or dad to video it, and I can watch it. Mia brightened.
That's a good idea.
Where's your mom? Tess asked again. Mia shrugged.
She wasn't here when I got home. She's probably at one of her exercise classes.
She didn't pick you up from school?
No, I rode home with Amy and her mom. Amy and I have math class together. She lives 4 doors down.
Mia grinned, showcasing her braces.
I'm going to see if Amy and I can have a sleepover sometime.
Mia talked a mile a minute, but Tess didn't hear a word. She fought the urge to scream. So much for Julie's word. Is your dad here?
Yeah, he's in his office.
Tess's stomach tightened. Just what Tess had been trying to avoid, being here alone with Reginald. Tess had told Riley about Julie and her affair. Then she mentioned the subtle way that Reginald had come on to her. Riley had listened, wide-eyed, shaking her head in disbelief.
Why did you agree to go back?
Riley had asked. Tess explained how she was going back mostly for Mia. Then she assured Riley that Julie was going to be here. Yeah, right. Tess thought about calling Riley to see if she could come over, but Chaz and Riley were taking Noah to a movie this afternoon. Tess hated to throw a monkey wrench in that. The best option was to prepare tonight's dinner and forgo the other 3 meals she'd planned to make for the next few days. That way Tess would only be here an hour.
You gotta see my new craft set,
Mia said, skipping off to get it. Tess had just put on the chicken to cook when Reginald came into the kitchen. Hello, he said, his eyes glowing like Tess was the greatest thing on the planet. He wore black dress pants and a white untucked dress shirt with no tie. He had on socks but no shoes. Of course he'd get comfortable in his home, but for some reason, Reginald being more casual made the situation feel even more intimate and stifling. Hello. Sheesh, talk about awkward. Tess couldn't look at Reginald without thinking about Julie cuddled up with Miguel. Was it wrong not to say anything to Reginald? Tess didn't want to get in the middle of that chaos. Neither did she like being alone in the kitchen with him. Reginald went to the fridge and retrieved a bottle of Perrier's sparkling water. He removed the cap and took a long swig. He relaxed against the counter, much too close to her for comfort. What's for dinner tonight? Chicken puff pastry, sautéed veggies, and a mandarin salad, she said automatically, repeating everything she'd just listed for Mia. So, Tess, what do you do when you're not working? His tone was friendly, conversational. Had Reginald not come on to Tess before, she wouldn't have thought twice about chit-chatting with him. Now, however, everything felt menacing. I video chatted with my boyfriend last night. Better to throw that out there so Reginald would get the hint, loud and clear, that she was taken. Oh! His features tightened. Yep, he's coming to see me next week. I'm so excited I can hardly stand it, she gushed. His eyes moved over her like he was soaking her in. He's a lucky man, he uttered. Tess felt icky all over. Reginald was powerful, used to getting what he wanted, but he was about to be sorely disappointed. Tess had tried to do this the nice way, but obviously that wasn't working. This had to stop here and now. Her hand flew to her hip as a white-hot anger coursed through her veins. I'm not sure why you're throwing compliments around, but you need to know that I'm off limits. His eyes widened, and then he tilted his head back and laughed. When he spoke, there was a hint of condescension in his tone. It's a sad day when a man can't give an innocent compliment. She arched an eyebrow. It certainly didn't feel innocent. In case you haven't noticed, I'm a married man. Tess wasn't sure how to answer. You're a married man whose wife is about to leave you, her mind screamed. She thought again of the man with the goatee at the gym the day before. Had Reginald sent him to the gym to spy on Julie? Maybe Reginald already knew Julie was having an affair and was looking for her replacement. A shiver ran down her spine. Surely Reginald didn't think Tess would be interested in him. The only man Tess had eyes for was Caden. She desperately wished he was here. If Reginald took one look at Caden, he'd know he didn't stand a chance. You're right, she finally said in an even tone. You are married. Not only is your wife my friend, but I have the highest respect for the sanctity of marriage. She looked him in the eye, which is why I must ask you to refrain from whatever this is. She tugged her shirt collar. It makes me uncomfortable. Tess wasn't sure how she'd expected Reginald to react to her rebuke, but was floored by his appraising look that bordered on adoration. Had he not just heard the words coming out of her mouth? If so, He must have totally missed the point. "Yes," he said heartily with a broad smile. "I agree 100%. It's commendable to see a woman who values the institution of marriage." His brows furrowed. "Too bad my wife doesn't share that same sentiment." He paused, tilting his head thoughtfully. "If only she were more like you." The doorbell rang. Reginald took another swallow of Perrier and set it down on the island. "That's my campaign manager. We'll be tied up for the next hour." He gave her a wistful smile and spoke under his breath. Moxie, brains, and beauty. He shook his head. "Like I said, your boyfriend is a very lucky man. You be sure and tell him I said so." He winked and strolled away with a confident step. Tess just stood there with her jaw dropped onto the floor, wondering what in the heck had just happened. Conversation between Reginald and his manager floated in from the foyer as they moved into Reginald's office. A second later, Tess switched into high gear as she worked frantically to make dinner so she could get out of here. She didn't know what kind of game Reginald Baldwin was playing, but she didn't want to be here when he got out of his meeting with his campaign manager. Chapter 17. Thankfully, Tess managed to get dinner cooked and then skirt out the door before Reginald emerged from his office. There was still no sign of Julie. Tess planned to call her when she got home. Enough was enough. If Julie couldn't keep her word, then Tess didn't feel obligated to work through the end of April. Her heart went out to Mia, and it pained Tess to leave her in the lurch. But she couldn't take any more of Reginald's advances. Tess could only imagine how Caden would react if he knew a senator was hitting on her. Yikes. She'd better keep that info to herself. She drove down the Baldwins' long driveway, through the security gate, and turned onto the lonely stretch of road. The Baldwins certainly valued their privacy. As she drove along the rural highway leading back to the city, her gaze traveled the expanse of the vast fields dotted with cattle. She jokingly told Riley that on many occasions she could count the number of cars on one hand that she would pass heading back into Fort Worth. This evening was one of those times. Tess turned on the radio and surfed to find a good station, deciding on classic rock. She sang along to the lyrics, letting her thoughts drift to her favorite subject, Caden. They'd texted back and forth a few times today. He mentioned that he couldn't wait to see her. She sighed heavily, tightening her hold on the steering wheel. Longing for Caden rose swift and fierce, causing her eyes to grow moist. She laughed out loud at herself for being such a sap. She'd thought Riley had it bad for Chaz, and here she was pining away for another O'Brien. The brilliant sunset pulled her out of her thoughts. Tess couldn't have painted it any better. The master had touched the sky a deep, vivid pink and purple, threaded with dainty gold ribbons of light. If only Caden were here to see it. She soaked in the beauty of the panoramic view as she drove, a feeling of nostalgia drifting over her. She and Caden had walked hand in hand on the beach, laughing and talking until their tongues wagged tired. When the evening came, they kissed long and hard under the silver light of the moon. She touched her lips. The memory of those magical moments wrapping around her like a euphoric cocoon. The exquisiteness of those memories made the bitterness of being apart even more acrid. This evening, Tess hadn't passed a single car. It was so remote that she had the eerie feeling of being alone in a vast expanse of tawny fields that blended seamlessly with the brilliant canopy of sky. Out of the corner of her eye, Tess saw something up ahead on the left. It took her brain a second to process what it was. A black Land Rover had smashed into a tree about 10 feet off the road. She slowed the car as her pulse shot through the roof. There was someone in the vehicle. Julie had a black Land Rover. Her mind spun a mile a minute. Tess made a U-turn in the middle of the road and pulled along the side. She turned off her engine. With trembling hands, she unbuckled her seatbelt and jumped out. She dashed to the driver's side door and looked through the window, tears springing to her eyes. It was Julie. She had a large gash in her forehead, blood streaming crooked lines down her face. Tess tried to open the door, but it was locked or jammed. Tess beat on the window.
Julie! It's me, Tess! Can you open the door?
Julie placed her palms on the window like she was trapped. A helpless panic raced through Tess like wildfire. She tried the passenger door. It was locked. Tess beat on the window again.
Unlock the door!
Julie had a dazed look like she didn't know where she was or what was happening. Her phone. Tess needed to call 911.
I'm going to get my phone,
she yelled as she ran back to her car, grabbed her phone, and pressed the numbers. She waited, but nothing. She tried again, but the call wouldn't go through.
Are you kidding me?
She screamed.
No service!
She barked out an incredulous laugh, pushing her hair out of her face. Julie could be bleeding to death, and there was no one to help. Briefly, Tess considered breaking the glass on the passenger side with a rock and trying to drag Julie out. No, that could be bad. People weren't supposed to be moved after an accident. She jumped in her car and started the engine. She made another U-turn headed towards town and punched the accelerator. Surely Tess wouldn't have to drive far to get a signal. Of course, she had no idea how long it would take the paramedics to arrive, way out here in the boonies. She drove for what seemed like forever, even though it was probably only a couple of miles. Finally, she had a signal. When the 911 dispatcher answered, Tess screamed out her emergency, trying her best to describe where the accident was. As soon as she got off the phone with the dispatcher, Tess turned around to go back. She uttered a silent prayer for help. Heavenly Father, please let Julie be okay. Please let the paramedics get here quickly. Tess felt like she was in the middle of a nightmare. She kept seeing the crazed look in Julie's eyes, blood gushing from her forehead. Dusk was settling in, bringing with it an overwhelming gloom. It tore Tess up thinking of Julie trapped inside her car. When Tess got back to the scene of the accident, she was relieved to see a white minivan parked on the side of the road several car lengths in front of the Land Rover. Tess figured the van had driven past the accident and then stopped, realizing what had happened. She was glad someone else was there to help. She parked on the side of the road a few paces behind the accident. A man was beside the driver's side door, his back to her. Tess jumped out of her car.
Is she okay?
She asked as she rushed forward. The man spun around like Tess had startled him. Tess froze in her tracks, her heart leaping into her throat. It was the bald man with the goatee. Time seemed to halt as their eyes met. A terror such as Tess had never known struck the center of Tess's chest when she saw the cold look of fury on the man's face. In a flash, her mind collected the facts as her feet moved backwards to get to her car. The man was dressed in all black. The driver's side window was smashed. The man clutching a crowbar. His hands were covered in blood. She might have assumed he was trying to help, but her instincts screamed, "Run!" Her body trembled with the knowledge that the man would come after her. The next events must have happened quickly, but for Tess, her mind stalled to a snail's pace, as if experiencing everything in excruciatingly slow detail. The wail of a siren piercing the stillness of the evening. The man flinching like a bucket of ice-cold water had been tossed on him. A moment of indecision on the man's face that changed his murderous expression to that of a hunted dog as he looked past Tess and tightened his grip on the crowbar. Then he took off sprinting, jumped in the van, and peeled off. Tess's head whirled as she turned around and saw several firemen leap from the truck and race into action. She stood in stunned silence, watching, her intuition already knowing what her head didn't want to accept. It was too late. Julie was already dead. Chapter 18. Here, this will help take the edge off. Tess reached for the cup of steaming hot herbal tea that Riley held out to her. After answering questions from the police, Tess had gone straight to Riley and Chaz's house. Thankfully, Noah was asleep. Tess was glad her nephew wouldn't see her in such a pitiful state. Riley sat down in the seat next to Chaz. The three of them were in the kitchen, seated around the table. Tess curled her fingers around the cup, appreciating the warmth. None of this felt real. She kept expecting to wake up, only to discover that it had been a terrible dream. "What happens from here?" Chaz asked. "I told the police officers who arrived at the scene everything that happened. They took my statement,
and said a detective would be in touch. Chaz frowned. What about the man you saw? Do the police have any leads on who he is? Tess shrugged. It all happened so fast. I'm not sure. A deep crease formed between Chaz's brows. Did the police offer you any protection? No, Tess uttered, the scope of the situation hitting her full force. She could identify the man. She'd seen him at the Baldwins, the gym, and then at the scene of the accident with blood dripping from his hands. The horrified look on Riley's face mirrored Tess's fears. Shivers ran down her spine. With shaky hands, she lifted the mug to her lips and took a sip of tea, hoping it would warm her up. It had been several hours since the accident, but Tess was still stone cold.
Do you think Reginald had anything to do with Julie's death?
Riley asked. Tess shook her head slowly back and forth. I honestly don't know. The man with the goatee came to the Baldwins' home to meet with Reginald, and I saw him as I left the gym yesterday. I felt someone watching me, and saw the man sitting in a beige sedan in the parking lot. A concerned look passed between Chaz and Riley. Tess didn't have to be a genius to know that she'd been unwittingly thrown into a hornet's nest. The death of a senator's wife was bound to cause an uproar. Did you tell the police that? Chaz asked. Yes, Tess answered fiercely. Good, Riley said, clenching her jaw. Chaz cocked his head. What does Caden say about all this? Tess jerked. I haven't told him. Riley and Chaz shot her incredulous looks. Why? Riley pressed. Irritation crawled over Tess. Because it just happened, she snapped. I came straight here and haven't had a free minute to contact him. Chaz gave Tess a pointed look. I suggest you contact him right now and get his take on the situation. Caden could look into Reginald. Also, he could come here and keep you safe, Riley added. Tess wanted Caden here more than anything, but she didn't want to be a burden. Caden is in the middle of an important job. Tess thought of Rita. Riley's eyebrows shot up. I would venture to say that your well-being is more important to Caden than any job. Riley eyed Tess, daring her to disagree. I just don't want to blow anything out of proportion, Tess said. A senator's wife is dead, Riley argued. You saw the man who did it. That man is at large. You don't know if Reginald, a very powerful and influential man, had anything to do with his wife's death. Her voice grew harder than 10-year-old taffy. I am appalled that the police haven't offered you any protection. I agree, Chaz said, his jaw tensing. In fact, if Caden wasn't in the security business, I'd hire someone to protect you. A laugh rose in Tess's throat, but she managed to contain it. She felt like the fingers of hysteria were clawing at the base of her skull. Her mind couldn't seem to come to terms with the fact that Julie was dead. Poor Mia. Her heart clutched as her mind raced back through the events of the night. When the police arrived on the scene, Tess told them in a high-pitched, frantic tone how she'd come upon the accident and that Julie had been alive. Tess explained how she drove down the road to get a signal to call 911. Then she told the officers about the bald man with glasses and a goatee. A shiver slithered down her spine as she saw again the savage look in the man's eyes. Had the paramedics not arrived, there was a good chance Tess wouldn't be here right now. Like she told the police, the man had busted out the driver's window. Julie's neck was broken. Tess had no doubt that goatee man had done it. Julie's blood running down her face. Blood on the man's hands. Would the man come after Tess? A wave of nausea overtook her as she put down the cup and stood. I think I'm going to be sick. She groaned as she stumbled to the restroom. She doubled over the toilet and puked. Her stomach heaved again and again until there was nothing left but acid. Riley stepped up behind her and put a hand on her shoulder. She reached for the hand towel hanging on the rack and ran it under cold water. Then she pressed it to Tess's forehead. Tess held the wet towel, sucking in a ragged breath. Her throat was raw and scratchy. I'm okay, Tess said, mostly to herself as she put the towel down on the sink vanity and stood up straight.
She caught a glimpse of her haggard reflection, skin pale as alabaster, hollow, scared eyes ringed with dark circles. She looked at Riley's reflection, their eyes locking. Seeing her older sister's expression of concern and sympathy caused tears to pool in Tess's eyes. She'd not cried a drop since learning that Julie was dead. Now, however, Tess couldn't hold in the emotion. It gushed out of her in a long sob as she buried her head in Riley's shoulder. Riley held her and let her cry until her tears were exhausted. Finally, Tess pulled back, sniffing. Chaz's voice sounded from the hallway. "Is everything okay?"
Yeah,
Riley pressed her lips together in a tight smile.
we're okay.
She looked at Tess.
I put clean sheets on the bed in the guest room.
Numbly, Tess nodded, thinking how she didn't have anything to wash her face with or brush her teeth. Crazy how her mind was worried about such inconsequential matters at a time like this. Mia's world was shattered tonight, and a perfectly healthy woman with everything to live for was dead. And there was Reginald. If he was innocent, then he was most likely devastated. If he was guilty, nausea rolled over her again. She pushed aside the dreadful thoughts, willing herself to take things one step at a time. The longing for Caden was so strong that it was physical, but if she called him right now, she'd fall to pieces. A throbbing headache pulsed relentlessly across the bridge of her nose. "Do you have any ibuprofen?"
Yes, I'll get some for you,
Riley said. "Thanks," Tess mumbled. She needed painkillers and a good night's rest to calm her nerves. "You need to call Caden," Chaz said, leaving no room for argument. "I will," Tess assured him, "first thing in the morning." Another look passed between Chaz and Riley. "What?" Tess demanded, glaring at them. "I'm exhausted," she said, her voice growing hoarse. Tears rose in her eyes. "I can't think straight, much less talk right now." Her voice broke. "I just need to get some rest."
All right,
Riley said. Her expression was concerned and sympathetic, every bit the older sister.
let's get you in the bed.
Tess nodded, allowing Riley to take her arm and help her to the bedroom. She wanted to fall into bed and pretend this day had never happened. For a moment, right after Tess awoke the next morning, she felt light and unencumbered. Then, the events from the evening before rushed back with such a vengeance that her chest clutched in an iron grip, making it hard to breathe. She closed her eyes, willing herself to get a grip. She took in a ragged breath and prayed for help. The warm feeling of peace that flowed through her was more comforting than words could express. Tess had always been a religious person and was so grateful for the power of prayer. The reassurance she felt gave her the courage she needed to get out of bed and face the day with a gritty determination. Her schedule was full today with clients, but Tess wasn't up to working. She planned to talk to Riley first thing so they could rearrange the workload. Rubbing her eyes, she reached for her phone. Yikes! It was 9 o'clock. She couldn't remember the last time she'd slept this late. She missed 4 calls from an unknown number. She had 1 voicemail. Her stomach tightened as she listened to the message. It was from a man identifying himself as Detective Winthrop, asking if he could schedule a time to meet with her. Not having any pajamas, Tess slept in her underwear. She put on her clothes from the day before and combed her fingers through her hair, trying to smooth out as many tangles as she could. Then she padded into the kitchen. Riley was at the sink loading the dishwasher.
Good morning.
Morning. Tess suppressed a yawn as she went to the island and plopped down on a bar stool. Noah was at school. She glanced around. Where's Chaz? It was his time off from the Titans, so his schedule was more flexible.
He's out for a run.
Makes sense. The Irish Flash doesn't just wake up looking like he does. He has to work for it. Riley grunted in surprise, then chuckled.
He doesn't run to look good. He runs to keep himself in top physical condition.
It was a joke, Tess said with a roll of her eyes.
It's good to see you getting back to your old self.
Concern touched Riley's features, emphasizing the faint lines around her eyes and mouth.
I was worried about you last night.
Tess pulled a frown. I was worried about me, too. Riley looked expectantly at Tess.
Are you going to call Caden?
Yes, first thing, after I grabbed something to eat. She stood and went to the fridge, retrieving a carton of milk. What kind of cereal have you got? Riley pointed to the nearby pantry.
Everything from Raisin Bran to Noah's Cocoa Pebbles.
Tess grabbed the box of Cocoa Pebbles. Riley reached in the cabinet and handed her a bowl. Thanks, Tess said, grabbing a spoon from the drawer. She sat back down and poured a generous amount of cereal into the bowl. She never had gotten around to eating dinner the night before and had puked up the remains of her lunch. She was starving. If it's okay with you, I think I'll postpone my appointments today and take a breather.
Good idea.
I can get some office work done. Riley waved a hand.
You deserve a break. If there's anything pressing, I could handle it.
Tess poured milk in the bowl and started eating. Riley gave Tess a tentative look. What? Tess asked in between bites.
Julie's death is all over the news. The police brought Reginald in for questioning.
She clutched the spoon. Was there anything about the man with the goatee?
No, not on the news segment I saw. The reporter said that the authorities had leads on suspects and that they were being questioned.
Chills ran down Tess's spine as a new thought occurred to her. Am I a suspect?
I don't see how you could be. You were the one who called 911.
Tess fervently hoped Riley was right. She took another bite of cereal, but it had lost its savor. She pushed it away. I received a few calls from a detective, asking if he could stop by my house and ask a few questions. Riley's face tightened.
I'm sure the detective just wants to know more about the man you saw. Did he say what time he wants to meet with you?
No, I need to call him back.
I can go with you.
Tess chuckled dryly. It's okay. I'm a big girl. You don't have to follow me around. Her clothes were sticky. I need to go home and get a shower so I feel like a human being again. I'll have the detective stop by after that.
Do you think you'll be okay? Alone?
Riley's voice tightened.
That man is still out there.
I know. Fear rose in Tess's chest.
Maybe you should stay here until the man is arrested.
We don't know how long that will take. I need to go home. She dearly loved Riley, but staying here wasn't the answer. Tess needed her own space and her own things. I'll be okay. Riley reached for Tess's cereal bowl, dumped the leftovers in the sink, and turned on the garbage disposal. She ran water over the bowl and spoon before loading them into the dishwasher.
You should call Caden right now.
Good idea. Tess stood. I'll grab my phone and call him before I head out. She offered Riley a wan smile. Thanks for taking such great care of me last night. Riley's features softened.
Well, sure. It's what sisters do.
Emotion pressed behind Tess's eyes as she swallowed hard, willing herself to hold it together. I'll be in the bedroom, she said gruffly, hurrying away. Tess took in a deep, calming breath and said another prayer, asking for help and holding herself together. Maybe it was foolish pride, but Tess had always considered herself strong and didn't want Caden to know she was falling apart inside. Her pulse pounding like a jackhammer in her ears, Tess dialed his number. She felt a mixture of relief and frustration when it went to voicemail.
Hey, it's me, Tess. Something has happened.
Her voice quivered.
I need you to call me back.
Thanks, she said crisply, ending the call. Next, she called Detective Winthrop, who answered on the first ring with an abrupt, "This is Brad Winthrop." She swallowed. "Hello, this is Tess Eisenhart." She tried to sound more confident than she felt. "Miss Eisenhart, hello." His voice switched to something more accommodating. "Thanks for returning my call. Would you have a few minutes today for me to stop by and ask a few questions?" The detective wasn't asking for permission, but telling Tess that he would stop by. "Yes, what time?" "We can either come right now or at 4 p.m. We have mandatory department meetings during the middle part of the day."
"I guess I'll take the 4 p.m. slot."
Tess was miffed that she'd have to wait several hours. She wanted to get the appointment over with so she wouldn't be worried about it all day. Sure thing. Can I get your address? Tess rattled it off. All right. Thank you, Miss Eisenhart. My partner and I will be there at 4. Tess wondered if she needed to take Riley up on her offer to go home with her. No, she didn't want Riley mixed up with this. Tess had watched a few crime shows, but she had no idea how all of this would play out. She wondered if she needed an attorney. No, that was dumb. She hadn't done anything. She had come up on the accident and went to get help. Then she saw the man. She saw again his blood-stained hands clutching the crowbar like a weapon. The look of fury in the man's eyes sent chills slithering through her. Where was Caden? She needed his help now. Maybe even more than she had that night in the parking lot of the restaurant in Haleiwa. She was tempted to call him again or send him a text. No, that would come across as desperate. Tess felt more desperate than she ever had before. But there was no need to let Caden know that. She would wait another hour and see if he called her. If he didn't, she'd try him again. Chapter 19. The hot water pounding on Tess's shoulders helped ease her tense muscles. She inhaled the steam, letting it seep into her nasal passages. Just getting a shower helped restore a sense of normalcy. She got out of the shower, dried off, and wrapped a towel around her hair. Her phone rang. She hoped it might be Caden, but it was Riley.
Hey, how's everything going?
Riley was determined to watch over Tess like a mother hen guarding her chick. I'm good. Just got out of the shower.
Did you talk to Caden?
Riley asked eagerly. No, he didn't answer, so I left him a message.
Shoot. I'm sure you'll hear from him soon.
She paused.
But everything's okay?
I'm fine, Tess assured her, using her elbow to wipe the steam from the mirror. The doors are all locked.
Okay, let me know if you need anything. I'm headed over to take care of Melinda Cooper's job.
That sounds great. Another pause.
Let me know how it goes with the detective this afternoon.
Tess rolled her eyes. I will. Riley meant well, but she could be smothering. After getting dressed and fixing her hair and makeup, Tess ate a turkey sandwich and went into her office to get caught up on some computer work. An hour later, finding it impossible to concentrate, she went into the living room and put in a movie. She dozed off, and the next thing she knew, her doorbell rang. She jumped up and adjusted her clothes before running a quick hand through her hair to tame the waves. She looked through the peephole to see 2 officers, a man and a woman. She opened the door, pasting on a polite smile, hoping she didn't have sleep lines on her face. Hello. Both officers flashed their badges. I'm Detective Winthrop, the man said. He motioned to the woman. This is Natalie Peterson. Tess stepped back and motioned. Come in. She ushered them to the living room where they sat down side by side on the sofa. Tess sat across from them in the love seat. Detective Winthrop was in his late 30s, with dark hair and matching eyes. His complexion was pasty, and he had a paunch. His partner was in her late 20s with short blonde hair. I went over the statement you gave to the police last night, Detective Winthrop began. I'd like to ask you a few additional questions. Tess nodded, clasping her hands tightly in her lap. According to the statement, you were driving from the Baldwins' home, headed to Fort Worth when you came upon the accident. Is that correct? Detective Winthrop probed her intensely like he was studying an insect under a microscope. Yes, that's correct, Tess said crisply. Better to keep her answers short and direct. The female detective leaned forward. What is your affiliation with the Baldwins? What was the woman's name? Natalie something. Tess's brain was fried from all the stress. She realized the officers were awaiting her answer. I'm a personal chef. My sister and I own a business. The Baldwins are my clients. I was at their home preparing a meal. Detective Winthrop nodded. Then he paused thoughtfully. Was Julie Baldwin at home that evening? No. Was Reginald home? Yes, he and his daughter Mia. Was anyone else there? Detective Winthrop asked. Yes, Reginald's campaign manager. I never saw the man, but I heard him and Reginald talking as they went into Reginald's study. Tess opened her hand, realizing that her fingernails were digging into her palm.
She didn't know why she was so nervous. She wasn't at fault. Still, there was a lot riding on this, and she knew enough to realize that she was a key witness in the investigation. "Tell us everything that happened yesterday evening," Natalie prompted. "I told the officers everything. I'm sure it's in the report." She gave them pointed looks. Yesterday had been torture. Tess didn't want to have to relive everything. Natalie offered a patient smile. "I know this has been hard for you." Tess barked out a laugh. "Hard doesn't even begin to describe it." Her eyes misted as she blinked. No way was she going to start crying in front of the detectives. "We just want to make sure we have the facts straight," Natalie continued. Tess took in a deep breath, composing her thoughts. Then she told them everything she could remember. When she finished, a silent exchange passed between the detectives. Natalie spoke. "In your statement, you said that you recognized the man at the accident." "Yes, he'd come to visit with Reginald a couple of days earlier." Tess told how she'd answered the door and then let Reginald know the man was there. "I asked the man's name, but he wouldn't tell me. He said that Reginald would know who he was." "Can you tell us what Reginald and Julie's relationship was like?" Detective Winthrop asked. "Not good," Tess answered. She told the detectives the bits of the phone conversation she'd heard between Reginald and Julie. Then she told about her visit to the yoga class and how she'd come across Julie and Miguel Reyes. Natalie's eyebrow lifted with interest. "Do you think Julie and Miguel Reyes were having an affair?" "Yes, Julie told me that she wanted to leave Reginald for Miguel." Detective Winthrop scribbled on his notepad. "Did Reginald know that Julie was having an affair and that she wanted to leave him?" Natalie asked. Tess spread her hands. "I'm not sure." She shifted in her seat. "Do you have any idea who the man with the goatee is?" She sucked in a quick breath. "Do you think he killed Julie?" Tess knew he did, but she wanted to hear what the detectives thought. An uncomfortable silence passed. "We're not at liberty to share information," Natalie said. Tess clenched her mouth. "Okay." They wanted every minute detail from her, and yet they weren't willing to share a thing. That hardly seemed fair. She held them with a hard look. "Do you think I'm in danger?" They looked at one another. More silent information passing. "At this point, we're following all the leads in the investigation to make a preliminary assessment," Natalie said. An unsettling thought entered Tess's mind. Did the detectives believe her? Had she not seen the goatee man, the investigators would have assumed that Julie broke her neck in the accident. She was the only one pointing a finger at the goatee man. That made her a target. "Am I entitled to some sort of police protection?" "At this point, everything is preliminary," Natalie said. Tess stiffened, lifting her chin. "This is my life we're talking about." She was grateful for Chaz's mention of hiring someone to protect her. If it came to that, Tess would take him up on that. It would be good to get Caden's take on the situation, if he'd call her back. Still no word from him. She left him another voice message and followed that up with a text asking him to call her. "I assure you, we're doing everything in our power to get to the bottom of this," Detective Winthrop said. He retrieved a card from his shirt pocket and held it out to her. "This is my direct number. Don't hesitate to call if you need anything." "Thanks," she said mechanically. "Unfortunately, if the man with the goatee decides to come after me, I think I'll need more help than a phone call," she retorted, emphasizing the bite in her voice. When she saw their startled expressions, she felt a little guilty for the outburst. It wasn't the detective's fault that she was in this situation. Still, it would have been nice if either of them had shown the slightest bit of concern for her welfare. They stood. Tess rose to her feet. "We'd like for you to come down to the station and work with the sketch artist to see if we can get a description on the man you saw," Natalie said. Finally, they were acting like they had some sense. "Well, that would be great. When?" Tess was eager to put this thing to rest. "We'll set up an appointment with the sketch artist. Someone will be in touch in the next couple of days," Detective Winthrop said. "Okay," Tess responded. Sheesh. These guys were moving slow. At this rate, the man with the goatee would be in another country before they even got his description down on paper. "If you think of anything else pertinent to the investigation, let us know," Natalie said on their way out. "Will do." Tess closed and locked the door. She leaned against it with a heavy sigh. She had hoped that talking to the detectives would put her at ease, but it had done just the opposite. Tess couldn't tell if they even believed her about the man with the goatee. It was all such a tangled mess that Tess didn't know what to think of it. At least they didn't seem to regard her as a suspect. A few minutes later, the doorbell rang. Tess looked through the peephole, assuming the detectives had forgotten something. Her breath hitched, her hand going to her chest. It was Reginald Baldwin. Why in the heck was Reginald at her door? He should be with Mia mourning his wife's death. Should she open the door? He rang the doorbell again. She stood, frozen, her heart slamming against her ribcage. He knocked, his imposing voice closing in around her.
Tess, I know you're home. I saw the detectives leave. I just spoke with them.
Goosebumps popped over her flesh. Tess hated how rattled and frightened this whole thing made her. This wasn't her. She didn't cower behind doors. She was used to facing things head on. She straightened her shoulders and opened the door. He smiled, crinkling his eyes.
Hello, Tess.
Hello, she responded curtly, looking past him. She thought she might see the detectives or their car, but they were gone. Reginald's black Mercedes was parked on the street. The Baldwins had several expensive vehicles, all of them black. Her eyes flickered over him. He was wearing a white dress shirt rolled up at the sleeves and black dress pants. His wavy hair was impeccable. Reginald didn't look like he'd just lost his wife. A shudder ran through her, and she wondered again if Reginald had anything to do with Julie's death. Reginald motioned, his expression polite.
May I come in?
Was it a good idea to invite Reginald in? She looked him in the eye.
What did you talk to the detectives about? The man you saw at the accident. They wanted to know who he is and why he came to my house to speak with me.
Tess sucked in a sharp breath, her mind racing to piece everything together.
Did the detectives tell you everything I said in my statement?
A faint amusement overtook his patrician features.
Let's go inside and have this conversation, shall we?
The rational side of Tess argued that if Reginald had wanted to harm her, he wouldn't have parked his Mercedes on the street or spoken to the detectives. The emotional side of her, which was screaming in a much louder voice, told Tess to stay as far away from Reginald Baldwin as she could get. He was a powerful man. Had he gotten access to the statement she'd given the police? Why would the detectives share the details with him when they wouldn't tell her anything? She stepped back and let him enter, hoping she wasn't making the wrong decision. Her only other alternative would have been to refuse to let him in. Tess didn't want to go head-to-head with Reginald and make an enemy out of him. Reginald sat down on the sofa where the detectives had been. Tess resumed her spot on the love seat. She jutted out her chin, eyeing him.
You seem to know a lot about what I told the police.
A slight smile touched his lips.
I'm a senator, Tess. It's not hard for me to get information.
Her heart dropped. Reginald had connections in the police department.
Who is the man with the goatee? His name is Luther Myers.
What type of association do you have with him?
A little over 6 months ago, I hired Luther Myers to fix our HVAC unit.
Fire flashed in his eyes.
Luther realized that Julie was having an affair. He was blackmailing me, threatening to go public with Julie's affair if I didn't pay him an exorbitant amount.
Tess's eyes rounded. So you knew about Julie's affair? A pained look came over his features.
Yes.
He looked down at his hands, his jaw working like he was fighting to contain his emotion.
Julie and I had our share of problems.
He looked at Tess, his eyes pleading.
I was too consumed with my work. Julie was lonely, searching for something within herself.
His voice trembled.
I take full responsibility for the part I played in the situation.
Not sure how to respond, Tess switched gears. Did you tell the police about Luther Myers and how he was blackmailing you? He gave her a puzzled look.
Of course. I have nothing to hide.
A haunted look carved deep lines in his face, making him look older.
I can't believe Julie is gone.
Tears filled his eyes, his jaw quivering.
I loved her.
He balled his fist and put it to his mouth. Tess had never been good at knowing what to say in difficult situations. She just sat there, trying not to stare. After a few minutes, Reginald regained control of his emotions. "I'm sorry," he said, offering a tight smile as he mopped his eyes. "No worries." Tess's mind ran through everything that Reginald had said. What possible reason could Luther Myers have for wanting Julie dead? Reginald's head swung back and forth. "I don't know." He looked thoughtful. "Maybe he was also trying to blackmail Julie. She could have threatened to go to the police."
Luther was following Julie.
Reginald jerked.
"What? How did you know that?"
"I saw him when I came out of the gym. He was in a beige sedan. At first I wondered if he was following me. Then I figured it had to be Julie." He frowned.
"Did you tell that to the detectives?"
"Of course."
"Good."
They sat in silence as a couple of minutes passed. Tess chewed on her inner cheek. "Why are you here?" Reginald blinked, like her question had caught him off guard. Then he sighed heavily.
"I came because of Mia. She's in bad shape."
Tess's chest tightened. "I've been worried about her." Reginald's lips curved in an appreciative smile.
"You've done so much for our family. For Mia. Thank you."
"Well, you're welcome. Mia is a special little girl." Her voice caught. "I'm just so sorry that she's having to go through this."
"Me too,"
he uttered. A single tear rolled down Tess's cheek. She brushed it away with the palm of her hand.
"You asked why I'm here,"
Reginald said. "Yes."
"I came to ask you to continue working for me. Mia needs you now more than ever."
An invisible noose tightened around Tess's neck. "I don't know that I can do that," she said tersely. She touched her neck as she cleared her throat.
"It would mean a great deal to Mia, and to me," he finished quietly.
The intimate look in Reginald's eyes set Tess on edge. Suddenly she was ready for him to leave.
"Would you please consider it?"
She nodded affirmatively, even though she had no intention of doing any such thing. She'd had enough of the Baldwins to last her a lifetime. She stood, signaling the end of the conversation. She moved to the door as Reginald stood and followed. She opened the door, expecting him to walk past her, but he stopped next to her, giving her a meaningful look.
"After this settles down, I'm going to need a good woman by my side."
She stiffened, her blood solidifying in her veins. "Did you really just say that to me the day after your wife was killed?" A faint amusement glittered in his eyes.
"Forgive me for being crass, but I'm a man who goes after what he wants. I've wanted you since the first day you came into my home."
He picked up a lock of her hair and rubbed the strands between his index finger and thumb.
"You are everything a man could ever want,"
he murmured.
"I always get what I want."
He gave her a tender look as he leaned in and stroked her cheek. Tess was frozen like a rat in a trap. Reginald might have kissed her had they not heard the grating sound of a throat clearing. She jerked back, her heart wrenching. There stood the person she'd longed to see most in the world. "Caden!" His name tumbled out of her throat in a half-laugh, her face burning with shame. Tess would have died 1,000 deaths to escape the accusation in Caden's furious eyes. His fists were clenched, his jaw razor-sharp, the whites of his eyes popping. Dizziness steamrolled over Tess as she stumbled to regain her footing. Reginald arched an eyebrow, his shrewd eyes assessing Caden.
"And who might you be?"
he asked in a condescending tone. An incredulous laugh gurgled in Tess's throat. The corners of Caden's jaw popped out like marbles. He was all muscle and raw fury, about to pounce on Reginald. Physically, there would be no contest. Caden would rip Reginald to shreds. However, Reginald had political and legal connections that could damage Caden's career. "This is my boyfriend," Tess inserted, her knees wobbling like toothpicks. "I've been trying to call you all morning."
"I was on a plane, trying to get to you."
He gave her a hard look.
"I was worried about your safety, but you seem to be in good hands."
"But how?" She sputtered as the thought came to her like lightning.
Chaz called you.
Last night. She winced at the daggers shooting from his eyes. Somehow she managed to make her tongue work as the words tumbled out.
This is not what it looks like.
She rushed down the steps and caught hold of Caden's arms, searching his face.
Do you really think I could give someone like him a second look when I have you?
Tears burned her eyes.
I love you.
Caden blinked, his jaw relaxing a fraction.
I do,
she said fiercely.
I fell in love with you the first moment I laid eyes on you. These past weeks without you have been agony.
Caden put a hand on her arm. The gesture was both protective and possessive. Who was he?
The senator whose wife was killed.
Shock streaked over Caden's features. And he's here making a play for you?
Yep.
Her jaw clenched as she looked back at Reginald, whose face was beet red. Interesting, Caden mused, a dangerous edge in his voice. Reginald straightened to his full height as he adjusted his sleeves and strode down the steps. He paused when he got next to Tess and Caden. He looked Tess in the eye. "I'm sorry. I didn't realize you had a boyfriend," he said stiffly. She rocked back, making a face.
Of course you did. I told you that point blank.
It occurred to her that Reginald was a liar. Was anything he told her earlier true? What kind of man made a play for another woman the day after his wife was killed? Reginald's eyes moved to Caden as the two men sized one another up. Then Reginald nodded, marched briskly to his car, and drove off. Chapter 20. What was that about? Caden demanded.
Caden was here. Tess couldn't stop the silly grin from spreading over her lips.
Her relief was so intense that she felt giddy. She let out a joyous laugh as she flung her arms around him and pressed her lips to his. His mouth went stiff in surprise. But Tess wouldn't give up. She moved her lips persuasively against his, much like she had the first time they kissed. An explosion of tingles shot through her as she threaded her fingers through the hair on the base of his neck. He pulled away, his hands encircling her wrists. She gave him a questioning look, apprehension zigzagging through her heart. Was Caden rejecting her? His eyes deepened with desire as he roughly pulled her into his arms, his mouth coming down on hers. The kiss sent a river of fire running through Tess's veins as her hands moved over the hard ridges of the defined muscles in his back. She loved the taste of Caden. His masculine scent. Euphoria swept over her as her lips moved in sync with his, a practiced dance she would never grow tired of. When the kiss was over, she leaned into him, peering into his face.
I missed you so much.
I missed you too. A shadow darkened his face. When I saw that man touch you, I wanted to rip him apart. The fury in his eyes scared her a little.
That man is nothing to me,
she said in disgust. She looked around, realizing they were standing in the yard, probably putting on quite the show for the neighbors. Not that Tess minded, but she wanted to get Caden alone, in the privacy of her home. A delicious shiver ran through her at the thought.
Let's go inside.
He draped an arm around her shoulders as they went in. He closed the door behind them and pulled her in for another urgent, exploratory kiss that left her weak in the knees and clinging to him. Tess felt like a kid in a candy store as she led him into the living room. He looked around with sharp eyes that missed nothing. So this is where you live?
Yes,
she laughed. He moved to sit down on the sofa, but she caught his arm and pulled him back up.
Let me give you the 2-cent tour.
Tess saved the art for last. Anticipation raced down her spine as they walked into the spare bedroom that Tess had turned into a studio. She felt shy about showing Caden her work, as if the innermost corner of her soul was on display. Caden's features were a mask of concentration as he took his time and studied each painting as if it were a work in a museum. Her heart picked up its beat as he stopped in front of the unfinished painting she was working on now. He gave her a questioning look. She stepped up beside him.
It was supposed to be a gift. I didn't realize you were arriving so soon, she added unnecessarily.
What do you think? She held her breath, waiting for his response. A crooked smile slid over his lips. Well, your subject is ugly as homemade sin, but your work is incredible. She laughed, shoving his arm. That's not true. You're a great subject. Tess was copying a picture she'd taken of Caden on her phone. He stood on the beach at Turtle Bay. There was a fierce expression on his face as he stared at some distant point up the beach. Caden frowned. I look so brooding. She smiled. Yes, you do. Hey, he countered, making a face. She touched his arm. You're perfect. My stormy warrior. He turned to face her, grinning in amusement. Stormy warrior, huh? I can live with that. If the shoe fits, she teased. He made a face. Much better than brooding. Yes, she agreed with a chuckle. The air grew electric. You really are incredible, Caden uttered. His aqua eyes moved over hers in a slow, leisurely way that warmed her blood. And I'm not just talking about you as an artist. He touched her hair. You are so beautiful. Oh, how she loved hearing that. His voice had just the right amount of huskiness to be sizzling sexy. She could get lost in the depth of his mesmerizing eyes that were an even mix of blue and green today. Thank you for coming. Of course. She cupped his jaw. I'm sorry you had to break away from your job early. Conflicting emotions flickered in his eyes as he nodded. She flinched inwardly, detecting that something was bothering him. How's Rita doing? An unbidden thought slithered around her heart like a cold serpent. One second she felt like she and Caden were connecting on a level so deep there weren't words to express it. And the next, she could feel him pulling away. Her heart sank. She couldn't fathom the thought of Caden distancing himself from her. He blew out a long breath, his lips pressing together in a straight line. She's hanging tough. One of my coworkers took my place as her protection detail. Maddox is a former SEAL and seasoned employee in the security group. He's a good guy, and will do everything he can to keep Rita safe. She relaxed, inwardly chiding herself for being so paranoid about Caden. The odd vibe had nothing to do with her but his work. He was worried about his client. It was touching to see how much Caden cared for Rita. Tess placed a hand on his arm. What happened to her? Rita was a grandmotherly type. Tess couldn't possibly conceive of a scenario where Rita would need protecting. Then again, Tess never thought that she would need protecting, until now. Tess could tell that Caden was trying to decide how much to disclose. Rita came into work on a Saturday morning and stumbled upon her boss executing his cousin with a bullet to the head. Horror trickled through Tess. It was mind-boggling to think what Caden must deal with on a normal basis. No wonder he was so tough. I'm sorry. He shook his head, a glum expression coming over him. I feel for her. Her boss is awaiting trial, which is a critical time for Rita. He pushed a hand through his dark auburn hair. After the trial, Rita will have to go into the witness protection program. It's doubtful she'll ever see her children and grandchildren again. Hot needles pelted Tess as perspiration beaded over her nose. Would that happen to her? She was the only one who'd seen Luther Myers. Reginald was a public figure with a huge amount at stake. Was he being blackmailed like he said? Or was he involved in Julie's death? She couldn't stand the thought of never seeing Riley or Noah again. Or Caden. Caden gave her a funny look. Are you okay? You're pale as a ghost. She bit her lower lip, commanding herself to be tough, but the emotion refused to stay at bay. It's been a tough 24 hours. Tears spilled over her cheeks. I'm just glad you're here. Me too. He gathered her in his arms. She rested her head against his chest. The steady beating of his heart helped calm her nerves. Caden was here. He'd come for her, and she hadn't even had to ask. A few minutes later, when she got control of herself, Caden went into business mode. We need to talk. I need you to tell me everything about the Baldwins, right down to the last detail. Tess nodded. Let's go into the living room where we can sit down. Her legs felt too unsteady to stand. The second they got seated, Caden's expression prompted her to begin. She took a deep breath before plunging into the narrative. She told Caden everything she could think of, even the part about Reginald's subtle passes at her in the kitchen. When she got to that part, Caden's face darkened, his jaw going razor sharp. Tess felt fury radiating off him. Caden truly was a warrior in every sense of the word. His passion was awe-inspiring, but it also scared her a little. She kept half expecting him to jump up and go charging out to launch a full-scale attack on Reginald. Was his anger directed at her, too? She felt like it might be. He stopped her in parts, asking questions for clarification. Tess could tell that his mind was a steel trap absorbing and cataloging the details. When she'd told him all, she sat silently, her hands clasped tightly in her lap as she waited for his response. She felt the urge to shrink into herself, making herself smaller as if she could somehow disappear and escape the ugliness. Caden's visit was supposed to be glorious and happy. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Caden probed her with sharp, assessing eyes. Did you ever do anything to encourage Reginald or make him think he had a chance with you? The comment came at her like a punch in the gut. She balled her hands to keep them from trembling. How could you ask me that? Of course not. She lifted her chin. Do you have so little trust in me? He held up a hand. I'm not trying to accuse you. I'm only trying to get a full scope of the situation. Well, you're barking up the wrong tree. Tess, you're vivacious, bubbly, beautiful. Before us, you dated a lot. His eyes held a hint of accusation. She gurgled out a hoarse laugh. Where was this coming from? Maybe her intuition earlier had been correct. Caden was putting distance between them. Why are you doing this? He gave her a quizzical look. Doing what? Making me out to be the bad guy. I'm not. I'm only trying to get to the bottom of this. Her voice rose. If you're truly trying to help, then why aren't you asking the right questions? He met her gaze full on. Such as? Such as, what are the police doing to locate Luther Myers? Her voice grew shrill. Was Reginald being blackmailed? Or is he involved in Julie's death? Her eyes burned. I'm the only one who saw Luther Myers at the accident. She pointed to her chest, something wild and uncontrolled coming over her. Me! Take it easy, he warned, touching her arm, but she jerked it out of his grasp. No! I won't take it easy! She got up in his face. You have no right to accuse me of leading Reginald Baldwin on. The air sucked in a hard, raw breath as they eyed one another, neither of them willing to back down. He clenched his jaw. You're right, he finally said, his shoulders deflating. His expression deepened to something dark and impenetrable. You have no idea the thoughts that were running through my mind when I showed up here and saw you with that man. His blazing eyes held hers. I won't go through another situation like what happened before. I need to know that you're 100% committed to me. I'm not, nor will I ever be, Becca, she spat. Frankly, it hurts that you would compare me to her. I've been upfront with you from the get-go. You're the one who's holding back. That's not true. Yes, it is, she flung back. I can feel it. The minute we get close, you retreat into your shell. I felt it right after you looked at my art, and I'm feeling it now. That's ridiculous, he scoffed, but she saw the truth in his eyes. He knew she was right. Her heart cracked. I told you I loved you earlier. What was your response? She had him, and they both knew it. His phone buzzed. Tess could sense his relief over the interruption. I need to take this, he said, getting up and moving to the far corner of the room, distancing himself from her again. She'd thought earlier that it was too soon in the relationship for her to openly proclaim her love. The rational part of herself argued that she shouldn't be too hard on Caden for not saying the words back. The inner, tender part of her was crushed. She still couldn't believe that Caden would doubt her loyalty. Well, he did come upon the scene with her and Reginald after he'd dropped everything to help her. Tess could only imagine how incriminating that had looked. Still, she'd run to Caden and told him she loved him. Then they kissed like there was no tomorrow. Tess assumed all was good between them. Obviously, that wasn't the case. Caden seemed to be very good at separating the physical from the emotional. Could she be with a man who doubted her? Caden was damaged from his past relationship. Tess had known that when she took the plunge, because she thought she could change him. She assumed her love would be strong enough for them both. Yes, she loved Caden, heart and soul, but she needed to be with someone who loved her just as much. Fear rippled through her when she saw the stiff set of Caden's broad shoulders and heard his abrupt responses. Something was wrong. He ended the call and turned to face her. The anguish on his face carved a hole in her heart. Haltingly, she got to her feet. "What's wrong?" "Rita," he croaked, shaking his head. She went to his side, her frustration with him forgotten for a moment. The cabin was attacked. Her hand went to her mouth. "Oh no." Her voice trembled, and she could hardly force out the words. "Is Rita okay?" "She fell during the attack and fractured her hip. She's in the hospital." A swift relief swept through Tess. "I'm glad it wasn't worse." "Me too." A hot anger burned in his eyes. Wes Hamilton, the other security detail assigned to protect Rita, is a traitor. He sold her out. His voice shook. If Maddox hadn't been there... He shook his head, rubbing his chin. "Is Maddox okay?" "Yes, thankfully. He has a cracked rib and dislocated shoulder, but he's okay." A sickening coldness spread through Tess. She could practically read Caden's thoughts. "You regret leaving Rita to come here, to help me." His silence was his answer. She bit down on her lower lip, nodding. "I see." Her insides were boiling, making Tess feel like she would explode. Somehow she managed to keep her voice even. "First of all, I didn't ask you to come. Chaz did. I'm sorry that you had to pull away from your precious job to worry about me." She glared at him. "Well, you don't have to worry. I release you from any responsibility." He gave her an incredulous look. "I didn't mean it like that." "Of course you did," she yelled. "Tess." He reached for her hand, but she stepped back. "Don't," she barked. "I'm tired of your accusations." She felt weary to the bone. Not just her body, but her spirit. "I'm tired." Her voice broke as she tried again. "I'm tired of being the only one who's giving this relationship everything. I want someone who will love me the same as I love him. Totally and completely, holding nothing back." She gave him a withering look. "It's obvious that person is not you." Her mind was on fire. She had to get away from here and get away from Caden. "Riley tried to warn me about you and your past, but I wouldn't listen." A brittle laugh scratched her throat. "Like an idiot. I thought love would conquer all." Traitorous tears filled her eyes. "I guess I'm the sucker." Tess heard the thread of hysteria in her own voice, knew she was losing it. In a tornado-like whirl, she charged into the kitchen and grabbed her purse, keys, and phone. Caden followed on her heels. "Tess, you're being ridiculous." The calm and controlled tone of his voice only added to her fury as she pushed past him to get to her car. "Tess, stop!" he yelled as she peeled out of the garage, not bothering to even hit the remote to close the door. Tears stung her eyes as she sped away. Chapter 21. "I messed up," Caden said miserably to Riley when she opened the door. Riley's eyes rounded with concern as she looked past him. "What happened? Where's Tess?" Caden stepped inside the door, raking both hands through his hair. "We had an argument, and Tess left."
"Left? What do you mean left?"
Riley's voice shot up an octave. Caden began pacing back and forth across the foyer, feeling like a caged animal. He was caged, trapped within the jail cell of his own stupidity. Tess had told him she loved him, was painting a picture of him. Was that not proof enough of her commitment? His own inadequacies had overshadowed reason. Chaz strolled into the foyer, a mile-wide grin on his face. "Hey, little bro, Welcome to Texas, he said heartily, then stopped short when he saw the state Caden was in. Chaz glanced hesitantly at Riley. What's going on? Riley threw up her hands.
Your brother and Tess had words, and Tess took off.
Hearing the words that came out of Riley's mouth and the way she said them made Caden feel like a slime ball. What happened? Chaz asked. Caden wanted to hunt down Reginald Baldwin and bust the man's head for causing grief between him and Tess. A smothering silence descended on the room, and Caden realized both Chaz and Riley were waiting for his explanation. When I got to Tess's house, she and Reginald Baldwin were outside by the front door. The man leaned in and touched her face. The vehemence in Caden's gut left a sour taste in his mouth. Tess told me that she had no interest in Reginald. He didn't want to go into the part where Tess had told him she loved him. That was too personal to share right now. I tried to be understanding, but it gnawed away at me. He clenched his jaw, especially when I questioned Tess about the Baldwins and the accident. When Tess told me that Reginald had come on to her before, and I knew she kept going back there,
You what?
Riley's lips thinned with irritation as she glared at him with condemning eyes. I insinuated that Tess might have led Reginald on.
What? That's absurd.
Riley's nostrils flared as she threw back her head.
My sister's in love with you. Since the minute she met you, you're all she can think about. Her voice cracked. If you can't see that...
Chaz went to her side and touched Riley's arm. Hun, that's enough. You don't want to say something you'll regret. Riley took in a hard breath, nodding. She clamped her lips shut, but her reproachful eyes burned a hole through Caden. Chaz draped his arms around Riley. I know they're family, but you have to let them work it out. Chaz offered Caden an apologetic look, but it also held an element of, you messed up bad. Caden held up a hand, directing his comments to Riley. Everything you're saying is true. I'm a moron. The truth is, I acted like a jealous maniac. His throat closed as he coughed, nearly choking on his saliva. I was afraid of falling in love again, terrified that Tess would leave me high and dry.
If you think that, then you don't know my sister,
Riley said hotly. I realize I was wrong. Caden hesitated, his jaw working as he fought to control the tremor in his voice. This is no excuse. But in the middle of our discussion, I got a call from my boss informing me that an attack was made on a 60-year-old woman I was assigned to protect. The mood in the room shifted as compassion settled into Riley's expression. Is the woman okay? Chaz asked with a note of concern. Her hip was fractured. She's in the hospital. Caden's jaw tightened. One of the men assigned to protect Rita betrayed the location of the cabin where she was being held. I was mad and frustrated. Regret pricked at him. I took it out on Tess. As you can imagine, she didn't take it well.
Knowing Tess, I have no doubt,
Riley said dryly. I deserve everything Tess threw at me and then some. Emotion balled in Caden's throat. I know I don't deserve her, but Tess is the greatest thing that has ever happened to me. He met Riley's gaze, silently pleading for her understanding. Tess won't answer my calls. Can you help me find her? I need her. He finished, distress pressing like a concrete block on his chest. He had to find Tess and make this right. Riley gave him a long look like she was sizing him up. Finally, she motioned with her head.
Let's go into the kitchen so I can get my phone. I can track Tess's location on the friend locator app.
As Tess neared the spot where Julie's accident had occurred, her stomach shrank to the size of a tangerine. She slowed the car, her eyes scouring the area. All traces of the accident had been removed. The only indication of anything having occurred was the dented tree trunk. She thought again of what a waste Julie's death was and the damage it had done. Not just to Tess, but to Mia. Rain splattered the windshield as Tess turned on the wipers. She pushed the accelerator as she resumed her speed, peering ahead at the black ribbon of road ahead of her. Rain came down in steady sheets that coated the road in a silvery, slick sheen. Tess had an excruciating headache pounding like a meat tenderizer mallet against the bridge of her nose and base of her neck. Her head felt like it was 10 sizes too big, and her eyes were swollen. After storming out of her house, she'd randomly driven around streets in Fort Worth. Then she started getting calls and texts from Caden. With each one, she scowled, calling him every derogatory name she could think of. Finally, the calls stopped. Disappointment rankled her gut. It was just like Caden to give up so easily. That was the problem. Caden wasn't willing to fight for them. Maybe he wasn't such a warrior after all. Just when Tess was about to head home, she'd gotten a call from a number she didn't recognize. The first 3 times she didn't answer. The person didn't leave a message. On the 4th time, Tess answered. At first, all she could hear was muffled sobbing. Then Mia identified herself. Tess's heart wrenched hearing the anguish in Mia's voice. Her mind replayed the conversation as she drove.
I'm scared.
Mia gulped in between sobs. Tess's heart skipped a beat. Why are you scared? She held the phone tighter, pressing it to her ear as if the motion would somehow help pull the words out of Mia.
I'm alone?
Confusion swirled inside Tess. Where are you?
At home.
Where's your dad?
He left. He had a work event and said I'm old enough to be alone. It's dark and I heard a noise.
More weeping. Reginald's insensitivity was exasperating. Tess didn't know what the laws were about leaving a child at home. At 12 years old, Mia was probably in a gray area. Fury rose in Tess's chest. What kind of man left his daughter alone at night right after her mother died?
Please,
Mia pled, desperation coating her voice.
Can you come and get me?
The last thing Tess wanted to do was go into Reginald's lair.
I don't have permission to get you,
Tess explained gently. Mia cried harder, the sounds coming out in ragged gulps. Is there anyone else you can call? Someone who lives close by? She searched her brain for a solution. What about your friend? The one you rode home from school with? Mia heaved out the word in a breathless rush.
Amy?
Yes. Can you call Amy or her mom?
I already tried. They're not home.
Her voice went shrill.
I don't know what to do. I want my mama.
Fresh tears welled in Tess's eyes. Reginald wasn't there. Tess could at least go and check on Mia. There was no way she wanted to be there with Reginald. Did your dad say what time he'll be home? Maybe he'll be back soon.
No, he won't be back until after 11 p.m.
Did your dad tell you that?
Yes,
she wailed. Time seemed to pause as Tess sucked in a breath. All right. I'll get there as soon as I can.
Hurry, Tess, please.
A loud boom of thunder rattled the car, bringing Tess back to the present. It was a little after 8 p.m. Normally the sun would be setting around this time, but tonight the sky was so dark it might have been 10 p.m. She shuddered, remembering how just the day before the sunset was so beautiful, belying all that would occur shortly thereafter. Was it just yesterday that she'd come upon the accident? It seemed like it had been longer. Rain came down in buckets, pelting the car. Tess slowed her speed to reduce the risk of hydroplaning. Her tires sloshed through the standing water on the road. Had Caden tried to call again? Even if he had, the reception was so bad through here that it was unlikely a call would get through. Tess's heart ached. She didn't want to think about how her life would be without Caden. Would he leave and go back to where Rita was? Darts of jealousy pricked her. It was pathetic being envious of a nice older lady who needed all the help she could get. The poor woman was laid up in the hospital with a fractured hip, on top of all her other problems. Tess approached the gate and punched in the security code. She'd wondered if she might find a swarm of reporters camped out, but not so. The place was deserted. A shudder ran through her as she drove down the long, isolated driveway. A person could disappear out here and never be found. She brushed aside the foreboding thought. The pouring rain had tapered off to a drizzle. Her headlights made cylinder halos against the darkness, reflecting off the black trees that looked like sinister shadows. In retrospect, coming here alone at night wasn't a good idea. Tess had always been a sucker for kids and animals. Mia's sobs had chiseled away at the remaining fragments of her heart, the pieces that Caden hadn't destroyed. She was beginning to detest Reginald Baldwin and all the complications he'd caused. In a perverse way, Tess felt responsible for Mia, even though she had no parental authority. Mia didn't understand that, though. The poor girl was desperate for attention and love. Tess got out of the car and hurried to the front door, her eyes darting around at the inky blackness surrounding her. She felt naked and exposed, like someone would rush out of the darkness and attack any minute. Her heart pounding wildly in her chest, she punched in the door code with a shaky hand. She pushed open the door and stepped inside, closing and locking the door behind her. Only then did she pause long enough to draw in a breath. Normally, Tess didn't scare easily, but the recent events and her heightened emotional state were the perfect storm for hysteria, causing her brain to conjure up all sorts of frightening scenarios. She straightened her shoulders and smoothed down her clothes, trying to brush away the dampness of the drizzle. The house was eerily quiet. "Mia, it's me," she called as she walked down the hall, her shoes making solemn clicks against the wood floor. She went into the kitchen. No sign of Mia. Tess figured she was probably in her room. She placed her purse on the kitchen island and started walking that direction. She paused in her tracks as she felt more than heard a movement from behind. Her skin prickled as she turned. "Mia," she uttered, as a sharp and paralyzing terror ran through her, stealing her breath. A macabre smile curled Reginald's lips.
"Hello, Tess."
Chapter 22. Caden's insecurities rose in his mind like hideous monsters threatening to chip away at his sanity. If he hadn't been so jealous and paranoid, Tess would be with him right now. He wished he could be more charming and considerate like Chaz, who always seemed to know exactly what to say to the opposite sex. Chaz was debonair, whereas Caden was more of a blunt instrument. Tess had taken him as he was and loved him anyway, even though he'd given her very little to go on. Oh, how he wished for another chance to fight past his fears and prove to her that he could be the man she wanted. The need to find Tess was overwhelming. If anything happened to her, Caden would never forgive himself. He left Colorado and came here to protect Tess because she was in danger. Then, like an idiot, he let her go off on her own. Shame on him for giving her the impression that he shouldn't have come for her. Caden would have come for Tess 100 times over. It's just that the news of the attack on the cabin had thrown him for a loop. He was furious at himself for not being able to see through the traitorous Wes Hamilton. He wanted to hunt Wes down and beat the living daylights out of him. Caden had transferred that anger to Tess, and everything went sour. Every fiber in his body longed to jump into action. It probably took Riley less than 5 minutes to get her phone, but for Caden, it felt like an eternity. Noah was in the adjoining family room building a tower out of Legos. When he saw Caden, he gave him a cool guy wave, probably something he'd seen on TV. Caden nodded and waved, his mind going back to Tess. The corners of Riley's lips turned down. "That's odd." Chaz looked over her shoulder. "What?" Caden tensed, his training taking hold as he braced himself for the worst.
"It shows that Tess is at Reginald Baldwin's house."
His breath pushed out of his lungs in a hard thrust as he grunted. He'd certainly not expected that. Evidently, neither had Riley. Her face drained.
"Why would Tess go there?"
Riley shook her head, her lips disappearing to pencil-thin lines.
"Something's not right. I'll try calling her."
A second later, a film of apprehension coated Riley's eyes.
"It went to voicemail."
She gave Chaz and Caden a stricken look.
"Do you think Tess went there voluntarily?"
Caden's insides nodded. Tess was in trouble. He could feel it. He jumped into action. "I've got to get to her, now."
"Should I call 911?
Riley's voice was tight with alarm. Chaz raised both eyebrows, crinkling his forehead. "And tell them what? That Tess went to visit Reginald Baldwin?" Unfortunately, Chaz had a point. All they had to go on at this point was a hunch. Caden didn't know how much of what he was feeling was valid. He was worried sick because he'd pushed Tess away. "Give me the address," Caden demanded gruffly. "I'll go there now." "I'll go with you," Chaz said. While Caden didn't like the idea of putting his brother in danger, he was glad to have the help.
Let's go,
he said as Riley handed him a slip of paper containing the address. The brothers raced out the door. A silent prayer formed in Caden's mind as he prayed for Tess's safety. He'd hoped to feel peace in response, but instead a cold, hard pit formed in his stomach. His only hope was that they would get to Tess in time. Chapter 23. Tess's legs collapsed at jello as she took a step back, her hand going over her chest. "What are you doing here?" she squeaked.
"I live here."
The blank, impersonal tone in Reginald's voice was more chilling than his menacing smile. He stepped closer, his frame looming over her. Shakes trembled through Tess's entire body as her pulse thrashed like a trapped animal against her temples. "You are supposed to be at an event." She tried to hang on to what little control she had left, but it was slipping away faster than the last glimmer of sunlight giving way to the dark abyss of night. He laughed regretfully as his eyes moved over her with a peculiar light that both disgusted and terrified her.
"I was willing to give you the world on a platter," he uttered. "As a senator's wife, no door would have been closed to you."
He sneered, the polite senatorial mask giving way to the cankered ugliness within.
"But like Julie, you didn't appreciate it."
Tess gasped, processing the intent of his words. Thoughts jumbled in her head, forming words which spilled from her lips of their own accord. "Did you cause Julie's car accident?" She saw the answer in his vengeful expression. "You did," she said loudly, more to herself than to him. Reginald's expression grew plaintive.
"I care about you, Tess. I wanted to build a future with you. You took my affection and threw it all away."
A vengeful smile split his face.
"Now you'll pay."
Tess let out a cry when Luther Myers stepped forward from a darkened corner of the family room. Dressed in a black t-shirt and jeans, Luther might have been your everyday average guy were it not for his dead, soulless eyes. Fear was a heavy club that battered her insides. Her breaths came in short, dizzying bursts. "You were colluding with him the entire time." "Run!" her mind screamed. Before her body could comply with the fight-or-flight impulse, Mia came into the room. "Tess!" she exclaimed joyfully as she held out her arms and ran to Tess, embracing her in a tight hug. "Dad said if I called you would come." Uncertain looks flew between Reginald and Luther. It clicked in Tess's mind that they didn't want Mia to witness their crimes. Their murder. A silent scream rose in the back of her throat and echoed through her body. She was going to die. A black, stifling terror gnawed at her insides. She had to keep her wits about her. That was her only hope.
"Go back to bed,"
Reginald said to Mia in a firm but fatherly tone.
"Miss Tess and I are in the middle of a conversation."
Mia's eyes clouded with uncertainty as she looked at Tess clutching her shirt. "Don't leave me," she implored. Tess tightened her hold on Mia. "Don't worry." She walked with Mia, intending on using her as a shield to get to the front door. Luther took a step forward, but Reginald held out a hand to stop him. "Come here, Mia," Reginald commanded with a tight smile. Tess walked Mia forward, keeping a firm hold on her. "It's okay," she soothed. "You can stay here with me. Your dad and I have nothing left to discuss." Fury burned in Reginald's eyes as he looked at Tess. Then he forced a smile, focusing on Mia.
"Princess?"
"I want Tess." Mia buried her head in Tess's waist. "Come on," Tess said gently, trying to keep the quake out of her voice. "I need to get something out of my car." She maneuvered around and walked backwards, keeping a firm grip on Mia as she increased her pace. "You're holding me too tight," Mia argued, shifting. "It's okay," Tess soothed, slightly loosening her grip. "We're almost there." Reginald and Luther moved with them, an arm's length away. Reginald watched her with hot eyes of hatred, and Luther did so with the cool precision of a killer. When they got to the front door, Tess opened it. In a flash, she shoved Mia into Reginald's arms and took off in a mad dash. Earlier, Tess had bemoaned the rain and early darkness. Now she was grateful for it as she sprinted across the yard and into the cover of trees. It was still drizzling, the ground slick and wet. Tess lost her footing and fell. Scrambling, she got to her feet and kept going. Her footsteps sounded louder in her ears than a shotgun going off. She moved like a frantic deer through the brush, trying to escape sudden demise. A prayer rose in her heart. Please help me. Tears blurred her vision, mixing with the rain as she ran, ignoring the burning in her lungs and muscles. She glanced back to see how far the men were behind her. The coast was clear. She darted behind a tree, gulping in air. Be quiet, she ordered herself. She had to remain quiet or they would hear her. Tess! Reginald's voice hissed like a poisonous viper in the humid air. There's nowhere left to run, he sang in a jeering voice. Tess closed her eyes and squinted, trying to push away the fog of despair threatening to engulf her. She willed herself to breathe as quietly as possible as she balled her fists, bracing them against her thighs. She could silence her breath, but not her heart pounding out a frantic rhythm against her ribcage. If she stayed here, they would find her. Smells of pine trees, rain, and terror invaded her senses. The rhythmic croaking of tree frogs and other creatures banged against Tess's ears like a funeral march. Shakes rattled through her body. She clamped her teeth to keep them from chattering as she hugged her arms. Thoughts of Caden raced through her mind. He'd come to protect her. Why had she left the safety of her house? Why had she come here? Her heart clutched as she pictured Riley and Noah. They would be devastated by her death. What would Caden think? Would he even miss her? Her heart cried out. She didn't want to die. It occurred to Tess that it had stopped raining. The moon broke through the clouds, pointing down an illuminating finger at Tess and surrounding her location. No! The darkness had been better. Tess! Reginald screamed with frustration. His voice sounded farther away, like he was going the opposite direction. But where was Luther? Steeling her courage, she willed her feet to move forward, trying to tread lightly. She'd only taken a few strides before stepping on a twig. The sickening crunch sounded like a breaking bone in Tess's ears. Her bones breaking. Life draining out of her like Julie. She took off running, blindly as fast as her legs would go, terror overtaking all else. Thorny weeds pulled at her pants, but she pressed on. Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath her and she spiraled out of control as she tumbled down a steep embankment. A startled yelp wrenched her throat when her knee hit the tip of a protruding rock, sending a jarring pain through her. A second later, she landed on the ground with a brutal thud, nearly knocking the breath out of her. She clutched her knee, wincing. Her pants were torn. The tips of her fingers were covered in what felt like oily syrup. Her blood. She rose to her feet as she hobbled, trying to shake off the pain. With a renewed effort, she continued forward, increasing her pace to a disjointed jog. Rough arms grabbed her from behind, tackling her. She fought but was no match for her opponent as he yanked her to a standing position, clutching her shirt in his fists. The fiendish look on Reginald's face made him look more monster than human as he pulled her close. His vengeful and brazen eyes roved over her, settling on her chest. The hungry lust on his face turned her stomach sour with the knowledge that he intended to violate her. Brutally, he pressed his lips to hers. Gagging, she tried to pull away, averting her face as she beat against him with her hands.
You have caused me a lot of trouble,
he growled, slapping her across the jaw. The force whiplashed her head as she cried out. He grabbed her wrists, his nails digging into her flesh.
Don't try and fight it,
he said ruthlessly. With all the strength she could gather, Tess kneed him in the groin. He cursed, doubling over. It gave her the precious few seconds she needed to put distance between them as she ran. Vaguely it registered in Tess's mind that 2 gunshots had pierced the night air. An urgent voice floated through the woods. Tess! She stopped, a surprised laugh gurgling in her throat. Caden! Had he come for her? I'm here! She screamed as Reginald grabbed her from behind. Wildly, she writhed against his grip before they went down to the ground. Caden! I'm over here! Help! Was Caden really here? Or had her desperate mind conjured up her greatest wish? Reginald was on top of her, pinning her down. She twisted, her hands clawing at the wet ground, feeling for anything to use as a weapon. His hands viciously pressed around her neck, squeezing off her windpipe. Coughing and gagging, her hand curled around a rock. She brought it up and hit it against Reginald's temple. He cursed in surprise, falling back. She hit him again. His body went slack as she pushed him off her, hoarsely drawing in blessed air. Tess heard the thrashing of fast footsteps against the foliage and saw Caden coming towards her. Her knees went weak with relief. Time slowed as she caught a glimpse of her future reflected in the defiant set of his jaw. In that moment, she knew that for her, there would never be anyone else but him. "You're here," she breathed as she fell into his arms. "How?" she sputtered. "Did you find me?" Riley tracked you on her friend locator app. Gratitude welled in Tess's chest. Her prayers had been answered. Then she remembered that Reginald was on the ground and Luther was still out there. Her body trembled as she pulled back. Was Reginald dead? A heavy coldness sat like concrete in her gut. Had she killed him? She swallowed in relief when Reginald groaned and touched his head.
"I'd stay down if I were you, or else I'll finish what my lady started."
The dangerous edge in Caden's voice was unmistakable. A hysterical laugh rose in Tess's throat. Caden had said something similar to the guys in the parking lot of the restaurant in Haleiwa. It occurred to her that this time was different. He'd called her his lady. She could only enjoy the inference for a breath of a second. The next instant, her insides tightened as terror returned with a vengeance. She grasped Caden's arm, feeling as though her knees would give way. "Luther Myers is out here."
"He's no longer a threat,"
Caden said, his voice going as hard as steel. Tess remembered the gunshots. "Is he dead?"
"No, but he'll wish he was dead when his butt is thrown in prison."
He looked at Reginald, who had moved to a sitting position.
"The same goes for you."
Tess's disoriented mind had a hard time grasping everything that was happening. "Where's Luther?"
Chaz is holding him at gunpoint.
Caden's eyes blazed with wrath as he eyed Reginald.
"The police are on their way."
Bruised and battered as she was, it was at this point Tess could think clearly enough to regain a measure of her wits. She cocked an eyebrow, turning to Caden. "It was a bit presumptuous to call me your lady, don't you think?" He jerked, his head lowering slightly.
"I'm so sorry for the way I acted."
His eyes pled with hers.
"Can you ever forgive me?"
A bubble of happiness swelled inside her, making it difficult to keep a straight face. She dipped her head back, eyeing him.
"I acted like such a—"
He hesitated like he was searching for the right adjective. She squared her jaw. "Jerk? Idiot? Moron?" A shaft of iridescent moonlight caught the movement of a crooked grin pulling at the corners of his lips. He was Superman, Adonis, and Captain America all rolled into one, with an Irish temperament to boot. Tess figured that their argument would be the first of many to come. That was okay. Tess could fight hard, so long as they loved just as hard.
"What can I possibly do to make it up to you?" he uttered with a surly grin.
Her mouth moved to answer, but stopped when she heard sirens in the distance. Reginald got to his feet and attempted to run. Annoyance flickered over Caden's expression as he rolled his eyes.
"Hold that thought,"
he said, as he sideswiped Reginald's leg, sending him collapsing back down to the ground with a groan.
"I believe I'd stay down this time if I were you,"
Caden warned. His movements were so controlled and effortless that it struck Tess as funny. She clammed her mouth to keep a giggle from escaping her throat. It was reassuring to know that Caden hadn't lost it this time, like he almost had in Haleiwa.
"As I was saying,"
a ghost of a smile touched Caden's lips.
"what can I do to make things right?"
His voice was soft, imploring. Tess studied him. "I'm sure I'll think of something." A full smile broke over Caden's lips.
"Yes, I'm sure you will."
His expression grew tender.
"For the record, I love you."
His voice went husky.
"I'm just sorry it took me nearly losing you to say it."
Tess could no longer hold back the avalanche of emotion. A grateful half-laugh, half-cry slipped from her lips as she threw her arms around Caden and drew him close. The harrowing experience was finally over. Epilogue. 1 week later. Tess shot Caden a sidelong look. "Where are you taking me?" "You'll see," he hummed with a cryptic smile. They were in the car headed to some unknown location. This morning over breakfast, Caden announced that he had a surprise for Tess. That was 3 hours ago. Since then, Tess had been bugging him to tell her what it was. But Caden was tight-lipped about it. Tess could tell that he enjoyed dangling the carrot, especially when she was chomping at the bit to know what he had up his sleeve. Playfully, she shoved his arm. "Come on, soldier boy. You can tell me," she taunted. "Unless it's top-secret information." When he glanced her direction, she wiggled her eyebrows. "It involves some of your hotshot covert security—" She twirled her hand, searching for the right word. "Stuff, doesn't it?" He chuckled, shaking his head. "Ha, real funny." "Tell me," she implored. "Hold your horses. We're almost there." She stuck out her tongue and then thrust out her lower lip in a petulant pout. "Careful. I'll have to put those lips to good use." The husky promise in his voice sent tantalizing shivers down her spine as a happy smile tipped her lips. Tess had thoroughly enjoyed spending the past few days with Caden. They'd gone to the rodeo at the stockyards and done half a dozen other tourist things on her list. However, the best part was just having Caden by her side. After the terrifying experience at the Baldwins' estate, Caden decided that he would stay at Tess's house instead of Riley's and Chaz's, so he could make sure Tess was okay. Not wanting to be alone in an empty house, Tess was grateful. Caden was sleeping in Riley's old bedroom. It was a good thing Caden was there because, for several nights in a row, Tess had woken up screaming from a nightmare. Caden had calmed her down, holding her in his arms until she fell back asleep. In the light of day, Tess was happy and content, especially with Caden here. At night, however, her fears returned with a vengeance. In her dreams, she found herself running through the wet, tangled wood, sick with fright, to escape a madman. Sometimes it was Reginald's crazed, vengeful face that tormented her. Other times it was the cold, dispassionate face of Luther Myers. She suppressed a shiver, hugging her arms. Reginald and Luther were arrested and being held without bail, awaiting a trial date. Tess questioned if Reginald would get off easy because of his connections. But Caden assured her that his boss Sutton was working with law enforcement officials behind the scenes to make sure the justice system would work swiftly and effectively. Mia was staying with Julie's older sister who lived in Houston. Tess hadn't spoken to Mia since that dreadful night. She hoped that Mia would be okay. Her situation was heartbreaking. To lose her mom, and then to realize that her dad had orchestrated the murder. Tess asked Caden how he and Chaz knew that she was in the woods that terrible night, instead of inside the house. Caden explained that when they arrived at the Baldwins' mansion, the front door was standing wide open with Mia in the doorway. Tearfully, she told Caden that her dad and another man had gone after Tess. Mia had unwittingly lured Tess to the mansion, but she'd also contributed to Tess being saved. Thoughts of what could have happened had Caden and Chaz not come when they did tormented Tess. She hoped that with time, the terror would subside. Caden was leaving tomorrow to go back to work. Rita had been moved to another safe house where she was recouping from her injury. Tess could tell that Caden was anxious to see how Rita was doing. Tess didn't blame him for being concerned about his client. However, the thought of him leaving gnawed at her insides. "Are you okay?" Caden gave her a funny look. Tess forced a smile, pushing away the gloom. "I'm fine." No, she was better than fine. She was good. Great. Every day since the accident, she'd gotten down on her knees and offered a heartfelt prayer of gratitude to Heavenly Father for keeping her safe. Nearly losing her life made Tess realize that she had so much to live for. Every day was a gift to be cherished, something to keep in mind for when Caden left, and she had the tendency to fall back into a pit of gloom. Tess shifted in her seat as she angled towards Caden. She traced the outline of his chiseled profile and the determined set of his chin, marveling how everything she'd ever hoped to find was packaged up in one stubborn, fierce, wonderful man. Tess's own brand of perfect. "What are you grinning about?" She blinked. "Was I grinning?" she asked dubiously, knowing that she was. A full smile broke over her lips as she linked her fingers through his and squeezed his hand. "Oh, nothing that I can talk about," she said breezily. "Just top secret girl stuff." "I see how it is," he drawled. "Now you're keeping me in the dark." "It works nicely," she quipped. "You're a vengeful woman," he joked, giving her an appraising look that warmed her blood. Tess realized where they were going. "This is Riley and Chaz's neighborhood. Are we going to visit them?" "Nope." "You have me intrigued," she mused. Caden was so much fun. She loved how even the everyday moments with him were thrilling. "I could tickle torture the details out of you." She poked at his ribs as he flinched. She discovered that Caden was ticklish. He contorted himself to get out of her reach, thankfully while still managing to keep a firm hand on the steering wheel. "Not while I'm driving," he said, giving her a reproving look, but his turquoise eyes simmered with amusement. "I have to get you while the getting's good," she countered. "I see how you operate. Get me when I'm distracted." She laughed. "Works nicely." A couple minutes later, Caden pulled in front of a house. It was a couple streets over from where Riley and Chaz lived. He turned off the engine and unbuckled his seatbelt. Tess frowned. "This is your surprise? I don't understand. Do you know the people who live here?" The house was a mid-sized ranch style. Instead of answering, Caden only smiled. He got out of the car, strode around, and opened her door. She gave him a questioning look. "Come on," he laughed, taking her hand. When they reached the door, he turned to face her. Tess couldn't pinpoint the various expressions that washed over his handsome face. A lopsided grin tugged at his lips as he took hold of both her hands. Tess waited expectantly for him to announce the big surprise. He cocked his head thoughtfully. "On second thought, it's better if you just see it." "Okay. See what?" He let go of her hands and reached in his front jean pocket, fishing out a silver key. He unlocked the door and opened it. He stepped inside and pulled her after him. The house was empty. "What do you think? Of the house? Should I make an offer?" She blinked several times, hope springing in her chest. Was he saying what she thought he was? "You're thinking about moving here?" "Yes." A startled laugh rose in her throat. "Are you serious?" She felt giddy, light enough to float to the ceiling. He pulled her into his arms, searching her face. "Tess, I will always have to travel with my job. There will be times when I'm away." She pressed her lips together. "I know," she said solemnly. Caden's profession was a large part of who he was. Tess was willing to accept that part of Caden, knowing there was no way she could live without him. "I don't, however, have to keep the insane schedule I did before." Her heart lifted. "Really?" "Really." A smile played on his lips. "So," he began, quirking a grin, "at the risk of being presumptuous." His eyes lit with amusement. She laughed, realizing he was referring to that moment when she'd called him on the carpet for claiming she was his lady. "At the risk of being presumptuous?" he repeated. "I love you, Tess Eisenhart." His eyes deepened to vivid pools of blue as he touched her hair. "More than I ever thought I could love anyone." "I love you, too. I want us to move forward." He gave her a searching look. "I know it's too soon for marriage, but I'd love to make that our goal." A feeling of pure, undiluted joy rose in her chest. Caden was a planner to the nth degree. Had he asked Tess to marry him this instant, she would have shouted yes. This was even better. They could take things wonderfully slow and savor every moment. "I need a home base," close to you.
Yes, she shouted. The house is great. I love it. She didn't care what the house was like, only that Caden would be here. She slid her arms around his neck. So, is the house for sale?
Yep, it's owned by a friend of Chaz's. Since there's no realtor, I got a heck of a deal.
Got a deal? Did you already make an offer? A large, proud smile filled his face.
Yep.
She laughed, a tidal wave of joy rushing through her. That was a bit presumptuous of you. His eyes zinged with a cocky confidence.
What can I say? I guess I'm just that type of guy.
Yes, you are. She pulled him in for a kiss. Caden let her lead for about half a minute before his lips took control, deepening the kiss. A surge of electricity pulsed through Tess, sending her heart spiraling to the sky on a cloud of bliss. Get a room! Tess recognized the voice instantly. Noah? Was here? Tess and Caden froze before pulling away from each other. Both of their faces reddened when they turned towards Noah, Riley, and Chaz, who were standing by the door. Yuck! Kissing again? Noah complained, scrunching his face. You really should get a room, he repeated, rolling his eyes. For a split second, Tess wondered if Riley would reprimand Noah for the cheeky comment. However, it was just the opposite. Riley's lips quivered as she put a hand to her mouth to hold back her laughter. Chaz let out a hearty chuckle as he slid an arm around Noah.
I believe they just did, bud.
He winked.
In fact, Caden just bought a whole bunch of rooms. Yes, I did,
Caden said proudly, pulling Tess closer.
Hands down, the best purchase I ever made.
I'm inclined to agree, Riley said, giving Tess a significant look. Y'all are great together, truly. She offered Tess a tender smile that said, You were right. Tess's jaw went slack as she looked at her older sister. She couldn't hold back the tears. It meant the world that Riley was giving her blessing. Tess was grateful that despite all the arguments her head put forth as to why she and Caden weren't right for each other, her heart had known the truth all along. Caden was her perfect match. This has been The Stormy Warrior, O'Brien Family Romance, Jennifer's Navy SEAL Romance Book 3, written by Jennifer Youngblood, narrated by Autumn McNamara. Copyright 2019 by Jennifer Youngblood. Production copyright by Jennifer Youngblood. All rights reserved. No part of this collection may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without the written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review. Visit Jennifer's official website at jenniferyoungblood.com